Chapter 111. What did I tell you? Did you listen to me? How long has it been since you graduated and you dare to go against us? You resigned behind our backs. Don't you know how hard it is to find a good job? Your surname is Qin? I think your surname is Wang. The old man scolded. Qin Baobao lowered her head and did not dare to talk back. Wang Zijin was stunned and turned to look at Qin Zhe. As the saying goes, a son knows his father best. Qin Zhe immediately understood the old man's scolding tone. He quietly moved to her side and lowered his voice. Bastard's confinement period, played, finished. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. She thought, if you want to scold your daughter, so be it. What did I do to provoke you? I was shot even when I was lying down. Don't look down on my dad just because he teaches science. His literary skills aren't the least bit ambiguous. He's also very good at scolding people. Qin Zhe said again, but when he saw Mother Qin's glance, he immediately shut up. Are you cut out for the entertainment industry? Is that a place where you can do well? The old man drank tea to moisten his throat and continued scolding. 2 months ago, you quietly resigned and quietly entered Star Art Entertainment. You really are my daughter. I really taught you how to make a name for yourself. Do you know what the internet is saying about you? The old man thought of the comments on the internet and his stomach was filled with anger. He wanted to beat his daughter to death. After scolding for a full 10 minutes, the old man was satisfied. Then the old man took out a feather duster that was not much younger than Qin Zhe from behind the pillow. Qin Baobao's face turned pale and she was so scared that she took a few steps back. Qin Zhe's face also changed. This was the murder weapon that was specially prepared for him. The old man shouted, "Stand over here. Didn't I teach you to stand at attention when you're being beaten?" Qin Zhe, who was next to him, complained in his heart, "You taught me." Qin Baobao cast a pitiful look at Qin Ma. Qin Ma was like an old monk in meditation. Her eyes were focused on her nose and her nose was focused on her heart. "Give me your hand." The old man shouted again. With tears in her eyes, Qin Baobao reluctantly reached out her white and tender right hand. Qin Zhe looked at his father's expression and knew that he was really angry. It was just like when Qin Baobao signed a contract with a talent scout without authorization. Fortunately, it was only an entry form at that time and there was no legal effect. Even so, the old man still beat him with the feather duster while Qin Ma held the rolling pin. This time he was even more ruthless. He directly signed a contract and debuted on the show. "I told you to cut the internet cable." The old man waved the feather duster. It was obvious that his daughter was the one who cut the internet cable at home. Pa! The feather duster fiercely hit Qin Baobao's palm. The elder sister cried out in pain. Tears streamed down her face. She jumped back like a frightened deer. "Stand over here," the old man shouted. Pa! Another vicious slap. Qin Baobao was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. He had not been beaten like this for many years. Pa! The feather duster hit Qin Zhe's hand. The old man looked at his crazy son in confusion. Wang Zijin and Qin Ma were also stunned. The elder sister looked at her younger brother with tears in her eyes. That look in her eyes was like looking at the man who supported her. Qin Zhe himself was also dumbfounded. What the **ck do I want to die? Am I looking for death? Qin Zhe saw his elder sister being beaten and uncontrollably stopped him. It was almost instinctive and subconscious. It was strange. He watched his elder sister being beaten up happily. But now he found that he could not bear to see his elder sister being beaten. You may not believe it, but my hand moved on its own. Can I withdraw? The old man stared at him. There seemed to be a storm gathering in his eyes. It was too late for regrets. So he straightened his neck and said, "Dad, don't hit her. I didn't supervise her well." The old man sneered. "Did you supervise her?" Qin Zhe said guiltily, "I did, right?" The old man sneered again. "You're also my good son. Why didn't I realize that you were so talented? You wrote songs and played the piano. When I taught you, you were like a piece of rotten wood. One day when you were free, you turned over a new leaf and became a great talent. As a father, I didn't have the ability to teach my son. I misled him. Is that what you mean? You are really my good son." Qin Zhe said subconsciously, "Dad is right." The second half of the sentence, "I was wrong," was stuck in his throat. "Dad is right. I was wrong," was the official standard sentence for father and son. Every time the old man beat up Qin Zhe or when Qin Zhe was about to be beaten, he would say this sentence. Qin Zhe had become a conditioned reflex. But halfway through, he suddenly realized that the grammar was correct, but it was not used at the right time. The veins on the old man's forehead were jumping in anger. His thunderous anger was brewing, and it was expected that he would explode in a few seconds. At this time he received a mission prompt from the system. Taking advantage of the gap between the old man's brewing power, Qin Zhe opened the mission and looked at it. Help Qin Bao get through the difficulties. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 160 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount of points. It meant that he had to take the blame for Qin Bao Bao and take the beating for her. I actually have such a perverted desire in my heart? Dad, in fact, I encouraged her to be a star. Qin Zhe said loudly, "It's all my fault. If you want to beat me, just beat me." Qin Bao Bao was moved by her brother's bravery and took a step back happily. The old man pointed at Qin Zhe with his finger and gritted his teeth. Qin Zhe obediently stretched out his hand. The old man sneered twice. "Who said I want to beat your hand?" Qin Zhe had a bad premonition in his heart. The old man's angry roar rang in his ears. "Kneel down." When he was a child, Qin Zhe did something wrong. The old man pulled his son by the ear into the study and made Qin Zhe kneel down. He waved the feather duster as if he was waving a bayonet at the Japanese. At this moment, Qin Zhe finally recalled the fear of being dominated by the old man and the humiliation of being locked up in the study as a punishment. "Dad, I was wrong. What I said just now was false. You should continue to beat Qin Bao Bao," Qin Zhe said loudly. His sister quickly retreated and hid far away, looking at him warily. The old man's way of educating his son was to not talk nonsense if he could do it. He went behind Qin Zhe, raised the feather duster and hit it hard. There was a muffled sound, not as crisp as the slap just now. Qin Zhe grimaced in pain. The old man was obviously holding back when he hit his sister. Qin Zhe suddenly realized that he couldn't escape this beating. After the beating, his sister would beat him. Otherwise, why would they let him come back together? "I asked you to instigate her. I asked you to write songs for her. I asked you to hide it for her. You've got guts." While the old man was beating his son, he didn't forget to warn his daughter. Qin Bao Bao was timid. Every time her father's stick fell, she would tremble. It was as if the stick wasn't on Qin Zhe's body but on her. Wang Zijin saw that Qin Zhe was being punished. She opened her mouth but couldn't think of a reasonable reason to stop it. Wasn't it natural for a father to beat his son? She was an outsider. How could she stop it? Her words had no weight at all. The old man was beating happily when suddenly there was a crack. This old feather duster finally couldn't bear the burden and broke. Qin Zhe heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, perseverance was victory. Finally, this evil feather duster died. Qin Bao Bao also heaved a sigh of relief. The feather duster was broken. After her father beat her brother to vent his anger, there would be nothing to beat her with. Wang Zijin also heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Qin Zhe being beaten, she actually felt a trace of heartache. The old man sneered. "I still have a belt." Qin Zhe, Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin, "All right, your anger should have subsided." Qin Ma stepped in at the right time to be the peacemaker. She was used to playing this role. The old man was the bad guy and she was the good guy. After the old man gave the big stick, Qin Ma gave the sweet jujube. Hugging little Qin Zhe, she said, "Baby son, don't cry. Mommy will give you a kiss." Qin Bao Bao's kiss reward was mostly passed down from her mother. Of course, there were also mixed doubles. For example, Qin Bao Bao changed her name and signed a contract with a talent scout. Another example was Qin Zhe being instigated by his sister to steal the family's money to buy popsicles. "It's already past 10. Rest first. We'll talk another day." Qin Ma's casual words had the siblings' faces changing. The old man threw the feather duster away and scolded, "I'll teach you a lesson tomorrow." He then turned around and walked to the master bedroom. When he passed by Qin Bao Bao, he glared at her. "And you?" The old man slammed the door. Qin Ma stayed behind to clean things up. Looking at her son and daughter, she poked her daughter's forehead. "You're asking for trouble. You got your younger brother into trouble." Qin Bao Bao pouted. She could not act coquettishly in front of her mother as usual. This was because her mother and father were on the same side. "It's so late. Sleep at home." Qin Bao Bao said reluctantly, "Okay." She could not escape. "Zijin, sleep with Bao Bao. Auntie will cook for you tomorrow." Qin Ma said pleasantly. "Okay. Thank you, Auntie." Wang Zijin was also a woman who knew how to act. Her smile was impeccable. "Mom, I have to go to work tomorrow. I'll leave after sleeping for a night." Qin Bao Bao said immediately. "Leave?" Qin Ma laughed. "You can't leave until this matter is resolved." Qin Zhe's room was next to his sister's. He held his waist and went back to his room. Qin Bao Bao followed him. "Go back to your room. I don't want to see you." Qin Zhe scolded. I told you that I would take the blame for you sooner or later. Qin Baobao was like a little white rabbit in front of her father, but in front of her younger brother she was like a big tiger baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. She said righteously, "You're the younger brother, so you have to take the blame for me." He could not be bothered to reason with women. Qin Zhe felt a burning pain on his back and took off his coat. Qin Baobao blushed for the first time. She spat and scolded, "I know you have a good figure. You show off every day." Crazy. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and turned around. "My back hurts. Help me take a look." Qin Baobao was stunned. There were dozens of bruises on Qin Zhe's back. The most serious one was purple. It was a ghastly sight. After a few seconds, his sister burst into tears. She wiped her tears and ran out of the room. Mom, Dad beat A's up." Woo! Mrs. Qin was washing up in the bathroom when she heard the commotion. She was shocked and thought that something had happened to her son. She ran into the room with her daughter. Wang Zijin was next door. She heard the commotion and came over as well. "It's fine. It's just bruises." Qin Ma heaved a sigh of relief. When he was young, Qin Zhe was often beaten until his butt was bruised. But bruises on his butt were not scary. Who had not been beaten by their parents when they were young? The bruises on his back gave people the illusion of being abused. "Don't just stand there. Buy a bottle of wine Baiyao for your brother." Qin Ma ordered her daughter. Qin Baobao wiped her tears and went out. Chapter 112. Does it hurt? That bastard didn't hold back at all. Qin Ma felt sorry for her son. "I didn't see you pleading for mercy just now." Qin Zhe lay on the bed, full of resentment. "I'm not on your side this time. Zhe, it's not like you didn't know your father's bottom line. You just had to go and provoke him. Serves you right." Qin Zhe didn't say anything. Qin Ma complained a little more and left. Only Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe were left in the room. Wang Zijin had just changed into her pajamas. The style was still the same as the old teddy bear pajamas. Her beautiful long black hair, dignified and beautiful oval face, tender and pink skin, and the most outstanding thing was a pair of amorous peach blossom eyes and a well-proportioned and graceful figure. "Sister Zijin is so beautiful." Qin Zhe flattered. "Who's prettier, me or your sister?" Wang Zijin blinked, a little mischievously. Was this a copy of, "Who should I save first if my wife or my mother falls into the water"? Qin Zhe was a veteran of the internet and had a lot of experience. He knew how to deal with such difficult questions. He said, "Of course Sister Zijin is prettier. Qin Baobao is a servant." If it was his sister who asked, the answer would be reversed. Wang Zijin laughed and said, "Baobao, I'll tell her when she comes back." Life is full of tricks. It's either you trick me or I trick you. Qin Zhe could only laugh dryly. "I've let you see a joke. It's so embarrassing." Qin Zhe said awkwardly. Wang Zijin walked closer and looked at the bruises on Qin Zhe's back. She felt an inexplicable heartache. She reached out to touch his bruises and pulled her hand back in midair. She said softly, "It's really an eye-opener. Who would hit their son like this?" There was a hint of indignation in his tone as he continued, "I can see that you and Baobao respect Uncle Qin a lot. Otherwise you're already an adult. If you really don't want to, why would you have to endure this beating?" His sister had seen the world in the capital. She had come into contact with all kinds of people. In this world, there were many people who would not even recognize their biological parents once they became rich, let alone friends. But whether it's you or Baobao, you're happy to let Uncle Qin take care of you. If he wants you to hit me, I'll hit you. That's great. Qin Zhe sneered, "I'm like that, but Qin Baobao doesn't have the guts. She's really scared." "Don't think so badly of Baobao. She's just a little coy in front of you, but she's really fierce in school." Wang Zijin flicked her finger on his head and said softly, "If you want to talk about dissatisfaction, there are some. Uncle Qin is too pedantic. Why bother? Isn't it good to be a superstar these days?" The pay for a random movie was worth several years of hard work in the education industry. How many people hoped that their beautiful daughter would become a superstar these days? It meant that money would flow into their home like water. Although Qin Zhe was beaten up, he was very protective of his father. He retorted, "My father is not pedantic. 2 months ago he said to me, 'Men become independent at 30. Why are you in a hurry to find a wife? When you're 30, find an 18-year-old. Look at how open-minded he is. It's just that the entertainment industry is too deep. There are all kinds of messy things happening. As for our family, we're just a little rich. We can't protect her. Qin Baobao has been beautiful since she was young." The fortune teller said, "Once she enters Zhai Xing Lu, glory, splendor, and wealth will come rolling in." What does that mean? Wang Zijin didn't understand. Qin Zhe curled his lips. This poem describes a generation's demon concubine, Daji. It says that Qin Baobao has a face of disaster. It's really F***king accurate. At that time she was only 10 years old. She was a living immortal. Once she enters the entertainment industry, she's a delicious cake that everyone wants to take a bite out of. Do you think my father can be at ease? What if one day the newspapers expose that Qin Baobao and Qin Baobao went in and out of a hotel with Qin Baobao again the next day? How terrible. Wang Zijin comforted him. You have to believe in your sister. Baobao might emerge from the mud untainted. She said she'll hold her bottom line. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. She still thinks she's a little fairy. Wang Zijin hit him hard. Then why are you still supporting her? Qin Zhe was speechless. He pushed his sister into the entertainment industry partly because he had no choice but to complete the mission. The other reason was that he was soft-hearted and couldn't stand Qin Baobao's coquetry. Furthermore, he felt that with the system in his hands, he had the world. He was confident that he could protect his sister. He was indeed working hard towards his goal. Otherwise, why would he teach Li Donglai so wholeheartedly? Why would he still go when Li Donglai invited him to karaoke even though he didn't like it? He had to expand his network. How could he manage his network if he stayed at home all day to invest in stocks? The current Li Donglai was too immature. He only treated it as a long-term investment. The real short-term investment was still Nanman Pei. He was a Guanyin Bodhisattva. The appearance of the system was equivalent to giving him a peerless divine weapon. On the path forward, he was still the one who had to cut through all the obstacles. Not long after, Qin Baobao came out with a bottle of Huayan Baiyao spray. There was a 24-hour pharmacy in the neighborhood. Wang Zijin said, I'm going to take a shower first. The siblings were left alone. Qin Baobao asked Qin Zhe to lie on the bed. She took off her slippers and straddled her brother's waist so that it was convenient for her to apply the medicine on him. Seeing the shocking scars on her brother's back, Qin Baobao's tears flowed down. She scolded, Damn old man, you don't know how to control your strength. You're his only son. Let's see if he doesn't regret it when you get injured. His sister sprayed the medicine on his back. Qin Zhe only felt a cooling sensation followed by a burning pain. Qin Baobao's fingertips were cold. She gently stroked her brother's strong back. She cried and cursed with deep resentment, You're already so old, yet you're still so hot-tempered. Mom really doesn't know how to pick a man. Qin Zhe said helplessly, You only know how to flaunt your sharp tongue after the incident. Who was the one who was scared silly just now? Qin Baobao was unconvinced. He can hit me if he wants to, but he can't hit A's. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Who was the one who retreated just now? Qin Baobao cried, You're a man. If you don't protect your sister, who will? Sister can only rely on A's. After all, sister, I brought you up with a handful of shit and tears. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. It's good that you know. Qin Baobao said after the fact, If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to make things difficult for you, I would have fought that damn old man to the death. For A's, I'm even willing to PK him in real life. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes again. He thought to himself, You're almost becoming all-mouthy king. But seeing his sister crying so sadly, he didn't expose her. Qin Baobao rejoiced, Fortunately you're stubborn. Otherwise, I'd have to send you to Germany's orthopedics department. Germany's orthopedics department. Qin Zhe looked at his sister with a strange expression. He forgot to pursue the fact that she was stubborn. What's wrong? Qin Baobao was at a loss. Where did you learn that term? A lot of people on Weibo said that without rhyme or reason, they used the words Germany's orthopedics department. Qin Baobao showed a smug expression and was very pleased with herself. I also know how to use internet memes. Qin Zhe asked, Do you know the meaning of this term? His sister, who didn't watch anime or visit forums, tilted her head and said, I don't know. There's a bunch of memes on the internet such as mantis eel, mantis shrimp, and all sorts of other things. Although I often see them, I just don't know what they mean. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, Promise me that you won't search for Germany's orthopedics department. What? Because it's poisonous. At this moment, Qin Zhe felt something dripping from his back. What is it? Qin Baobao, did your snot fall on me? Qin Zhe's expression changed drastically. No, it's just tears, his sister quibbled and quickly grabbed Qin Zhe's short-sleeved shirt to wipe it away. She quickly destroyed the evidence. Do your tears come in lumps? Qin Zhe pushed his sister away and sat up in shock and anger. He looked as if he had eaten a dead mouse and said, Oh my God, you even used my shirt to wipe your snot. How can you talk to your sister like that? Qin Bao Bao glared at him. Just say it's tears. My sister doesn't have snot. You're a little fairy, Qin Zhe sneered and threw the short-sleeved shirt at Qin Bao Bao's head. His sister's face turned pale and she quickly threw the short-sleeved shirt far away. She put on a posture of catching a tiger in the mountains and a turtle in the sea. Qin Zhe, you're asking for it. The siblings started a real-life PK on the bed. Qin Bao Bao couldn't resist more than 10 moves and was easily subdued. Her brother twisted her hands and pressed her into the messy bedding. Qin Bao Bao's face was flushed and her hair was messy. She glared at her brother angrily with tears in her eyes, but she didn't give in. It was rare for his sister to be so strong-willed. She didn't beg for mercy or act coquettishly. Perhaps she felt that she was losing her dignity in front of her brother these days, although she wasn't like that in the past. Qin Zhe considerately gave his sister a way out. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Then the siblings buried the hatchet. Qin Bao Bao continued to spray medicine on her brother. Suddenly she said faintly, my kiss can't even repay you. Qin Zhe didn't even think and blurted out, then I'll serve you in bed. Words that were said were like water that couldn't be taken back. This was awkward. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao Bao said softly, Qin Zhe was shocked. I knew you wouldn't give up. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand and hit her brother's head 12 times in a row. She took the opportunity to take revenge. Shameless. The two of them fought until 11 o'clock. Qin Bao Bao went back to her room to sleep. Qin Zhe took a shower and went back to his room to lie down. When he gradually felt sleepy, he heard the door handle click. Then Qin Bao Bao sneaked in sneakily. It seemed like she was doing some underground work. Why are you back? Qin Zhe was stunned. Qin Bao Bao shushed him. Mom and Dad are not asleep yet. They are whispering something in the room. Don't let them find out. His sister lifted the quilt and went in. Qin Zhe felt a warm and soft body close to him. A delicate fragrance entered his nose. I was just saying. You really came over. Qin Zhe was a little overwhelmed. What are you thinking? We haven't talked for a long time. I just want to have a long talk with you. A long talk. Qin Bao Bao hid her face in the quilt, not letting her brother see her blush. Qin Zhe was very pretentious. 7 years old and not together. How old are you? Qin Bao Bao was also very pretentious. It's all your fault for wanting to take advantage of me. I had no choice. His sister was a typical case of forgetting the pain after the scar healed. She automatically ignored the wet kiss incident a while ago. The cause was also that she kissed Qin Zhe first. However, Qin Zhe was very rational in the sage period. At this time, it was usually Qin Bao Bao who was causing trouble. Once Qin Zhe was in the zone, Qin Bao Bao could only cry for help. How's the song I asked you to practice? Qin Zhe asked. It's so difficult to sing. I can't sing it at all. Qin Bao Bao's expression was bitter. Qin Bao Bao's voice could handle most songs. High notes were not a problem for her. Except for songs like 500 Years from the Heavens, she had no problems. Qin Zhe had asked her to practice the song. Qin Bao had a hard time. It was too difficult. She often sang halfway and her voice broke. You've been practicing for half a month. You still can't sing? Qin Zhe reached out to pinch her white and tender face. That kind of note is too difficult to sing. Qin Bao Bao pinched his nose and said, change the song for me. Your voice can definitely sing. I think you're just lazy. Qin Zhe was dissatisfied. I can't sing. Qin Bao Bao twisted her body in the quilt. Don't twist. Qin Zhe's expression changed. What's wrong? His sister asked. Qin Zhe did not answer. He sucked in his stomach. Qin Bao Bao understood and said angrily, you should let Dad beat you to death. You can't even sing a song well. What's the difference between you and a salted fish? Qin Bao Bao, you're a woman who's going to be a big star. Qin Zhe changed the topic. His sister's voice was not crisp and ethereal. It was considered heavy and textured among women's voices. They chatted until midnight and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Qin Zhe woke up at 7 o'clock. The sun shone through the gaps in the curtains. Dust floated in the light. Qin Bao Bao was sleeping beside him. A pair of slender legs were wrapped around his brother's waist. Her face was buried in Qin Zhe's neck. A faint shampoo fragrance came from her hair. Under her pajamas, the outline of her 36D was so clear. Qin Zhe's first reaction after waking up was to touch his penis to see if it was in high spirits. Fortunately, it wasn't. Otherwise, Qin Bao Bao might despise him again. This didn't seem to be something to be happy about. He hugged his sister's waist and prepared to sleep for a while. Just then the door opened. Mom's voice came, Ace, I didn't see Bao Bao early in the morning. She's not in the room. Did she go to work? You should get up. Chapter 113. Qin pushed the door open and entered. She was stunned by the scene in the room. Her son and daughter were lying on the bed, snuggling up to each other and sleeping soundly. Qin was a gentle and kind woman, but her eyebrows still twitched fiercely. Qin Bao was sleeping soundly. Qin Zhe, who was awake, was so scared that his liver trembled. He felt inexplicably guilty. He deliberately pretended that he had just woken up. He sat up and said in a daze, How would I know where Qin Bao went? Oh, so she's here. Mom, Qin Bao is so annoying. She refused to leave last night. The quick-witted Qin Zhe pushed the blame to his sister. Qin said in a low voice, Bao. Qin saw that her daughter and son were fully dressed and was slightly relieved. Qin Bao woke up after being pushed by her brother a few times. She squinted her eyes and sat up with a dazed look on her face. When she saw her mother standing by the bed, her body quivered and her sleepiness disappeared. She mumbled, Oh Mom, it's all Qin Zhe's fault. He insisted on chatting with me last night. The quick-witted Qin Bao pushed the blame to her brother. Qin mouth twitched. You're really siblings. Can't you be more serious? How old are you? Why are you still sleeping together? Nonsense. Get up and wash up. We're waiting for you two to have breakfast. Qin reprimanded a few times and left with a frown. Qin Bao reached out and pulled her brother's ear. She said angrily, Why didn't you lock the door? Why didn't you lock the door? Qin Zhe retorted, You were the one who entered my room. Why didn't you remember to lock the door? Qin Bao said angrily, Sister was sleeping with you. What's wrong with you locking the door? Qin Zhe was so scared that he peed his pants. *CK, keep your voice down. If Dad hears us, we'll be dead. Fortunately, it was his mother who pushed the door open. If it was his grandfather, he would have booked a German orthopedics bed. After washing up, the two of them went to the living room. Grandpa Sheng was sitting in the main seat that symbolized the head of the family. On his left and right were Qin Ma and Wang Zijin. The old man glanced at his late children and frowned as he reprimanded them. What time is it? You still need your mother to wake you up? Is this the attitude you should have at work? He then pointed at Wang Zijin and said, Zijin has already woken up. Bao, why are you still not coming out? Wang Zijin remained silent. His sister and Qin Zhe looked at each other, lowered their heads and quickly sat down to eat the porridge. He looked like he had a guilty conscience. Qin Ma saw this and her face was full of worry. The son and daughter had been close since they were young, but they had grown up. Qin Zhe secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his mother didn't say anything. He thanked his mother for not killing him. Grandpa Sheng looked at his daughter and said, Go back and quit your job. Find a better one. Qin Bao turned to look at her brother. Seeing his indifferent attitude, she hated him in her heart. Dad, the contract hasn't expired yet. If we break the contract, we will have to pay. Fine. Grandpa Sheng slammed the table. Our family doesn't lack this money. Qin Bao said weakly, The penalty is 3 million. Grandpa Sheng was a rare person who lacked ambition. Qin Zhe couldn't hold back and laughed. Grandpa Sheng was angry. What are you laughing at? Are you itching for a beating? Didn't you have enough last night? Qin Zhe lowered his head and didn't say anything. He and his sister had discussed countermeasures last night. Making a scene in front of Grandpa Sheng wouldn't work. When faced with a thorny problem, there were two ways to solve it. Force yourself on him or make him cook the rice. Qin Bao had already signed a contract with Star Art. With the contract, it was legally binding. No matter how unwilling the old man was, he had no choice but to accept it. Unless he could pay the penalty for breaching the contract or bear to see his daughter sued in court. Grandpa Sheng was caught unprepared. The ancient people who created these two idioms were really smart. What is this? What is this? Grandpa Sheng slammed the table angrily. Wang Zijin said softly, Uncle Bao's conditions are very good. This path is very suitable. I know Uncle's concerns. My family has some connections with the Shanghai Radio and Television Bureau. I will give them a call later and let them know. Don't worry, Bao won't be bullied. Grandpa Sheng heard and quickly picked up a piece of pickled vegetable for Wang Zijin. Grandpa Sheng was angry, but his children had grown up. He couldn't force his daughter to make decisions for her future like when they were still students. Although his children still respected him, there was nothing he could do if they disobeyed him. Qin Zhe knew that Wang Zijin was talking nonsense. She had already fallen out with her family. Her credit cards were frozen and her finances were blocked. She was just using the tiger's skin to pull the flag. Looking at her calm and confident face, she was able to fool the highly skilled old master. This elder sister was not a naive, sweet, and naive woman. After breakfast, Grandpa Sheng took his briefcase and went to school. Qin Ma was a full-time housewife and didn't work. Qin Bao Bao went back to her room to practice her singing. Qin Zhe went back to his room to immerse himself in the stock market. In the living room, Wang Zijin and Qin Ma were chatting. Qin Zhe asked Wang Zijin why she didn't go to work. Wang Zijin said she was in a bad mood and took a day off. Okay, as long as you're happy. The TV was on and it was casually playing a period drama. These days the quality of TV dramas was declining day by day. The special effects were mediocre and the plot was terrible. The selling points were all on the celebrities. However, they didn't have any acting skills and only relied on their faces. Zijin, I heard from Bao Bao that your family is in Beijing? Qin Ma peeled an apple and handed it to Wang Zijin. Thank you, Auntie. Wang Zijin took the apple and took a bite. Yes. What does your father do? Qin Ma asked again. Wang Zijin didn't leak anything. My father is a civil servant. 2 years ago he was sent to Shanghai to work. I went to high school in Fudan University affiliated high school. Bao Bao and I were desk mates. Mrs. Qin finally understood. So he was the son of a government official. Since she was back in Beijing, it meant that she had been promoted. It seemed that this girl wasn't lying when she said that her family was related to the Shanghai Radio, Film and TV Bureau. Do you have a boyfriend? Qin Ma asked again. Wang Zijin was inexplicably embarrassed. These days she had been listening to Qin Bao talking nonsense and trying to matchmake her and Qin Zhe. When she turned her head and heard Qin Ma's question, she was particularly sensitive. She thought to herself, are you going to ask me what do you think of our son? No. Wang Zijin smiled. Qin Ma sighed. In today's society, men are not in a hurry to get a wife. But women are different. While they are still young they should find a good partner. When they become an old lady no one will want them. No wonder her daughter was always unwilling to go on blind dates. It turned out that there was someone accompanying her. Birds of a feather flock together. Bao Bao is not reassuring. She is heartless and doesn't even care about marriage. As a mother I am worried. Auntie, don't worry. I know a lot of handsome young men. I will introduce them to Bao Bao another day. Wang Zijin was very good at chatting. She could always follow Qin Ma's train of thought and make her happy. After chatting for less than half an hour, Qin Ma wanted to take her as her goddaughter. Qin Ma took Wang Zijin's hand and walked into the master bedroom. She opened the photo album of her daughter and son when they were young and showed it to her. In the morning sun, Wang Zijin put the photo album on her lap and looked down. The first page was of Qin Bao and Qin Zhe when they were babies. They were lying in the cradle with the same wrinkled little faces. Qin Zhe was sleeping quietly while Qin Bao was crying loudly. The color of the two photos was different. They were not taken at the same time. Qin Bao Bao was 3 years older than Qin Zhe. On the second page, Qin Zhe was still a baby in the cradle. Beside the crib, Qin Bao Bao was wearing a white princess dress. She was 2 or 3 years old. She bent down and kissed her brother's forehead. On the third page, Qin Zhe, who had just been weaned, was sitting in the bathtub. Qin Bao Bao was squatting beside him. She reached out and pinched her brother's little brother. Qin Zhe was crying loudly. On the fourth page, Qin Zhe, who was in kindergarten, and Qin Bao Bao, who was in elementary school, were taking a photo side by side. They were both carrying small cloth bags. The elder sister hit her brother's head with a karate chop. When they were little, Qin Bao Bao had a big round face while Qin Zhe was thin and small. On the fifth page, Qin Bao Bao was hugging Qin Zhe's shoulder. The heads of the siblings were leaning against each other. In the photo, Qin Bao Bao had grown into a tall little beauty. Her face was no longer round and her face was thin. Her facial features were beautiful and her eyes were bright. Qin Zhe still looked like a child. He was about 12 or 13 years old. He was shorter than Qin Bao Bao by a head. On the sixth page, the photo was probably taken at the same time as the previous one. The two of them had not changed much. Qin Bao Bao was wearing a ballet dress. She looked like a beautiful and noble little swan. She was accompanied by an ugly duckling. The girl was playfully pulling her brother's face. The younger brother looked at his elder sister with disdain. The picture was frozen. On the sixth page, the seventh page, the eighth page. Wang Zijin flipped through the photos quietly. It was as if she was looking at the childhood of Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe. They were always laughing and fighting. Most of the time, it was the elder sister bullying the younger brother. Of course, there were also pictures of the younger brother turning the tables. Until Qin Zhe entered high school, the two of them rarely took photos together alone. It was either a family photo or standing in a well-behaved manner. Time urged people to grow up, and at the same time, it created an invisible barrier. Every pair of siblings would grow apart as they grew up. They were no longer as close as they were when they were children. Wang Zijin looked at the photos and suddenly felt a sense of loss. She couldn't figure out the reason. It was probably because of the sensitivity and fragility of female hipsters. On second thought, she realized that it wasn't right. Normal siblings might be like this, but according to her feelings of being with them day and night, time didn't seem to have caused a gap between them. The distance in the photos was probably for their parents to see. At noon, after lunch, Qin Zhe suggested that they go watch a movie. Wang Zijin gladly agreed. "Miss, shall we ride a shared bike or take a taxi?" Qin Zhe asked. "Take a taxi. The weather is too hot. I don't want to ride a bike." Wang Zijin's expression was normal. She didn't react as exaggeratedly as Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Sure enough, this title is poisonous to my sister." He had lost more than 30,000 yuan in the stock market today. It was all in the short term. He needed to be comforted by Miss Wang. Unless he could predict the future, he would definitely lose some money. The system explained, "The host's level is too low. Please work hard and help me level up." Qin Zhe asked, "What level will I be at if I cultivate to the maximum level? Can I reach out and grab a bullet or kick a nuclear warhead?" The system replied, "Please face reality. The purpose of your cultivation is to provide energy for the system. Don't think too much." It also explained the law of conservation of energy and biogenetics in detail. Qin Zhe could only give up on his dream of being a hero. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin had just left the room when Qin Baobao, who had just finished communicating with her manager, walked out of the room. She looked around and asked, "Mom, where are my brother and Zijin?" "They went out. I think they went to watch a movie." Qin Ma was mopping the floor when she remembered something. "Baobao, I helped you look at a few guys. They're quite handsome." Qin Baobao's mood was inexplicably bad. She said impatiently, blind date, blind date. Can't you do something else besides blind dates?" She turned around and went back to her room, slamming the door. Qin Ma was at a loss. This child. Qin Baobao's room was on the south side. From the window she could see the gate of the neighborhood. She stood by the window and looked out. She just happened to see Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe walking side by side towards the gate of the neighborhood. The two of them seemed to be talking and laughing. Wang Zijin didn't stand on ceremony and threw her bag to Qin Zhe. Qin Baobao looked at this scene and was in a daze. She was a little regretful. She regretted matchmaking Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin. There was no reason. She just regretted it. At first, she thought that Wang Zijin definitely wouldn't like Qin Zhe, and Qin Zhe had repeatedly offended her, so she came up with the idea of making her brother happy. She wanted him to shift his attention away from her. But when she saw her brother and Wang Zijin getting closer and closer, she couldn't stand it. Qin Baobao attributed all this to forgetting his mother after marrying a wife. She was that mother. As for whether Qin Ma had any opinions, she didn't care. She looked at the two figures walking away and was in a daze. Chapter 114. That night, Grandpa Sheng was watching the financial news in the living room when Qin Ma came over with a plate of grapes. "Where are they?" Grandpa Sheng's eyes never left the TV. "They went back in the afternoon." Qin Ma picked a grape and handed it to him. Grandpa Sheng snorted. "Two ingrates. Don't they know how to stay at home for a few more days?" Qin Ma complained, "Come back to look at your face or come back to be beaten up by you? If you miss them, just say so. Don't be so pretentious. If it weren't for your bad temper, why would A's and Bao Bao hide outside and not come home?" Grandpa Sheng snorted. "What does it have to do with me? You're the one who arranged the blind dates. That's why our daughter didn't come back." There was a saying that went, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked." Seeing the couple shift the blame to each other, it was obvious who Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao learned from. Speaking of the blind dates, Qin Ma pushed her husband and said with a frown, "Old Qin, let me tell you. Ace is also an intern now. Why don't you let him come back and live here?" Grandpa Sheng glanced at her and asked curiously, "Come back and live here? Bao Bao, I don't feel at ease if he lives alone." Qin Ma thought to herself, "I don't feel at ease if they live together." "Haven't you thought that it's inconvenient for them to live together?" Qin Ma said. "What do you mean?" Grandpa Sheng finally moved his eyes away from the TV. "If the siblings live together, it'll be difficult for them to find a boyfriend." Bao Bao. Qin Ma thought about it and decided not to tell her husband what she saw in the morning. She was afraid that he would take a broom and kill them. At this time the financial news ended. Grandpa Xing pressed the remote control to change the channel. Coincidentally, there was a news segment. We often say that the wedding night is one of the 4 joys of life. It should be happy and lively. However, something heart-wrenching and infuriating happened in XX City. There was a younger brother who had a conflict with his sister and brother-in-law on the wedding night and injured the newlyweds. The reason was, "I didn't find a girlfriend and you can't get married." The old man frowned. "There are all kinds of people here." Qin Ma thought of something and said with a worried face, "I think we should hurry up and find a partner for Bao Bao. I think you're just too free. You have nothing to do at home." On Friday, Qin Zhe and his 2 sisters were sitting on the sofa watching TV. The program was I Am a Singer. Now that his sisters had money, Qin Zhe's song copyright fees, repairing a TV was nothing. Even if he bought 10 TV sets, his sisters would not bat an eyelid. Huang Yuding is a little weak. Qin Zhe commented that popular singer Huang Yuding's performance was average, but compared to Qin Bao Bao and Wales, 2 rising stars, he seemed powerless. Li Shuigong is the same. He only sings rock songs and occasionally changes to new songs, but he's not particularly good at it. Wang Zijin also commented. "That's right. Distance tests a horse's strength. I'm a fine steed," Qin Bao Bao said proudly. Qin Zhe turned his head. "Fine steed, let me ride?" Qin Bao Bao slapped her brother's head and raised her eyebrows. "You actually want to ride me?" Qin Zhe was stunned. He was just casually ridiculing and definitely did not mean anything else. Qin Bao Bao was getting more and more dirty recently. "Who gave you the courage?" Qin Zhe clenched his fist and his bones cracked. "I'm wrong." Qin Bao Bao shrank behind her best friend and unfairly pushed Wang Zijin out to take the bullet. After the show ended, Yin Jia looked at the camera and said loudly, "There's an Easter egg at the end." I Am a Singer had already entered the final stage. The Easter egg was an introduction to the finals, such as the competition system, national broadcast, celebrity guest singers. It threw out a few gimmicks to attract popularity. The scene flashed and Huang Yuding was sitting on a chair with the camera pointed at him. "This person is my best friend for many years and is also a big star in the music industry. His name is not unfamiliar to everyone, but I can't reveal it yet." Then it was Li Shuigong. "My guest singer was also a popular king in the music industry, but now he has been developing in the film industry. He didn't want to come at first because he was afraid that he would be a hindrance. I begged him for a long time before he agreed." The others were the same, full of gimmicks. "Who is your guest singer?" Qin Zhe expressed his curiosity. Wang Zijin also pricked up her ears. Her sister started to play around again. "Guess. Guess if I'll guess. Guess if I'll guess if you'll guess." Qin Zhe was so angry that he slapped her butt. Qin Bao Bao cried out in pain and covered her butt. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to fight Qin Zhe to the death. Wang Zijin quickly hugged her waist. "Zijin, let go. I'm going to clean house today. This guy doesn't see me as his sister at all." Qin Bao Bao deliberately struggled fiercely. Wang Zijin said, Okay, don't lower yourself to his level." Qin Bao Bao glared. "No, I can't let him go like this. Let go, let go." Wang Zijin said helplessly, "Why? I can't bear to see you humiliate yourself." Qin Bao Bao said angrily, "Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Wang Zijin silently withdrew her hand. Qin Bao Bao changed the topic. "I'm just too lazy to argue with him." Qin Zhe silently watched his sister's one-man show. He browsed the forums and Tieba. He still didn't like to use Weibo. At this time he saw a post. The TV series starring Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu, the great general of Ming, will be released in early September. I've been waiting for half a year. I was looking forward to it, but when I saw the trailer, damn, what the hell is the opening song? The lyrics are not classical, and the singing is like a modern love song. It's at least a historical costume drama. There were 999 plus replies. The netizens all liked it. Just treat it as a MV. The trailer looks good, but the song is too bad. It doesn't fit the theme. My expectations for this drama dropped to 0. What a pity, my goddess Chu. It's better not to air the trailer. So bad. Not too good, at least it matches classical songs. I just finished scolding on Weibo. I'll continue scolding on Tieba. Qin Zhe was also paying attention to this drama. The actor Zhang Jinyun was handsome and good at acting. He was Qin Zhe's favorite actor. The actress Chu Yuyu was one of the most popular female artists. She had a beautiful and refined face. She specialized in costume dramas and was known as the goddess of costume dramas. Her acting was okay. Seeing the scolding online and the reaction was fierce, he was curious. He clicked on the MV uploaded by the original poster. It was indeed spicy. Not to mention whether it fit the theme of the drama, just listening to the song without watching the MV gave people the feeling that it was a family drama. They instantly felt out of character. The next day, Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin went out together, leaving Qin Zhe alone at home to watch the door. He suddenly realized that even though he had nothing to do at home, he was bored after staying for a long time. He felt like moldy tofu. It was fine if Qin Bao Bao accompanied him at home. He could bully her. But when Wang Zijin and his sister went out together, he was all alone. During this period, other than I Am a Singer, the drama Great Ming's Liang General was the hottest topic. But that theme song was too low class. The fans were scolding and blocking the official Weibo account every day. All kinds of jokes were endless. Can't they change the song? With such a big production team, they can't even find a composer? I don't have the energy to complain about this theme song. I feel like a song will ruin the drama. The production team did it on purpose, right? To make it more popular? I have to say you succeeded. Well, I don't plan to watch this drama. The first theme song in history to go to the wrong set. If you can't find a composer, we'll recommend you. Don't ruin the drama because of a song. Qin Bao Bao. F***CK, how could I forget that there's still Qin Bao Bao's brother in the music industry? Find a song and ask him for one. Are you afraid that there won't be a good song? Yes. Su Yunhan's new album's title song was written by Qin Bao Bao. F***CK, how could I forget this god? Ask Qin Bao Bao for a song. If you don't know this, how can you survive in the entertainment industry? Great Ming's Liang General, Director, there are more and more people scolding us online. Director, it's about time. The hype is enough. If this continues, will it get out of control? It's already out of control. Many people are saying that they want to abandon the drama. Who would abandon the drama for a song? They're just shouting blindly. But if there are too many negative comments, it will affect the ratings. The director said, let the PR department release a statement immediately. If there are people scolding, it means that our hype is very successful. Quickly put the real theme song and make a new promotional video. Life was full of tricks. The crew were not fools. Couldn't they tell if the theme song was suitable or not? Everything was for the sake of self-deprecating to attract attention. Once the hype was up and the goal of attracting attention was achieved, they would start to clean up the mess and put the real theme song on. It was the same as celebrity scandals. It was a hype trick. Soon, the crew's new promotional video was released. The theme song was surging and was suitable for the background of the drama. But, a new promotional video? The theme song is SOSO. At most it fits the theme. Which is really not good. After waiting all day, you're just going to let me listen to this? MDZZ. The production is not attentive. A good song can complement the drama, but a bad song is likely to ruin a good drama. Do you have to go so far? This song is much better than the previous one. Are you watching the drama or listening to the song? That's right. The promotional video is still very good. I'm here for Zhang Jinyun. I'm used to scolding. I just want to complain. What did the crew say on Weibo just now? We'll definitely be satisfied. We'll definitely do our best to choose a good song. King believed them. This song is just SOSO. It's really not good. If they had released this song earlier, even if someone complained, it wouldn't have been so intense. It shows that the crew is not attentive. The drama is probably also shoddy. The most frightening thing was that someone would scold it first regardless of whether it was good or bad. They would scold it first and talk later. It would lead countless netizens astray. Moreover, the theme song was indeed average and could not be said to be very good. At first, there were still people who defended the crew, but in the end there was another wave of scolding. The crew of The Good General. Director, the investors called and asked us to solve the problem quickly. Director, I also received a call here. The investors said that we've hyped it up too much. We have to change the direction of public opinion. The director stomped his feet. The most hateful thing is the brainless scolding. The crew quickly launched a response strategy. By news to clear our names. Let Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu say something on Weibo. Director, do you want to change the song? The director frowned and pondered for a moment. In the end he nodded. Let's find a new song first. We won't change it if we can. The phenomenon of losing control of hype was not common in the entertainment industry, but it was not rare. Many stars and crew had experienced and learned their lesson. Although the public was easily influenced, they were not fools. They would believe whatever you said. On top of that, you have to take into consideration the interference of your competitors. The director suspected that some of the haters were hired by their competitors. Later, Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu posted on Weibo to promote the new film and appeal to fans to support it. It was not easy to slightly change the public opinion, but who knew that not long after, "What kind of lousy song is this? Listening to it once dirties my ears, listening to it twice will make me doubt my life. Compared to my brother's song, it's trash." A comment appeared on the crew's official Weibo. The person who posted the comment was Qin Baobao. Director Qin Baobao is openly criticizing us on Weibo. The staff member in charge of Weibo shouted. Chapter 115. Qin Baobao's comment was posted half an hour ago and was pushed to the top of the list by netizens. The netizens replied one after another. Some agreed with it while others scolded Qin Baobao. "Big boobs, sit tight. I'll send you up. Great minds think alike. Big boobs, this isn't good. Do you want to fight?" Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu's fans started scolding. "Get lost. So what if you can sing well? Did the crew offend you? Why is Qin Baobao joining in the fun? She's causing trouble." The director stomped his feet and scolded. "She's trying to ride on the hype." The staff was also angry. "She's a newcomer. She's too insensible. She's too full of herself. Director, should we fight back?" The crew was already furious because the hype was out of control. Now, Qin Baobao had jumped out to fan the flames and hit them when they were down. The girl who saw Qin Baobao's comment earlier looked embarrassed. Director, this isn't Qin Bao's Weibo account. It's a high-quality imitation." The director leaned in front of the computer to take a look and almost vomited blood. "What's wrong with you? You're so careless." The people who were scolding her were all silenced. There were too many high-quality imitations on Weibo. Which celebrity didn't have a few high-quality imitations? Other than not having their real names verified, the imitations were almost real. The netizens' nature was to scold someone without saying a word. Then they quickly realized that this was a high-quality imitation and started another round of scolding. "I hate these high-quality imitations the most. Idiots. My whole family will be cremated. Let's disperse. This is fake. A bunch of blind people. They can't even recognize a high-quality imitation. Wei Baobao won't take the blame." Qin Baobao's fans appeared. "I'll help you summon Qin Bao. Don't thank me. If you want to sing a song, ask her." Qin Baobao. The director suddenly said, "Do you have Qin Baobao's manager's phone number? Let me check." "Are you really going to ask Qin Baobao for a song? It's not just Qin Baobao. Contact the other composers as well. If there's anyone suitable, we can change the theme song. If not, there's no need to change it. Let the public relations team continue to pay attention to public opinion." The director was not willing to change the theme song from the bottom of his heart. Did he really have to change it just because the netizens said so? What if after the change he still said that he was inferior? Moreover, this way the outside world would think that the production team of Great Ming's Liang General had no stance and would be easily swayed. As a director, he would definitely be ridiculed and laughed at by people in the industry. As the director was thinking about this, the woman in charge of contacting the investors came in from outside and shouted, "Director, the investors want to change the theme song. They've already called me 3 times. The director said disdainfully, "You've never seen big waves before. Small investors just don't have the confidence. Once the people start talking bad, you'll immediately panic." That being said, he couldn't refuse the request of the sponsor. "Hurry up and contact them. Find a good song. If there's a suitable one, we'll change it." Xingyi Entertainment. In the office, Qin Baobao and her manager, Li Yanhong, were eating takeout. It was a restaurant that had a good reputation. Although Qin Baobao was a local, she didn't like beets. However, this restaurant's food was cheap. For 2 people, 5 dishes, only 400 yuan. After quickly spending the song's copyright fees, Qin Baobao fell into a financial crisis. The copyright fees from various channels, such as the KTV, were settled once a month. Qin Baobao's account originally had more than 300,000 yuan, but she couldn't keep the money. In Qin Zhe's words, she was a prodigal woman. Qin Baobao used to know how to control herself. After all, she had to support her brother's living expenses. Ever since she found out that her brother was overflowing with talent and outstanding ability, she quickly fell and walked further and further down the path of decay. She said with conviction, "Sister raised you for so many years. You have to raise sister for a lifetime. When you have money, you have to buy. In addition to buying a set of office wear for her best friend, which was worth 20,000 yuan, she bought 2 sets of summer clothes and a pair of shoes for her brother, which was worth a total of 1,000 yuan. Her parents also had gifts. They gave Qinma a 50,000 yuan jade bracelet. Qinma couldn't stop smiling. She said that Bao Bao was promising and that her mother didn't give birth to her daughter in vain. Then her sister bought a pair of leather shoes for her grandfather. Her grandfather also revealed a rare smile and said that his daughter was very sensible. As they spoke, the old couple glanced at their son who was already working but didn't say anything. Qin Zhe pretended to look around at the scenery. After leaving home and getting into his sister's little red horse, Qin Zhe fiercely poked his sister's waist and muttered, "You said you would help me with my wife's money." His sister was grabbed by the arm and couldn't escape. She cried and laughed as she struggled. In the end, she collapsed on the seat, babbling and half dead. "Your money is my money." His sister didn't give in. Qin Zhe pointed his finger like a sword. She quickly changed her words, "I'll compensate you." "Compensate me with money or with my wife?" "I'll compensate you with my wife," his sister vowed. Qin Zhe was overjoyed. "Are you going to help me chase Sister Ziwei?" That was a tough bone to chew. Qin Bao Bao said that she would help her brother chase her best friend, but it was really just words and no action. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were shining and her face was still red. She said shyly, "Hubby, get lost." Qin Zhe was furious. He felt that he was tricked by his sister again. He poked her waist again. Since then, Qin Bao Bao didn't like to talk to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe hinted several times that he wanted to take care of his wife's money, but she ignored him. He really didn't expect her to be such a sister. Qin Zhe thought to himself. His brother's first round of wife's money was gone. Qin Bao Bao's current equipment: Patek Philippe rose gold ladies watch, LV bag, and Manolo Blahnik handmade high heels that Li Yanhong's relatives brought back from Italy. Halfway through the meal, Li Yanhong's cell phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" "Is this Li Yanhong, Sister Li? We are from the crew of Great Ming Liang General." Li Yanhong was stunned for a few seconds. She finally remembered what Great Ming Liang General was and said, "What's the matter?" "Our crew wants to ask Miss Qin for a song. I think you know that the internet is not very satisfied with our theme song." "Hey, it's just a theme song. It's not that serious." "Our director also said so, but the sponsor is worried and asked us to change it. We want to eliminate all the negative impact before the TV series is released. They're quite cautious." Li Yanhong said, "Then why don't we meet somewhere to talk?" The other party said, "No, if you have a song, record a small sample first and send it over. After you confirm that you want it, we can talk about other things." Li Yanhong ended the call and said, "The crew of Great Ming Liang General said that they want to ask you for a song. But they didn't say that we have to do it. They said that we should record a small sample and send it to them. Then ignore them." Qin Bao Bao buried her head in eating, her small mouth shiny. It was impossible for her to ask her brother for a song just because someone needed one. Qin Zhe was willing but she wasn't. Last time Su Yunhan's new Can't Stop Loving made her feel distressed and regretful for a while. But this topic is quite popular. It's also very good if you can ride on the popularity. Li Yanhong said, "The popularity of stars in addition to their works is some entertainment gossip. So many stars will let their companies and studios buy news. For example, a certain unscrupulous browser shocked all day long. Whoever wears this dress, men will be silent when they see it, women will be jealous when they see it. Another example is that the most beautiful person in the ancient costume is not her, but her. It's all flattery bought with money." Qin Bao Bao asked, "Great Ming Liang General, what's it about?" She was not interested in ancient military dramas and had not paid attention to it. Li Yanhong searched online. Late Ming Dynasty, Early Qing Dynasty, about a famous general who fought against the Qing Dynasty. Qin Bao Bao said, "Then I have one." Chapter 116. "What songs do you have?" Li Yanhong asked. She remembered that Qin Bao Bao's songs were all written by her brother, but she didn't tell him. Qin Bao Bao didn't answer. Instead she scrolled through Weibo. Suddenly she had an idea and posted, "What do you think about the song request from the cast of De Ming's Liang General? Looking at childhood from afar." She felt that she was now well versed in creating hype. At the same time she finally understood why those celebrities liked to post on Weibo, even if it was just a selfie. However, Qin Zhe's Weibo was calm. He didn't respond to his sister's request at all. Immediately Qin Bao Bao's fans replied, "De Ming's cast asked Qin Bao Bao for a song? Haha, they really did. Big-breasted girl, your brother is ignoring you. That's awkward." I'm afraid of the sudden silence. Brother, you hurt my heart. This is the most awkward Weibo I've ever seen. Everyone watch your mouth. Don't post meaningless things. Just shout 666. My goddess is still so funny. I'm still reminiscing about that video. Qinze was sleeping soundly at this time. The system extracted energy and instantly made him masturbate 7 times in one night. When he woke up, he immediately saw Qin Baobao's Weibo through his phone's notification. In order to prevent the photo album incident from happening again, he turned on the notification. Get lost. He replied on Weibo. Ask for a song? I feel that my body has been hollowed out. I don't have the time to play with you. He threw his phone aside and went back to sleep. In the office, Qin Baobao saw her brother's reply and was immediately pushed to the top by the netizens. Her fans made fun of her. She curled her lips. It didn't matter that Qinze didn't interact with her. Anyway, the song was ready-made. She didn't want Qinze to write another song. Qin Baobao took out a song sheet from the drawer of her desk. Qinze wrote it for her a long time ago. She didn't need it and kept it. Sister Li, contact the recording artist. I'll record a demo. At the set of Deming's Liang General. In less than half a day, the film crew had already collected a few songs. There were many people in the entertainment industry who made a living in this industry, and there were also quite a few talented people. Every lyricist could compose all kinds of songs. It wasn't as if they had an order, but they did it when they had the inspiration. It was like a painter or writer. If someone wanted a song, they had a song, have it, they could immediately sell it. The director instructed, if you don't have a small sample, go record a small sample. If you don't have a song, find someone to fill in the lyrics. Let's pick a good song, say good song, have a song. The music director clicked his tongue and said, 2 of them are alright, but the rest are just SOS. Some of them aren't even as good as the one we have. If your thinks a song have 8 have you? Su liangs, essays 8 t, as halves? Estiminct, su liang testiases. My suggestion is to have a more impassioned song score and find a good lyricist to write the lyrics according to the theme of our TV series. The director looked very worried. Try to hurry it up. Half a month before the premiere. If it's too late, the public opinion will be set. It's useless. The song is songs. Try your best. Let's settle on the song score first. This song sounds alright and can be considered the most outstanding. Was it sent over by Qin Baobao? No, it was written by Teacher Han last year. The song asked, which one is Qin Baobao's? That shouldn't be the case. Her brother is very popular. Even if it was rushed, the song he wrote shouldn't be too bad. The director shook his head. She didn't send over any songs. Look at Qin Baobao's Weibo. Her brother said, get lost, and that he's not happy to help us write a song. What a pity. The song sighed. The music director looked around and finally decided to use Teacher Han's song. Then he prepared to find the lyrics. A female staff member came in with a middle-aged woman. She said, Director, Qin Baobao's manager is looking for you. The director was stunned and went up to greet her with the song. Li Yanhong took out her business card and handed it over. Director Zhu, I'm here to deliver the demo. Demo? The director was a little confused. Li Yanhong nodded. Qin Baobao's song? The song added. Li Yanhong nodded again. Didn't he say he didn't want to write it? The director was puzzled. Sigh, they're just playing around. Li Yanhong waved her hand. I've already delivered the demo. How can it be fake? The director said, then let's listen to the demo first. When Li Yanhong heard this, she took out her phone and opened a recording file. Qin Baobao's voice rang out from the loudspeaker. Along the gentle curves of the mountains and rivers. Central plains of love, northern and Jiangnan of love. After just 2 lines, the song lit up. Good song. The momentum was strong and the melody was passionate. If it was sung by a strong male voice, the effect would be even better. Facing the ice blades, snow swords, wind and rain, affectionate companionship. Cherish the golden years that God has given me. A man is brave. Why should a man be afraid of danger? My heroic spirit will not change year after year. The studio that was originally a little chaotic quieted down. Everyone gathered around and listened attentively. The music director had already given it 10 points. In his eyes, this song was impeccable. It was a rare good song. The director was hesitant. He was a little tempted, but he still held a wait-and-see attitude. Watch the iron hooves trample over the mountains and rivers. I stand at the heart of the storm, holding the sun and moon as they spin. Blood drowns the world in peace and happiness. I really want to live for another 500 years. When she sang this line, the director's expression changed. He kept repeating it. I stand at the heart of the storm, holding the sun and moon as they spin. The music ended. The director slammed the table and shouted excitedly, "Good song, good song." The music director beside him was shocked and speechless. He didn't understand why he was so excited. As a professional, he didn't say anything. The director saw the people around him looking and said excitedly, "This song is tailor-made for our TV series. Good, this is great. Listen to the lyrics." He played the recording again. Watch the iron hooves trample over the mountains and rivers. Blood drowns the world. Rest in peace in old age. Especially this line, I stand on the cusp of the wind and waves, holding the sun and the moon spinning. Everyone didn't understand. The director said loudly, "The sun and moon are bright." The protagonist is a famous general who fought against the Qing dynasty. Isn't he standing at the heart of the storm, holding the sun and moon in his hands? It's so appropriate. Everyone else understood. Li Yanhong said at the right time, "Not only are the lyrics and music ready, I also brought the accompanying music score." That's great. The music director was happy. He could save a lot of time. The director smiled and said to Li Yanhong, "We'll buy this song." Li Yanhong immediately said, "Bao Bao has a request. The copyright of this song is not for sale. It is only limited to the use of the TV series. Other than that, the crew can't use this song for profit in any way." The director thought for a moment. "No problem. We don't need other copyrights. Then let's talk about the price." Li Yanhong smiled. The next day, the crew of Great Ming's Liang General released a new promotional video on their official Weibo. On Weibo, netizens were discussing. A new promotional video? Did they change the song? Changed again? Is there something wrong with the crew? Is it Qin Zhe's song? It shouldn't be. Didn't you see Qin Bao's Weibo yesterday? Her brother told her to get lost. Get lost? Ah. The netizens chattered for a while and clicked to watch. The heavy and passionate music exploded in the ears of countless netizens. Along the gentle curve of the mountains and rivers. The central plains of love, the northern kingdoms and Jiangnan. Facing the ice blades, snow swords, wind and rain, affectionate companionship. Cherish the golden years that the heavens have given me. Not long after, the comments exploded. Damn, this song is amazing. Do I really want to live for another 500 years? Damn, it makes my blood boil, but at the same time I feel helpless and sad. Borrowing another 500 years from the heavens is probably the most longing wish of the TV series protagonist. Driving out the Qing dynasty and returning the Great Ming dynasty. Unfortunately, the mountains and rivers are broken, and the people's backs are broken. What kind of helplessness is this? Sometimes, humans are poor, so they want to borrow another 500 years from the heavens. This song really took my breath away. Qin Zhe is amazing. This song is written for Great Ming's Liang General, right? Look at the lyrics. I stand in the wind and waves, holding the sun and moon to rotate. At first listen, it feels very imposing and domineering. But here it's not just highlighting domineering. The sun and moon are bright. There's a deeper meaning. Damn it, Qin Bao hasn't posted nude photos of her brother recently. It's infuriating. We must firmly resist this kind of behavior. Everyone go to her Weibo to protest. Let's go, let's go. We want to see our husband's nude photos. Chapter 117. Borrow 500 years from the heavens, was on the rise. Deming Liangjiang's new promotional video was well received. It could be said that it saved the falling reputation. No, it was more than that. Because of the popularity of the song, the attention of the new drama also went up a level. The promotional video began to spread on the internet. It was completely viewed as a MV. The charm of a MV was that it could perfectly set off the emotions of a song. Many songs sounded ordinary, but once paired with a MV that fit the theme of the song, be it a poignant love story or a touching family relationship, the effect would be completely different. The promotional image of the cavalry and thousands of soldiers facing each other, paired with the passionate and heroic song Borrow 500 Years from the Heavens, the two complemented each other and the quality increased. A few days ago everyone was complaining, but now they were full of praise. Qin Zhe's reputation as a music genius rose again. The netizens teased, "I admire Qin Zhe when it comes to songwriting, the fastest gunman in history," etc. The industry was full of praise. At a certain record company. Have you seen Deming Liangjiang's MV? What MV? That's a promotional video. Anyway, I'll listen to it as a MV. It's so good it makes my blood boil. This Qinze is too amazing. Who writes songs like him? How can other musicians live? Excellent songs he writes just like that. Doesn't he need time to settle down? Leader, have we not thought of recruiting Qinze into the company? How could we not? We were rejected. Qin Bao is from Star Art, but Star Art didn't recruit him. Star Art Entertainment. A few small leaders were having a meal outside. Have you heard Borrow 500 Years from the Heavens? This song is not bad. It feels different when paired with the promotional video. I heard that the HR department called Qinze several times, but they were all rejected. He doesn't seem to be interested in joining the entertainment industry. Say this Qin Bao has a good song, but he didn't let the company operate it and made a private single without permission. You can't say that. Didn't the copyright of her songs all go to the company? Most of it is the online copyright. They didn't give it to her. This matter was indeed not handled beautifully. The higher-ups are very dissatisfied. President Kang wants to ban her, but President Huang is suppressing her. Why do you think President Huang likes Qin Bao and protects her so much? Isn't it just a small matter? I've taken a liking to her. That lady is really beautiful. Her legs can crush someone to death. There was a burst of laughter. In the evening, the big star Chu Yuyu, who had tens of millions of followers on Weibo, posted on Weibo, "Have you seen the new promotional video? The theme song is great and very exciting. I hope everyone will pay more attention to it. Please support Great Ming's Liang General. My younger brother is awesome. Even though I don't know how to sing, I can't help but want to ask you for a song." A date? Looking at childhood from afar, the other lead actor, Zhang Jinyun, gave a thumbs up. Fans supported their idols below and enthusiastically commented. Occasionally they teased Qinze, is little brother an official title? Then they continued to talk about other topics, such as Chu Yuyu was so beautiful in ancient dramas. She was so dazzling that no one could compare to her. Who knew that Qinze, who rarely appeared on Weibo, actually left a message on Weibo? He said, no. Recently, Qin Bao's brother complex has become more and more serious. She is trembling with fear. He was trying to forcefully create topics for Qin Bao and gain popularity. This was lively. It was even more exciting than a certain diva's scandal. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Qinze's reply was instantly pushed to the top. The netizens were delighted and teased. Little brother, steady. Sit tight. I'll send you up. You don't even lean against the wall when you pee. King admire you. What did I see? There's so much information. No, my goddess has a brother complex. Haha, German orthopedics. German orthopedics. You guys are too dirty. I just want to say 666. 666, quick. Go and Qin Bao. Find out the extent of her psychological trauma. If the brother is finished, the sister will go home and serve him with a stick. Qinze passed away at. How old was he again? This was not the end. Chu Yuyu silently liked it. Zhang Jinyun silently liked it. Su Yunhan silently liked it. Huang Yuding silently liked it. Chen Xiaotong also silently liked it. Hong Jingyao also silently liked it. The crew of De Ming's Liang General liked it. The program team of I Am a Singer also gave it a big like. Tuesday. The finals of I Am a Singer were about to begin. The entire internet was paying attention. Large and small media outlets were scrambling to report on it and increase its popularity. At the same time, the singers were scrambling to buy news and increase their exposure. On the TV station's official website, there was a voting campaign. The netizens could vote for their favorite singer. Each ID was limited to one vote. There were changes in the rankings. There was no such thing as a singer taking the lead. It could be seen that the competition for the finals was fierce. The day before yesterday, Qin Bao used the popularity of De Ming's Liang General to rush to the top of the rankings. She was quickly overtaken. Currently, the first place was the mixed-blood handsome man, Wales, a soul singer from the United Kingdom. He joined the program midway and successfully made a comeback. He became one of the most popular singers. Star Art Entertainment. Qin Bao wore a fresh cotton linen dress with a denim jacket. It added a bit of an artistic young woman's temperament to her gorgeous and enchanting beauty. It seemed that she was a lot more virtuous. Qin Bao was bored as she stirred the self-made coffee in her cup. She was waiting for her guest partner. It was a popular little fresh meat. A few years ago, he took part in a music variety show and became popular. He gained a lot of fangirls and became a B-list celebrity. It was a bit late to meet her now, but it was not her fault. It was Sulu's fault. Originally, her guest partner was an A-list singer from Star Art. Sulu was also an A-list celebrity. It had to be said that Star Art really valued Qin Baobao. They even pulled out all their cards. But there was a saying that plans could not keep up with changes. Sulu's guest partner had a last-minute job. He was going to film a movie as the second male lead. In order to make a profit, he could not participate in the program. So Qin Baobao's guest partner naturally became Sulu's. But Star Art was also kind and helped her find a popular little fresh meat. When Qin Zhe slandered his sister for having a brother complex, Qin Baobao was in the office fuming. She did not have time to settle the score with her brother. Fortunately, Qin Baobao's mentality had improved a lot recently. If she changed back to her glass heart, she would have to call her brother again. Her manager, Li Yanhong, pushed open the door and came in with two people. One was a woman in her early 30s and the other was around 25. He was about the same age as Qin Baobao. He was a handsome young man. He was the popular little fresh meat. Qin Baobao immediately stood up. She put on a smile and said, "Hello." The little fresh meat said, "Hello." His eyes fell on Qin Baobao's face. He couldn't look away. After a long time he finally looked away. Instead he looked at Qin Baobao's slender waist, perky butt and long legs. Perhaps it was because of his confidence that he had always been successful, but his gaze was very invasive. Qin Baobao's expression did not change. She was used to people peeking at her every day. She could not go out. Li Yanhong was full of smiles. She complimented, "Thank you very much for your help. I don't trust anyone else, but with you as my guest partner, there will definitely be no problem." The little fresh meat smiled politely. His manager said, "It just so happened that my schedule was arranged, so I came. To be honest, we actually took a risk. With our popularity, we can choose not to be your guest partner. If we lose, we will lose fans." Qin Baobao's smile faded. She didn't like what she had said. Li Yanhong was a wily old fox. Her smile did not change. She kept saying that she was in trouble. The female manager and the little fresh meat looked at each other. She took out a contract from her bag. "Before the rehearsal, there are a few requirements. First, we hope that you can sing our Young Master Yang song during the male and female duet segment. Second, no matter what the outcome is, I hope that you can book a song for us." As she spoke, the little fresh meat and the female manager looked at Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao's smile had long disappeared. Her expression was indifferent. She did not speak. She was afraid that the air would suddenly become quiet. This was when Li Yanhong showed her usefulness. She laughed dryly. "This doesn't seem to be part of the agreement." Chapter 118. "It's just a verbal agreement, we haven't signed a formal contract yet," the manager said. "Besides, we've mentioned this before and your company told us to discuss it with you in private." "But the song has already been decided," Li Yanhong said. "The rehearsal hasn't even started, how can it be decided?" "If it's decided in private, it can be changed," the manager said. Although she was angry at them for raising the price, Qin Baobao held it in. She frowned and said, "You want to promote the new song? No way. That's against the rules." Li Yanhong interrupted. "And the song request, is it part of the agreement or private?" The manager rolled her eyes. "Of course it's part of the agreement." Fine, it meant that they were giving a song for free. Li Yanhong was also unhappy. "You're raising the price. We didn't sign a contract, how is that raising the price? Young Master Yang is taking a risk by being a guest singer. You have to know that the opponents are all big names in the music industry. How confident are you in winning? It's hard to even get a good ranking. If the ranking is too bad, young Master Yang is in danger of losing fans. Just for appearance fees? Even a commercial costs more than that." Li Yanhong said, "No, you have two conditions, at most you can agree to one." "No, not one less." The two sides were in a stalemate. Young Master Yang was calm and looked at Qin Baobao playfully. This woman was really beautiful, her body was too hot. The best of the best. Qin Baobao sipped her coffee and said coldly, "Sisterly, see them out." Li Yanhong was stunned. Young Master Yang's smile froze. The manager raised her eyebrows. "What do you mean?" "I mean it literally." Qin Baobao looked straight at her. "Thank you for taking the time to come, but I don't think I need your help anymore. Since it's a verbal agreement, you don't have to pay a penalty for breaking the contract. Think carefully, the finals will start in a few days. It takes time to arrange a guest singer, discuss it and rehearse it. Don't be impulsive. Star Art has artists who are more famous than young Master Yang, but if they were all available, they wouldn't be looking for us." The female manager said. She had done a detailed investigation and knew that Qin Bao was short on time. Moreover, Qin Bao was a semi-newcomer with a weak foundation and weak connections. It was impossible to find someone in a short period of time. Only then did he have the confidence to ask for a sky-high price. I don't need you to worry about me. Qin Bao rolled her eyes. See the guest out? Then there's nothing to talk about. The female manager grabbed the contract and left with the young hunk. After the two left. What kind of person is he? Li Yanhong spat. Qin Bao was expressionless. Sister Su, do you have time? She went up north to hold a concert. Are there really no artists in the company who are available? First and B-list celebrities have very tight schedules. It's definitely not possible to insert one at the last minute. Those who don't have tight schedules might not even be as famous as young Master Yang. After all, he was a popular young hunk. Qin Bao frowned. Li Yanhong paced back and forth in the office, regretting. I should have agreed with them just now. The company has already arranged a guest for us. It's not right for the company to blow it up like that. Agree? If you take a step back, he'll take 10 steps forward. Believe it or not, he'll create more trouble for us before the competition. Qin Bao sneered. Then what should we do? Li Yanhong sighed. Although Sister Li hasn't made it big, she's been in the manager circle for more than 10 years. I'll find someone to help. Brother Yang, are you free tonight? Let's go out for dinner. Hey, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask if our teacher Shang has time for the live broadcast of Pop Star on Friday. You don't have time? Alright then, let's meet up some other day. Hey Dong, does your artist have time on Friday? If you don't have time, then I'll ask you to do me a favor. How would you know if you haven't tried? Let me tell you, Qin Bao songs are absolutely exquisite. It's not certain who will win. Why are you scared? Hello. Liu, you still owe me a favor a few years ago. I'll be frank with you. Qin Bao needs a guest partner. Your teacher Zhou's manager. Are you afraid of losing? Don't talk nonsense. Do you agree or not? Don't talk to me about this. If you don't agree, just say it. After making 4 or 5 phone calls, Li Yanhong returned empty-handed. A group of bad friends, Li Yanhong muttered. It's not that they don't have time, but they're afraid of losing popularity. It's not worth it. They only have their own interests in their eyes. They don't even know how to help their friends. Qin Bao said in her heart, a group of bad friends is a good word. They're not reliable at all. Sister Li, it's fine if you can't find one. Qin Bao was very calm. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, which made her 36D look even more spectacular. I'm going to ask my brother for help. Him? Li Yanhong was both amused and angry. She said, Bao, you're too inexperienced. I know your brother is very popular. Even my niece is very obsessed with him. She's shouting that she wants to give birth to a monkey for him, although she's only in junior high school. But you have to understand that internet celebrities and celebrities are two different concepts. Internet celebrities and internet celebrities are limited to the internet. They can't be popular in real life. You've never heard of hiring an internet celebrity for a TV series, right? Hiring an internet celebrity for an advertisement? Sister Li is telling you, it's better to hire a third-tier celebrity than your brother as a guest partner. Give birth to a monkey? Qin Bao was shocked. That's not the point, Li Yanhong said loudly. Don't think that your brother can play the piano, write songs, and release photo albums. He's really unreliable when he appears on TV. Silly girl, don't let your imagination run wild. Li Yanhong's words made sense. Qin Bao naturally understood. Qin Zhe was famous, but it was not enough to compete on the same stage as a celebrity. However, Qin Bao had her own thoughts and plans. Qin Bao was unmoved. I have to discuss this with my brother first. Li Yanhong said, it depends on whether he's willing to come. You said that your brother doesn't like attention. Qin Bao chuckled and was full of confidence. Don't worry about that. If I ask him to come, he won't dare to not come. How about this, let him give it a try. Whether I use him or not depends on his performance. Okay, you can go out for a while. Qin Bao often bragged about how dignified she was at home as a big sister and how obedient her brother was. The less dignified she was at home, the more she bragged outside. It was probably a way to find a psychological balance. Li Yanhong walked out of the office in confusion. After the door closed, Qin Bao grabbed her phone and dialed her brother's number. After a few seconds, her expression changed quickly. Ace, I'm being bullied again, sob. It was time to show her real acting skills. This was a little tricky, so she had to trick her brother first. On the 9th floor of Star Art in the yoga room, Su Lu and her manager were sitting cross-legged on yoga mats. Her hands were twisted from her neck to her back and one foot was pressed against her lower back, showing off her voluptuous and exquisite figure and her supple curves. Sulu was 30 this year. This was the age when women were at their most charming and attractive. She was the target of praise from experienced men. However, for women after 30 their appearance and skin would go downhill. No matter how well they took care of themselves, could they be as tender and firm as a woman in her 20s? Yoga was the best choice for shaping and fitness. She did 2 hours of yoga every day without fail. Her manager laughed. I heard that Qin Bao Bao chased away the guest singer? Sulu nodded. Newcomers with results are all arrogant. They don't know how to compromise or give in. Her manager said indifferently, their request was too much. If it were me I wouldn't agree either. Sulu smiled lightly. Without the guest singer, Qin Bao Bao was equivalent to cutting off her own path of survival. She couldn't be happier. The workplace was like a battlefield. As one of the female artists in star art, she wanted to protect her position. In recent years her acting career had reached a bottleneck. It was the time when she felt the greatest sense of crisis. Coincidentally, Qin Bao Bao appeared out of nowhere and made her smell the danger. Su Yunhan wasn't enough to shake her position. A second-tier singer who could only sing had obvious limitations in terms of appearance and talent. However, Qin Bao Bao was different. This girl was born with great qualifications. She had a great voice and a brother who was known as a musical genius. She was simply favored by the heavens. It was foreseeable that she would become famous in the music industry in the future. On top of that, Qin Bao Bao was too beautiful and had a great figure. If a woman like her entered the film industry, she would be able to train for a few years. What kind of scene would that be? She couldn't keep her position as Star Art's #1 artist. Over the years, Sulu had squeezed out a few high-quality shares. She had used both underhanded and overt schemes. Relying on Kang Xian's support, she had won every battle. When it came to Qin Bao Bao, she finally hit a wall. She was a tough bone to chew. Star Art CEO Huang Yizong's appreciation of Qin Bao Bao made Sulu jealous and confused. However, she also had Kang Xian behind her. Moreover, Kang Xian's relationship with her was definitely not something that Huang Yizong and Qin Bao Bao could compare to. So far, it seemed that Huang Yizong's appreciation was just that. He didn't have any intention of being Qin Bao Bao's father. He could help with small matters but he didn't always pay attention to Qin Bao Bao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to steal resources from Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 119. By the time Qin Zhe was summoned to Star Art by his sister, it was already 2 in the afternoon. This time, the receptionist didn't need to call Qin Bao as she recognized Qin Zhe immediately. The receptionist threw flirtatious glances at Qin Zhe. The female staff passing by also commented on Qin Zhe. Look, it's Qin Bao's little brother. So handsome, he's even more handsome in person than in the video. Shallow, look at his body, that's the best. Yes, my desktop is his nude photo. Super manly. Qin Zhe braced himself and walked over. He found his sister's office with ease and pushed the door open without knocking. Qin Bao was munching on snacks at the moment. When she saw her brother come in, she hurriedly hid the snacks in the drawer and pretended to wipe her tears, crying, Ace, I feel wronged, I want kisses, hugs, I want to be raised high. Wipe your mouth clean before you continue, otherwise it'll be too dramatic. Qin Zhe reached out to help his sister wipe off the snack fragments at the corner of her mouth. He pinched her smooth face and pulled hard. His sister's face was deformed in his hands as she cried, ouch, ouch, ouch. After punishing his sister, Qin Zhe went straight to the point, what are you up to now? He knew that his sister must have something to discuss with him. Qin Bao Bao then briefly recounted what had happened. After that, she looked at Qin Zhe eagerly. Qin Zhe wanted to give his sister an expression that said, excuse me? So why did you call me? Qin Zhe hugged his sister's head and pressed it against his chest. Cry if you want, I'll lend you my firm chest. Qin Bao Bao used a lot of strength to push him away and almost suffocated to death. She panted and said, who wants your breasts? Aren't you here to complain to me? Qin Zhe was stunned. Although I've known that my younger brother is a good-for-nothing since I was very young, you should think more highly of yourself. Even good-for-nothings can be used. Qin Bao Bao snorted. Hey, you've got guts. I haven't heard you complain about me in a long time. Qin Zhe pinched his sister's face again. But she dodged. Qin Bao Bao hugged her brother's arm and said coquettishly, brother, please help me. Qin Zhe was confused. How can I help? I've already written the song. I'll be in charge of writing and you'll be in charge of singing. I've already completed my task. All I need to do is shout 666 a few times during the competition. What else do you want from me? Qin Bao Bao said, "Are you just a salted fish who only knows how to shout 666? I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to be my guest singer." Qin Zhe looked at her strangely. After a long while he muttered, "My sister isn't a joker." He touched Qin Bao Bao's forehead and was even more puzzled. "You don't have a fever. You're the joker. Your whole family is jokers. Ba ba ba." Qin Bao Bao spat at him and pinched her brother's waist. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and say yes. If you say yes you'll be rewarded." Qin Bao Bao pressed her finger on her red lips and winked at him. His sister always used such tricks. She also instilled in him thoughts like, "I'm no longer an ordinary person. I'm an internet celebrity with countless fangirls. Many girls are crying and begging to have children with me. Can you stop tricking me? Can you be less scheming and more sincere?" Qin Zhe resisted his sister's temptation. "Besides, even if I have a bit of popularity, it can't be higher than a celebrity." Qin Zhe was very rational. He suspected that his sister's IQ had regressed. When it came to business, his sister didn't play tricks. She said seriously, "The company previously arranged an A-list celebrity for me, but it fell through. Although the company treated me well, I can't compete with Su Lu. The other B-list celebrities can't get a slot, so they have to make do with a C-list celebrity. I don't have any hope in the finals." Qin Bao Bao had potential, but she was a newcomer. Su Lu was an A-list celebrity. The difference between the two was huge. And their contributions to the company couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Star art didn't belong to the Qin family. Why would they think of Qin Bao Bao all the time? Was that possible? She was able to appear on the stage of I Am a Singer, as a newcomer, and was even paired with an A-list celebrity as a guest singer. Star art already thought highly of her. Which newcomer in the company would receive such treatment? Qin Zhe nodded. It seemed that his sister's IQ was online. "The song you asked me to practice, I really can't sing it. But I think it's my biggest chip in the finals." "So?" Qin Zhe looked at her. The elder sister rubbed her younger brother's head and said gently, "But you're good. Didn't you sing it before? Don't talk about the fact that you're a little famous now. Even if you weren't famous, I'm very confident that I'd be able to compete with those singers for the championship with the amazing song you sang." Li Yanhong said that you can't compare to a C-list celebrity. That's true, but a C-list celebrity can't sing that song. She had a lot of confidence in Qin Zhe's song. Qin Zhe said suspiciously, "So you're not afraid at all? You wanted to drag me down with you a long time ago. Rejecting the guest singer was just a matter of pushing the boat along with the current." He didn't believe that his sister was a fool. His sister was one of the singers with the highest chance of winning the championship. After his sister realized that she couldn't sing that song, she felt that the championship wasn't in the bag. She had the idea of dragging him down with her. Coincidentally, the guest singer had fallen through, so she took the opportunity to reject the guest singer. Bullied again, I need my brother to make a decision. They were all just acting pitiful in front of him. Everything was going according to her train of thought. Qin Zhe realized that there was a reason why he was bullied by his sister since he was young. Qin Bao Bao had always liked to act like a weak girl in front of her brother. Seeing that he was coming to his senses, she quickly acted coquettishly and said, "Aya, help your sister." He frowned and felt a headache coming on. He was so annoyed. Qin Zhe had been a good child since he was young. He only received a little red flower in kindergarten, the kind that the whole class received. He also received a Good Child award in the first grade, which was still the standard for the whole class. After that, he basically had no fate with awards. Such a mediocre child, his legs were weak and his tongue was tied when he went on stage to speak. Suddenly he was pushed onto the stage and stood under the bright lights, facing hundreds of live audience members and countless viewers from all over the country who were watching the live broadcast. He was really scared. Qin Bao Bao saw that he was silent for a long time. How could she not know her brother's character? She knew that something was wrong and begged, "Ace, you're the only child in our family. You're the only man that your sister can rely on. After all, your sister raised you up with a lot of shit and urine. It's been hard on you. You can't be so heartless." Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Bullsh *T, you're the one who raised me up with a lot of shit and urine. You even stole my milk powder when you were 3 and my lollipops when you were 5. I remember it all in my little notebook." Qin Bao Bao saw that acting coquettishly was useless, so she changed her strategy. If the soft approach didn't work, she used the hard approach. She snorted and said, "I don't know who slandered me on Weibo 2 days ago." Qin Zhe immediately said, "Wasn't I just trying to make myself popular? Who was it for?" Qin Bao Bao said faintly, If I tell my father, will you die a horrible death? Qin Zhe's scalp went numb. You've grown up, Qin Baobao. You're even willing to do something like sacrificing yourself to kill 1,000 enemies? Qin Baobao raised her face. Come on, let's hurt each other. Qin Zhe thought for a few minutes. During this time, Qin Baobao leaned her head on his shoulder and absent-mindedly played with her phone. Let's give it a try. Qin Zhe sighed. His mission was to help Qin Baobao win the championship. Qin Baobao could shirk her responsibility, but he couldn't. He had to bite the bullet and do it. Qin Zhe communicated with the system yesterday and asked if he would become a vegetable if his points were reset to 0. To his surprise, the system said no. The reason was that when the system first took over him, his physical condition wasn't enough to pay for the system's departure. But now he couldn't be compared to before. In other words, he had enough energy to pay for the system's departure. But was Qin Zhe really willing to give up on the system? Qin Baobao's face bloomed with a bright smile. Her eyes sparkled. Good brother, big sister's kiss reward. After saying that, her small mouth moved over and gave Qin Zhe a few kisses. Qin Zhe said, You kiss me every time. It's not fair. I want to kiss you back. Big sister kisses you because she cares. Your big sister is a pervert. It was no wonder that Qin Baobao understood it this way. She inherited the kiss reward routine from Qin Ma. Every time Qin Zhe was beaten, Qin Ma would hug little Qin Zhe and comfort him by giving him kisses as a reward. Qin Zhe felt that although his father was hateful, he still had his mother who loved him at home. His wounded heart was comforted. Qin Baobao watched from the side and understood Qin Ma's routine. Qin Zhe suddenly understood. When big sister was young, she was very sharp-tongued and clever. She bullied him like a little queen. Now that she had grown up, she was even more childish. She liked to act spoiled and cute in front of her younger brother. Was it because in terms of fighting strength she had no hope of making a comeback, so she changed her routine and retreated in order to advance? She made full use of her identity as a weak woman and changed her routine to control her younger brother? Damn, my sister is a scheming woman. Thinking about how he was being forced to do something beyond his ability, Qin Zhe was unhappy. He said in a depressed tone, This road is not easy to walk. You're under someone else's roof and you're being controlled everywhere. In the future, I'll open my own entertainment company to support you. Qin Baobao was not angry anymore. She was overjoyed. She leaned on the desk and laughed. Her shoulders trembled. Ace, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Qin Zhe was angry. He could not stand his sister's contempt. He raised his hand and slapped her butt. He said angrily, Laugh again. I won't laugh, ha. Ouch, don't hit my butt. Qin Baobao covered her butt with one hand and her stomach with the other. Was it so easy to open an entertainment company? First of all, one had to have money and connections. Otherwise the business would not be good. Her younger brother rarely boasted in front of her. She felt funny when she heard it. It took big sister a long time to hold back her laughter. She picked up the cup and drank tea to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. She asked, Do you have any plans? Qin Zhe said seriously, Let's set a small goal first. Make 100 million. A mouthful of tea was sprayed on Qin Zhe's face. Big sister threw the cup away and laughed like crazy. Qin Baobao. The veins on Qin Zhe's forehead bulged. Ouch, don't hit me. I'm not laughing at you. Don't be angry. Let big sister kiss you, ha. Chapter 120. Friday, 4 p.m. Shanghai TV station. I Am a Singer's production team was in full swing. They were moving props, checking the lighting, setting up the set, checking the script. Everyone was rushing to and fro as they worked. The director commanded his minions just like an emperor commanding his army. The assistant director ran over and said, Director Peng, the singers are here. Do you want to meet them and talk to them? The director nodded. Stay here and check the equipment and lighting. Don't make any mistakes. It's a live broadcast today. The whole country is watching. The director walked out of the set and went to the lounge. Huang Yuding and a middle-aged man were already waiting on the sofa. The two of them stood up. Director Peng. Teacher Huang, Teacher Zhao, you're early. Director Peng smiled and shook their hands. I haven't sung in a long time. Let's rehearse later. Is that okay? Teacher Zhao smiled. Huang Yuding's guest partner was Zhao Nan, an A-list celebrity. He had been in the music industry in the early stages of his debut. He was the type who could act and sing, but definitely could not compare to professional singers. In recent years, the road to becoming a singer was not easy. He had gradually shifted his focus to the film industry and had not sung for many years. However, since he was a guest partner, his singing skills were secondary. It was enough that he was popular. If they really invited a heavenly king, they would steal all the limelight. Moreover, heavenly kings would not come to such a variety show because it was meaningless. Huang Yuding and Zhao Nan rehearsed a few times and were very satisfied. Director Peng led them to the lounge. Teacher Zhao's singing skills have not deteriorated. Zhao Nan waved his hand. I'm not as energetic as before. I used to sing for half a day without panting. Huang Yuding joked. If you continue to develop in the music industry, you might surpass me. Go go go. As the three of them chatted, the other singers arrived one after another. Su Lu and her celebrity guest partner had arrived. Teacher Su Io Old Chi, long time no see. Director Peng. Director Peng. Li Shuigong and his guest partner followed closely behind. Teacher Li, you're finally here. Teacher Chu, I've heard a lot about you. I haven't had the chance to work with you. Hello, Director Peng. Then it was Li Rongxing and Wales. Each singer's guest partner was a well-known figure in the entertainment industry. They were either A-list movie stars or B-list stars, but they had a great reputation in the music industry. The number of fans behind him could be said to be massive, and the lineup was powerful. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Director Peng looked left and right. Qin Bao Bao isn't here yet? He looked at Su Lu. Su Lu put on a fake smile. Who knows? Director Peng was puzzled. She came to rehearse the day before yesterday and she was also alone. I asked her where her guest singer was. She didn't say anything. So mysterious. When the crowd heard this, they immediately became alert. Trying to be mysterious? Could it be that Qin Bao Bao's guest partner was someone special? Su Lu chuckled. The company arranged for her to have a male idol as her partner, but for some reason they had a falling out and she didn't have a partner. Everyone was relieved when they heard that. Things were different now. Qin Bao Bao was already very popular. She was already a B-list celebrity. Her figure and face were all bonus points. There were too many fans who liked her and too many people were obsessed with her. It was just like how girls liked handsome young men. The internet said that Qin Bao Bao was the goddess of otakus. Although the goddess of otakus was not worth much, nowadays, even a slightly prettier third or fourth-rate female artist dared to call herself the goddess of otakus. None of the singers present dared to pat their chests and say that they could beat Qin Bao Bao. It was good news that she didn't have a guest partner. After waiting for a long time, Qin Bao Bao finally arrived. Behind her was a handsome young man. This young man was not unfamiliar. At least, the program crew and a few contestants recognized him. The guest partner, however, did not recognize him. Miss Qin, you're finally here. Director Peng greeted her warmly but only nodded at Qin Bao Bao. He grabbed Qin Zhe's hand and smiled. Teacher, Qin. This form of address was also awkward. The siblings were in the same boat. Qin Zhe nodded. He thought to himself, who are you? Do I know you? He felt that the middle-aged man in front of him looked familiar. His sister's words reminded him. Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, this is Director Peng, the executive director and planner of the program. Qin Zhe then remembered that he had met this director once before. There was a reason why Director Peng was so enthusiastic about Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was famous in the music industry. He was a musical genius and a godly composer. He had a bright halo above his head. Most importantly, he was currently a solo artist. Director Peng had always wanted to recruit him into the TV station. He could write songs to make Qin Bao Bao famous, but he could also make others famous. Although Qin Bao Bao was popular, she was still someone else's child. It was enough to be polite and not too enthusiastic. Director Peng pulled Qin Zhe aside and chatted for a while. After that, he looked around. Miss Qin, where's your guest partner? Qin Bao Bao pointed at her brother. It's him. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Director Peng was stunned. In the spacious lounge, more than 10 celebrities looked at Qin Zhe in unison. Guest partner? Him. Zhao Nan whispered to Huang Yuding beside her. Who is he? A new idol in the entertainment industry? Qin Zhe was not a celebrity after all. It was not to the extent that Zhao Nan did not know him. He's Qin Bao Bao's brother. He's good at writing songs. Do you remember him? Huang Yuding explained softly. Oh, so it's him. I've heard of him, but this is the first time I've seen him. He's so young. Zhao Nan smiled. But can he sing well? Although the guest partner doesn't have to be a professional singer, his standard should be guaranteed. What Zhao Nan meant was that being good at writing songs did not mean that he was good at singing. Who knows? I've never heard him sing before. Whether he sings well or not has nothing to do with us. But if we make friends with him, it'll be easier to ask him for songs in the future. Huang Yuding said, "We can't be like Su Lu and attract hatred." Su Lu and Qin Baobao have a grudge? Zhao Nan's eyes lit up. Celebrities love to gossip too. Qin Baobao's position was originally Su Lu's. Anyway, they're in the same company. It's just a matter of fighting for resources and status. You're familiar with this? Huang Yuding said. In their careers they had all played the role of Qin Baobao or Su Lu. Zhao Nan's doubts were shared by everyone else. Everyone knew how good Qin Zhe was at writing songs. Looking at the most popular songs on the internet, 5 out of 10 songs were written by him. Qin Baobao was a newcomer. In just 2 months she climbed to the bottom of the B-list. She could not rely on her beauty alone. Most of it was due to Qin Zhe's efforts. But how did he become a guest singer? He was not a professional singer at all. Also, could he hold the stage? Did an ordinary person have the mental fortitude to perform in such a big event? Did he have the foundation of popularity? In everyone's heart, internet celebrities and celebrities were different. Celebrities were the glorious path, while internet celebrities were the unorthodox path. They were not presentable. Although live streaming platforms were very popular, there were still good and bad people. Besides, they were limited to a small area. Once they left the live streaming platform, they were nothing. They had never heard of internet celebrities acting in movies or doing commercials. Qin Zhe was not a live streamer, but he was indeed an internet celebrity. The so-called rehearsal was actually just going through the motions. After going on stage, they knew where to stand, where to stand, where to stand, where to stand, where to stand. The singer had to be careful not to look at the camera. As for the song they were going to sing, they had already rehearsed a few days ago. The sky was getting dark and the time for the finals was getting closer. Outside the venue, Pei Ziki and a few friends were waiting at the entrance. The ticketing and security checks had already begun. Why isn't Li Donglai here yet? Pei Ziki was getting impatient from waiting. There were 2 men and 3 women beside her. If Qin Zhe were here, he would definitely recognize them. They were the children of the rich and powerful officials that he had met at the KTV that day. Li Zongwei, who liked Pei Ziki, and Zhang Wangyun, whose mother was a big entrepreneur in Shanghai. The 3 women were Yi Ro, Gu Qing, and Qin Qingyuan, who was not enchanting and did not wear smoky makeup. Yi Ro said, "Let's wait a little longer. Maybe there's a traffic jam on the way." She was dressed like a pretty girl from a humble family. She was exquisite and beautiful. Pei Ziki glanced at her from the corner of her eyes and pursed her lips. Her best friend had a good impression of Li Donglai. Li Donglai was not handsome, but he was loyal and lively. He was also the roguish and sunny type. Yi Ro had a soft personality, so the 2 of them complemented each other. It was just that Li Donglai was not enlightened. He was just a piece of rotten wood. If he turned a blind eye to the little beauty's good impression of him, he would be single for the rest of his life. Pei Ziki thought so and then glanced at Qin Qingyuan. Among her best friends, only Qin Qingyuan's figure and appearance could be compared to hers. This girl had been ill recently. Yes, lovesickness. Ever since the KTV incident, she had fallen hopelessly in love with Qin Zhe. Because of one sentence from him, she no longer wore seductive and smoky makeup. She stayed at home obediently and behaved like a good girl. Her parents were so scared that they thought their daughter had some mental illness. They even called her. When they found out that their daughter had someone she liked, the old couple was quite pleased. They did not oppose or support this matter and just looked on coldly. If that boy could turn their daughter back on the right path, they would be happy to see it happen. However, Qin Qingyuan complained to Pei Ziki several times. "Why is Qinggu ignoring me? He doesn't even reply to my messages. Has Qin Zhe come to your house recently? Ziki, can I go to your house as a guest? Ziki, can you ask Qinggu out to play?" She was another unrequited resentful girl. Pei Ziqi really wanted to tell this silly girl that she should stop thinking about him. He wouldn't be interested in her at all. He had a big sister who was a calamity. Who knows, he might even drool at the sight of her sister every day. How would he be interested in a little girl like her? A cool breeze blew and it started to rain heavily. Pitter-patter, the rain curtain was endless. Li Donglai got out of the car. He shrank his head, bent down, and ran in the rain like a defeated dog. Damn, it's raining just like that. Li Donglai patted the raindrops on his body. "I didn't bring an umbrella." Thank you." He took a pack of tissues from Yi Ro. Qin Qingyuan looked into the rain and said disappointedly, "Li Donglai, where's your teacher?" "How would I know? I've already started school. He can't teach me for long. It'll be over in September. I haven't seen him for a few days," Li Donglai said. Qin Qingyuan looked at Pei Ziki unhappily. "She said that Qinggu would come, so I came to watch the show. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothered to watch any show." Pei Ziki rolled her eyes. Don't worry, he'll definitely come. Maybe he's already in the venue. His sister was Qin Bao. How could he not come on such an important day? When Qin Qingyuan heard this, she immediately said, "The ticket inspection is starting. Let's go in." Love struck. Chapter 121. At the venue. 3, 2, 1, the director announced the time in person. With a loud bang, all the cameras were in place and the live broadcast signal was connected. The live broadcast of I Am a Singer officially began. The host Yin Jia appeared in a splendid outfit. Smoke puffed out from both sides of the aisle from time to time. Welcome to I Am a Singer, sponsored by Liangji Cosmetics. I'm your host Yin Jia. Hello to the audience at the scene, and hello to the audience in front of the TV. This is the live broadcast of the finals of Singer. Tonight we will decide the champion among all the singers. Applause and cheers. The audience was enthusiastic. The audience held LED boards in their hands. On them were Huang Yuding, Wales, Su Lu, Qin Bao Bao, Li Shuigang, Li Rongxing. Each singer had their own fan club. Then Yin Jia left the stage and the screen switched to the backstage. In the singers' lounge, the singers were chatting and talking. At this time, someone pushed the door open and came in. The singers looked over and then exclaimed, "Oh, it's you." Li Rongxing was stunned. "Why is it you? Oh my God." Li Shuigang was stunned. So were the other singers. Their acting skills were superb. Long time no see, long time no see. Huang Yuding stood up with a smile. "This is my guest partner." The more surprised they were, the more curious the audience was. But they couldn't see who it was because the man's face was pixelated. "Who is it? Damn, do you have to keep us in suspense?" Judging from his clothes, it's a man. The singers are all surprised. "Who is it? Damn, I'm so curious. I really want to rush backstage to see which big shot is coming." Huang Yuding's guest partner is definitely not an ordinary person. Is it from the music industry or the film industry? The audience felt as if there was a cat scratching their hearts. Then Li Shuigang, Su Lu, Li Rongxing, and the guest partners appeared one after another. The singers showed off their skills, but the audience couldn't see the guests' faces. Their curiosity was about to explode. Especially when the guest partners of Wales and Qin Bao Bao appeared. The former was shocked and had a huge reaction. The latter was dumbstruck and speechless. It formed a strong contrast. On the internet, the analysts could no longer sit still. Wales's guest singers seemed to be very influential. Looking at the expressions of these singers, it's obvious that they're different from the others. I dare say that she is a big shot, at least an A-lister, or even a heavenly king or heavenly queen of the music industry. Meanwhile, Qin Bao Bao's celebrity guest partner paid attention to the expressions of the singers. They all looked very shocked and confused. The contrast was too obvious. If they were also heavenly kings and queens or big shots of the same weight class, they would probably have the same reaction, shock. But that wasn't the case. I felt that the singers were a little confused, so I judged that Qin Bao Bao's guest partner's identity might be out of everyone's expectations. At present, we only know that it's a man and he's quite tall. Are you for real? You sound so logical. It's impossible for a heavenly king or heavenly queen, right? Would someone of that level really come? There aren't any heavenly kings and queens these days. Even if there are, it's just a result of flattery. There are hundreds of flowers blooming in the entertainment industry. What's impossible? In the current entertainment industry, there was a new generation every 3 years. Even the heavenly kings and queens did not mean that they could look down on everyone. Don't deify them. That's right. A heavenly king or heavenly queen has an advantage, but it doesn't mean that they will definitely win. That's why they are unwilling to participate in this kind of variety show. If they win, they should, but if they lose, they will lose face. Let's see the results. The program team is really smart. They are so curious about the celebrity guest partner. The audience was shouting excitedly. They were looking forward to seeing the celebrity guest partner's face, especially the celebrity guest partner of Wales and Qin Bao Bao. The effect that the program team wanted was still achieved. They successfully aroused the audience's curiosity. Next was the drawing of lots. The first round of voting was given to the 500 audience members present, but it was no longer a one-on-one competition. The order of the singers was decided by the drawing of lots. Li Shuigang, Li Rongxing, Huang Yuding, Qin Bao Bao, Su Lu, Wales. Yin Jia announced loudly, "Let's welcome our first singer, Li Shuigang." Li Shuigang was not singing the rock song that made him famous. Instead, he was singing a slow song about fatherly love. Coupled with his deep and hoarse voice, it was very emotional. The audience was not stingy with their applause and cheers. His fans were even more excited. Nice. Professionals are really different. Hurry up and vote for him. Under the auspices of Yin Jia, the voting results were announced. 459 votes. Applause for our teacher Li Shuigang. The fans screamed. Li Shuigang was temporarily in first place. The remaining singers took turns to appear. Huang Yuding was temporarily in first place. This ranking changed after Qin Baobao appeared. In a place far away from the city. In my fertile and smoky hometown. There's a place called the Beacon Tower. I used to be with a girl named Chu. Leaning on each other to watch the moon. Smelling the faint fragrance of osmanthus flowers. Qin Baobao's song was of course an original. Qin Zhe's song must be the best. This was the consensus of most of the audience, unless they did not know who Qin Zhe was, such as the absent-minded Chen Qingyuan. She did not pay much attention to the entertainment industry and only occasionally looked at the little fresh meat. She did not pay attention to Qin Baobao at all, so she had no way of knowing the relationship between Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. Pei Ziki did not say anything because she felt that this girl had no chance. Why bother? Li Donglai could not tell that Chen Qingyuan was drooling over his master. Why would she say something for no reason? Huang Yuding nodded. This song is very flavorful. There's a sense of vicissitudes in it. The rhythm is very comfortable. Li Rongxing echoed, Qin Baobao's breath is long and a little low. She mastered this song very well. It doesn't sound out of place. Li Shuigang nodded slightly. Su Lu simply remained silent. Wales mumbled something. There was no need for his assistant to translate. Everyone could understand English. Wales said, this song is not as good as the previous ones. Why didn't she choose a good song for the finals? It seems like everyone chooses not to sing their best song. Li Rongxing secretly rolled his eyes. This foreign boy was really a straightforward boy. It was not easy to explain. After all, the national conditions were different. Chinese people like to put good things as the finale. Moreover, the first performance was just a warm-up. The real battle was yet to come. The voting channel had not been opened yet. All the audience watching the live broadcast could cast their votes. If they showed their trump card early, would they still be able to play later? The other singers smiled and did not explain. Miss Chu was a very flavorful song. It was very chewy. It was not amazing at first, but the more one listened to it, the better it sounded. Of course, there was a gap between it and the exaggerated and melodious blue and white porcelain that tore people's hearts apart. Now we will announce the results of the live voting, 470 votes. On the screen Yin Jia announced the votes for Qin Baobao. The whole venue cheered. Miss Chu is so beautiful. It is full of vicissitudes and has a unique charm. There is an indescribable flavor. Qin Baobao's singing has improved. Her voice does not even tremble. Sister is so amazing. Sister? Her younger brother is my husband. Is there a problem? Ha ha ha. The next contestant was Su Lu. Su Lu's votes were not as good as Qin Baobao's. Her votes were even lower than Huang Yuding's and Li Shuigang's. She only had a dozen votes more than Li Rongxing. On the stage of singers, her popularity was not as good. Quick vote for Su Lu. Do you guys have good taste? An A-lister only has so many votes? Damn, her singing is much better than Qin Baobao's. How come there are so few votes? The last singer, Wales, appeared on the stage. The audience suddenly burst into cheers. Especially the female fans who screamed non-stop. Wales's looks were undeniable. His facial features were well defined. Because he was of mixed blood, he had the gentleness of an Asian. He was not as rough as a Westerner. Speaking of which, he was similar to Qin Baobao. They relied on their good looks to become popular quickly. They both started from scratch. Wales, hubby, damn, I really have to hand it to you women. You call everyone hubby. Yeah. Didn't you say that Qin Baobao's younger brother is your hubby? Humph, it's none of your business. He's handsome and righteous. That's right. Anyway, Qin Zhe is not on this stage. There's no conflict. I'm here today because of Wales. He's so handsome. Mixed blood is so handsome. He's so handsome, so handsome. It was an interesting phenomenon. Qin Zhe's fangirls and Wales's fangirls did not conflict. This was because women were fickle. They called both Wales and Qin Zhe hubby. There were many hubby online. They were as worthless as the otaku goddess. Female fans always liked to call the little fresh meats hubby. It was a term they used voluntarily. She was known as the goddess of otakus, and it seemed that she never asked for the opinions of the otakus. Wales went on stage wearing a British-style coat. He was 1.8 meters tall, and if described in Korean dramas, he would be a proper long-legged appa. As soon as the mixed blood went on stage, he threw flirtatious glances at the audience. His gaze attracted countless girls. This guy was singing in Russian. It was indeed a good song, and his singing skills were also very good. He followed the high-pitched style of his soul singer, loud and penetrating. It was very unique. The audience could not understand, but it did not stop them from being intoxicated. The song itself was not bad, and it was sung by whales. When an idol sang, even if he sang like a piece of sh*t, the fans would still be full of praise. The audience was still okay. At least there was a translation on the big screen. The singers in the waiting room were confused. They could not see the translated subtitles on the screen. What was he singing? It sounded so high class. They could not understand a single word. If it was English, it was still okay. Everyone knew it. But Russian was at a loss. Li Rongxing saw Qin Baobao clapping to the beat and mumbling. It seemed like she was singing along. Li Rongxing was confused. Baobao, you know this too? Chapter 122. The other singers all looked over. Qin Baobao smiled and said, "Of course." When translated into Chinese, this song is called, "The Girl Who Broke My Heart." It's a Russian rock song that's been around for more than a decade. She frowned. Wales's pronunciation is not accurate. He didn't sing a lot of the lines. How am I supposed to respond to that? Li Rongxing smiled bitterly in his heart. Bao Bao is a foreign language major? Qin Bao Bao shook her head. No. If it's not a foreign language, how can you say that his Russian is not accurate? This young lady sure knows how to brag. Everyone was speechless. Su Lu curled her lips in disdain, but she did not question or mock Qin Bao Bao. It was not that she did not want to, but the venue was not suitable. There were cameras here. Speaking of Russian, Qin Bao Bao could be considered half an expert. At least it was not worse than English. Her grandfather was proficient in Russian. When he was young, he felt that his son's aptitude was lacking and that there was no one to carry on what he had learned. Thus, he set his sights on his daughter. Qin Bao Bao had it tough when she was in elementary school. In addition to going to school, she had to take ballet, violin, and drawing classes. When she returned home, she had to be caught by her father to learn Russian. The older sister with her hair in pigtails would often crawl into her younger brother's bed in the middle of the night. Without saying a word, she would cry and encourage her younger brother. Elope with me. I've had enough of crazy women and crazy old men. I'll marry you in the future to repay you. At that time, Qin Zhe was at most a kindergarten teacher. He wanted to do it, but he did not have the ability. He was also very unromantic. He would complain, "Mama, Qin Bao Bao wiped her snot on my new clothes." Fortunately, he was unromantic at that time. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the orthopedics department in Germany at such a young age. On the other side, Wales finished his performance and entered the voting segment. The voting results will now be announced. Inja said loudly. 468 votes. Applause sounded. The singers applauded. Li Rongxing said, "Not bad, not bad. He's in third place." Su Lu also smiled and said, "Behind brother Huang." Wales performed quite well. His singing skills were online. According to the voting on the program's official Weibo account before the finals, Wales, Huang Yuding, and Qin Bao Bao were the three favorites to win the championship. The top three positions were always alternating between them. Li Shuigong's status in the music industry was similar to that of Huang Yuding, but his style was very limited. The fans who liked him were very fanatical, and the ones who didn't like him wouldn't even listen to him. Not everyone likes rock and roll. In terms of audience, he was not as good as Huang Yuding and Qin Bao Bao. Although Qin Bao Bao ranked first, everyone was still quite relaxed. First of all, the difference in the number of votes was not that big. The difference in the number of votes was only a few dozen, and the difference in the number of votes was only about 10. Moreover, the voting channel had not been opened yet, and there were only 500 people in the audience. The real majority were the users who were watching the live broadcast. They were about to enter the group singing segment, and the highlight was about to begin. Whether it was the live audience or the audience in front of the TV, everyone was in high spirits. Somewhere in the front row of the audience, Qin Qingyuan looked left and right. What she saw was a black mass of heads and the neon lights were dazzling. She nudged Pei Ziki beside her. "Ziki, where do you think Qin Gu will be?" "How would I know?" "Then why did you say that he will be there?" Qin Qingyuan was angry. She felt that she had been fooled. "Anyway, he will be there. Why don't you call him after the show ends and ask him yourself?" Qin Qingyuan heard that and felt that it made sense. "We can also ask him out for barbecue." After a pause, she said with a bitter face, "I don't dare to call him." "Ziki, ask him out. We'll talk about it after the show ends." Pei Ziki thought to herself, this girl is really hopeless. Chen Qingyuan pinched her arm and angrily took out her phone. She typed a text message, read it carefully several times, and hit send. This was a live broadcast, and the TV station did not set up a signal jammer. There was no need. Qin Zhe was in a lounge backstage at this time, watching the live competition through the screen in the room. His phone rang. It was an unknown number. Jianghu, I'm at the live broadcast of Singer. Ziki said you're there too. It was a short line and the girl deleted and changed it for 5 minutes. Qin Zhe's expression was strange. He knew who the owner of this number was. She was called something like Qin Qing, something. After that day at the KTV, this girl often sent him harassing messages such as, it's going to rain today. Remember to bring an umbrella when you go out, Jianghu. Jianghu, thank you for helping me that day. My parents said that they want to thank you properly. She probably wanted to treat him to a meal but did not dare to say it. Then there were the complaints of some little girls. My mom always tries to reason with me but she can't do it herself. My dad didn't come home today. My mom is furious. It's terrible at home. It's not warm at all. Naturally, she did not get any response. But she was never tired of it. She could even play single player so happily. Although Qin Zhe was not a veteran in the field of love, he was not slow. He figured out that this girl was interested in him. Girls' feelings were always poetic. Unfortunately, Qin Zhe did not like things like campus love at his age. He had stepped into society and was an adult. High school JK did not suit his taste. Girls with big breasts, big buttocks, and long legs were the most sexy. How can you win people's hearts if you don't have big breasts? What about flat-chested girls? He had that. He put the phone back in his pocket and, as usual, dealt with it coldly. On the stage, Jia said, now we'll enter the next part of the competition. First, we'll announce the results of the draw. Please look at the big screen. The results of the draw were as follows. Li Rongxing, Su Lu, Wales, Li Shuigong, Huang Yuding, Qin Bao Bao. Friends in front of the TV, the voting channel has been opened. The singers' numbers and voting methods will appear at the bottom of the screen. Cast your vote and choose the champion in your heart. Jia said, next, let's invite Li Rongxing and his guest partner to come on stage. The audience craned their necks to look at the stage and guess the guest partner. Who did Li Rongxing invite? Who knows? Let's see. In the Easter egg of the last episode, it was said that it was a strong singer. I don't know who it is. Come out quickly. Behind the stage, fireworks exploded and smoke spewed out. Li Rongxing and a young man walked side by side. Their footsteps were neither fast nor slow. The lights did not shine on them immediately. The audience could only see the two of them. Who was it? The accompaniment sounded. Li Rongxing stepped into the circle of light and sang, the sky will still be bright, the wind will still rise, will you still come back? My friend. The man walked out of the shadow and sang, the clouds will disperse, the rain will stop, I still remember you. My friend. Screams and shouts could be heard from the audience. It's Fang Qingmin. He actually came. Fang Qingmin. I didn't expect it to be him. So it's him. I knew it was him. I knew it was him. I also guessed it was him. But didn't the news say that they had a falling out last year? You even believe entertainment news? Fang Qingmin and Li Rongxing were a duo when they first debuted. They were very popular. Later on they went their separate ways. The two of them were well known in the entertainment industry as close buddies. After the song was finished, Li Rongxing said, I would like to thank my best friend of many years. Thank you for coming to this stage and lending me a helping hand. Fang Qingmin said, before I came, my manager told me that this stage was too strong and that all of the opponents were weaklings. He told me to think twice before I acted. Even so, I still came. With so many years of friendship, I wouldn't hesitate to go through fire and water for you. I hope that everyone can support us. The two handsome men hugged. The audience was chattering. Hurry up and vote for them. My best friend for life. That's enough. I'll just vote. Call my family and get them to vote together. Not long after, the results were announced on the big screen. 1,380,000 votes. Li Rongxing was the first. As for the number of votes, he was temporarily in first place. The second singer quickly went on stage. It was Su Lu. She was wearing a big red-eye pomegranate dress. Her entire person was luxurious and bright. On the night of the 7th of July, you came knocking on my door with roses. Soon, the guest partner also went on stage. It was a man in a suit. Lu Weiqiang, an A-list celebrity. He was also a half-song and half-shadow celebrity. Like Su Lu, he was an artist under Star Art Entertainment. There was no suspense. Many netizens had already guessed it. It's really him. There are only a few A-list artists in star art. The only ones who can sing well are Lu Weiqiang and Su Lu. Su Yunhan is also not bad, but she's a B-list celebrity. Is Qin Baobao's guest partner Su Yunhan? I don't think so. Su Yunhan is holding a concert in Beijing. The timing doesn't match. Who is Qin Baobao's guest partner? Can anyone guess? I'm more curious about Wales's guest partner. Is the online rumor true? I'm not sure. Let's continue watching. Su Lu's votes were out. More than 2 million votes. Chapter 123. It was Wales's turn to go on stage. He shook hands with all the singers and walked out of the lounge. Li Rongxing's smile was a little lonely. He had no chance of winning the championship. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. Just look at the popularity of these few episodes. There was a burst of screams on the screen. Wales went on stage. The first line he sang surprised the audience. He sang a Chinese song. Wales had appeared on so many shows, but this was his first time singing a Chinese song. A foreign singer singing a Chinese song in the finals was undoubtedly a hit for the Chinese people. It was a popular song. After this Valentine's Day, I don't feel any better. A loud and pleasant female voice was heard. The guest singer walked out from the shadows. It was a tall woman with a round face. She was still attractive and had a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. When she appeared, the audience's eyes widened and their jaws almost dropped. Everyone was too familiar with this person. Yang Lina. The top singer in the music industry. In the music industry, Yang Lina was one of the top singers. She had been singing for more than 10 years. Many of the audience were her fans. Her status was similar to that of a diva. The title of Heavenly King and Queen was very popular in the early years. If you sang well and the media hyped it up, you might get the title of Heavenly King. That was the name of the entertainment industry in the early years. Nowadays, stars were everywhere. A new generation replaced the old. Heavenly King and Queen were described as a certain level, not just a few people. Yang Lina's status in the music industry was higher than that of Huang Yuding and Li Shuigang. It's really her? Damn, the internet said that Wales signed with Yang Lina's studio. Is it true? Sister Yang is here to support her artist. I liked listening to her songs when I was in school. Although I like Qin Baobao more now. It's full of memories. I don't like Wales, but Sister Yang is his guest singer. I've decided to vote for him. Is Yang Lina planning to support Wales? That's too impulsive. Isn't she afraid of capsizing? Capsizing? How's that possible? Why not? Huang Yuding's popularity is not for show. Li Shuigang also has a lot of loyal fans. Qin Baobao too. Anyway, I want to support Sister Yang. On the stage, Wales and Yang Lina were singing passionately. Wales, when did this heart get tired? Yang Lina, this love will be hard to forget forever. Wales, looking back on the past many years later. Yang Lina, is it dull or sad? A man and a woman sang together, their high voices rising. When love is a thing of the past. Just like the full moon hiding Shui Donglu. A tenor and a soprano. They complemented each other and shocked the audience. This male and female duet was one of Yang Lina's masterpieces. It was extremely popular back then and was a must-have in karaoke. Whether or not one could sing the song flawlessly became the benchmark for one's singing skills. Wales's Chinese was very poor. His pronunciation was not accurate, but he sang in tune. In the end, the two of them were still exchanging high notes. Their breaths were long and their lung capacities were heaven-defying. The long notes lasted for a full half a minute. Live stream bullet screen, 666, Wales is already a sonar cannon, and now there's another one. It's a perfect combination. That's amazing. They're not even human. How did they get up there? I was out of breath halfway through at most. This is professional. It doesn't lose out to a recording studio at all. It's a technical job. Let's vote. Quick, let's vote. Although I'm not a fan of Wales, I'm a true fan of Yang Lina. Damn it, my boyfriend said that he's saving his vote for Qin Baobao. I'm so angry. A boyfriend like that, I'll definitely pledge my allegiance to him, haha. Then here's the problem. My girlfriend is desperately voting for Wales. What should I do? Pledge your allegiance to him. It's best if they both pledge their allegiance to him. That way the single dogs will be happy. The big screen showed the final voting result. 302 million votes. The audience was in an uproar. The votes were too high. Su Lu only had about 2 million votes, which was a third of the total. As for Li Rongxing, he was completely crushed. Wales and Yang Lina hugged and thanked the audience before leaving the stage. In the waiting room, several singers applauded and congratulated them. Li Shuigang whispered, "Old Huang, this is going to be a little difficult." Huang Yuting nodded. "The votes are a little scary." They had expected the results, but they did not expect the votes to be so high. Li Shuigang said, "I'll go up first." "Good luck." On the stage, Yin Jia said, "The votes are amazing. So far, 3 singers have finished their performances. Can the next singer recreate the peak? Let's welcome Li Shuigang." Li Shuigang went on stage. He had prepared a rock song for himself on the stage of the grand finals. It was the song that would make him famous. His guest partner came on stage. "Old Joe?" "It's him. He's also a strong rock singer." "Old Joe can do it. He started out as a folk singer. His rock status is only a little lower than Li Shuigang's. Quick, let's vote." "Let's vote. This rock performance is really exciting." "I don't like rock. It's not as amazing as Yang Lina. There's a huge difference between their statuses. It's none of my business. I've already voted. I'm saving my vote for Huang Yuting. I'm not voting." Li Shuigang's votes were 2.38 million, placing him in second place. At the same time, it meant that he had no chance of winning the grand finals. After leaving the stage, he went to the waiting room with his guest partner and shook hands with the singers. Then he patted Huang Yuting on the shoulder. "Old Huang, we're counting on you. No matter what, we can't let an outsider take the grand finals. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no one in the domestic music industry?" "What you're saying?" Huang Yuting shook his head and laughed. On the other side, Yang Lina was chatting with Wales in English. "He's your biggest rival. Whether you can win the grand finals or not will depend on his votes." Wales nodded and watched as Huang Yuting left. After that, Huang Yuting and his guest partner, Zhao Nan, went on stage. "Ah, it's Zhao Nan. Big shot." Huang Yuting invited him. "He's my idol. I like him so much. Another A-lister. This lineup is too luxurious. This grand finals will be interesting." The grand finals should be between Huang Yuting and Wales. Yeah, the other singers are out. Qin Bao Bao still has hope. Let's see what song she can come up with. Well, I'm also looking forward to her guest partner. If it's someone at Yang Lina's level, it's hard to say who will win. Qin Bao Bao, Huang Yuting and Wales. The 3 of them are the favorites to win the grand finals. It's time for Huang Yuting to go on stage. Soon the 3 will become 2. Qin Bao Bao's popularity is weak. It depends on her guest partner. But I think the grand final should be either Wales or Huang Yuting. Don't joke around. It's impossible to have a second guest partner like Yang Lina. I support Huang Yuting. Hurry up and vote. I want to leave my vote to the big boobs. The song Huang Yuting sang was a folk song. After the song was adapted, it was mixed with pop music elements. Just like his usual style, this singer liked to sing songs with feelings. Zhao Nan was very popular, but she hadn't sung on stage for many years. She seemed a little nervous, or her singing skills had deteriorated. She didn't handle a few details well and there were flaws. On the big screen the votes kept changing. 500,000, 1 million, 1,500,000, 2,500,000. Under everyone's gaze, the votes slowly stopped. Over 2,900,000. The audience was in an uproar. Some were excited, some were pounding their chests, some were sad and disappointed. The votes were almost certain that Huang Yuting wouldn't win the grand finals. Although the voting channel was not closed and there would be more votes, it was only a small number. The voting was at its peak when the singers were singing. On the way to the waiting room, Zhao Nan sighed. "Sorry, I made a mistake just now. Huang Yuting was more carefree. The other party is too strong. Sister Yang is too popular. It's not a sure win." The 2 stopped at the door of the waiting room. Huang Yuting took a deep breath and rubbed his face. Zhao Nan looked at his good friend's actions and felt a little melancholy. He said that he was carefree, but how could he not care? In the show singer, Huang Yuting's popularity and singing skills were top-notch. He was the most likely to win the grand finals. Who would have thought that a dark horse would appear out of nowhere? Wales's singing skills were excellent, and he was signed by Yang Lina. In order to make an artist of the studio popular, the #1 singer in the music industry personally sang for him. After adjusting his facial expression, Huang Yuting pushed the door open and entered with a smile. Several singers stood up and shook hands and hugged Huang Yuting. "You sang very well. So good. This song will definitely be a hit." Thank you, Huang Yuting said with a smile. Li Shuigang sighed, looking disappointed. Huang Yuting patted him on the shoulder. "The next one is Qin Bao Bao." He was implying something. Li Shuigong looked at him angrily. So what if it was Qin Baobao? Could she do anything? Her popularity was slightly lower than his, and the guest singer she invited was not even a celebrity. She was an internet celebrity who could not even be considered an artist. Young Lena smiled. Wales was also full of smiles, feeling that victory was in his hands. They whispered in English, "Your championship is in the bag." Wales nodded. Qin's songs are very good. It seems that a lot of people like her songs. It's very good, but it's not enough to just rely on the songs. This is the grand finals and there are guest singers. At this time, popularity is more important than good songs. Yes, her brother is not a singer. He's not even an artist. They whispered and were not afraid of being heard by others. Moreover, it was a live broadcast. Qin Baobao was going on stage. At this time, the camera would definitely follow the singer and not them. In the waiting room, several singers were talking about Qin Baobao's songs. Young Lena smiled and said, "During the rehearsal, what song did Qin Baobao sing?" Li Rongxing said, "She prepared 3 songs. One was a duet, one was Miss Chu and one was a foreign song. I don't think she'll be singing that foreign song." Wales said in English, "That duet was very nice." Several singers smiled. It was nice, but a good song was not enough to push Qin Baobao to the championship. How should they put it? It was not amazing enough. It was not shocking enough. On the screen, Injia's voice sounded, "Next, let's welcome the last singer, Qin Baobao." Chapter 124. There was thunderous applause and cheers. Many of the audience were waiting for this group. They wanted to see who Qin Baobao's guest partner was and what kind of song she would come up with. It had long become a habit for the audience to look forward to Qin Baobao's new song. And what kind of song would she come up with in the finals? Although Miss Chu sounded good, it was still inferior to Pompous, Blue and White Porcelain and Li Go. Among the 3 favorites to win the championship, Wales beat Huang Yuting. He was obviously the most likely to win the championship. Qin Baobao's last chance. What kind of song would she come up with? The audience was full of anticipation. Qin Baobao's tall and proud figure shuttled through the colorful lights and slowly walked to the stage. Clouds of smoke puffed out from both sides of the aisle. The moment she stepped into the center of the light beam, the accompaniment music started. In the front row of the audience, Li Donglai was very excited. "She's here, she's here. Do you still have your tickets? Quickly vote for her." Zhang Wangyun chuckled and said, "I know. I'll also leave my ticket for her." Li Weizong also wanted to vote for Qin Baobao. He glanced at Pei Ziki and said, "I'll vote for whoever Ziki votes for." Li Donglai said, "Then it's Qin Baobao." Ziki hasn't said anything yet. She'll vote for Qin Baobao. How do you know? Li Donglai thought, nonsense. That's Qin Ji's sister. Li Weizong cast a questioning look at Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki said impatiently, "Why are you looking at me? Vote for whoever you want." Li Weizong was shocked. "You're really voting for Qin Baobao? Don't you hate her? Why do you care? You speak too much nonsense." Pei Ziqi's temper was extremely bad. It was true that she didn't like Qin Baobao, but she was Qin Zhe's sister. Although Pei Ziki ignored Qin Zhe and even spoke ill of him, she didn't actually hate him. Yu Rou said, "I gave my ticket to Huang Yuting." Gu Qing said, "I gave my ticket to Wales." Chen Qingyuan said, "I don't pay much attention to Qin Baobao, but I still have my ticket. I don't want to vote for her." She had tirelessly sent Qin Zhe harassing messages and had forgotten to vote. This girl was absent-minded throughout the entire program. Pei Ziki reminded him, "Don't regret it." Chen Qingyuan was stunned. When she was about to ask why, Qin Baobao's voice was still heard. She looked at the stage in shock. Pei Ziki also turned to look at the stage. "Oh, what song is this?" At the same time, the title and lyrics of the song appeared on the big screen. In the waiting room, Li Rongxing was confused. Which foreign song is she going to sing? What are the guest singers going to sing? It wasn't a chorus. Li Shuigong's face darkened. Su Lu rejoiced in his misfortune. "What language is this? It doesn't sound like English." Wales said in English, "It's Russian. She can sing a Russian song?" He was a little surprised. He had sung a Russian song just now, but the audience didn't buy it. Why did Qin Baobao choose to sing a Russian song? Huang Yuting frowned. This song isn't a chorus, right? 2 people sharing a song? Although it was possible, it still didn't feel right. It wasn't perfect. The guest singers were also discussing and laughing. The rhythm is quite bright. It sounds good. It's okay. I'm not familiar with opera, so my appreciation is limited. Wales can sing a Russian song. Ask him what he thinks. The singers looked at Wales and Yang Lina translated for him with a smile. Wales thought for a moment. It's not bad. His Russian was half-baked, and his standard was not as good as Qin Bao Bao's. His appreciation was better than the other singers, but it was limited. So he gave a pertinent evaluation. Everyone immediately knew what to expect. Qin Bao Bao's voice was clear and melodious. The house is completed. Fill my loneliness. The door slammed shut behind me. The autumn wind is blowing against the windows. The live audience was shocked. They didn't expect Qin Bao Bao to sing a Russian song. They couldn't understand it at all. They only thought that it was a good song, but it didn't seem good enough to be used in the championship. On a certain live streaming website, the bullet screen was full of all kinds of comments. Amazing. Qin Bao Bao can sing a Russian song? Was it really written by her brother? Russian. Does he have to be so talented? His technical skills are indeed a little amazing. But this song sounds good, but it can't beat Wales at all. Even Huang Yuting's songs are better than this. Both siblings are amazing. I'm a Russian student and I can confidently say that Qin Bao Bao's Russian is very good. It's even better than Wales's. Wales's Russian is at most at the level of an ordinary college student like us. She's not singing a Chinese song for the championship? What does that mean? Even Wales sings in Chinese. I want to say that this song doesn't sound like a duet, right? Where's Qin Bao Bao's guest partner? Qin Bao Bao's guest partner hasn't appeared yet. Don't tell me she doesn't have a guest partner? Qin Bao Bao continued singing, sobbing softly above my head. It's raining heavily at night and foggy in the morning. The sun has completely cooled down. The pain of a long time ago comes one after another. At this moment, a loud, clear and pure voice rang out. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the audience. It was transmitted through the sound amplification equipment and filled the entire venue. This voice, the audience looked over in shock. A young man with an upright posture walked out from the shadows. He was wearing a black suit and shiny leather shoes. He held a microphone and his voice burst out from his throat. Just this one voice caused goosebumps to rise on the skin of the more than 500 people present. Their expressions froze as they stared at the stage. On a certain live streaming platform, the bullet screen suddenly disappeared, and the screen was terrifyingly clean. In the waiting room, the singer watched the scene through the screen. The room was silent, and the atmosphere was frozen. Even the professional singers were dumbfounded. Qin Bao Bao turned around and held the young man's hand. They stood on the stage hand in hand and she sang, "Let's meet here tonight. The house has been completed. It's filled with my loneliness." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The door slammed shut behind him. The scrolling credits on the screen came to an end. Everyone thought that the song was over, but the accompaniment was still there. Qin Zhe held the microphone and his soul-piercing voice sounded again. Pei Ziki slowly shivered. Unknowingly, her back was covered with goosebumps. Chen Qingyuan stood up and stared at the young man on the stage, unable to move her eyes away. The huge venue was completely silent. There was no sound of discussion, no noise, only the accompaniment continued to play. What was that sound? You can sing like this? How could she sing so high? In the lounge, Li Rongxing swallowed. I'll go, Huang Yuting murmured. Oh my God. Li Shuigong's heart was in a mess. He didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Wales opened his mouth and only managed to squeeze out 3 words after a long time. Oh my God. Several guest singers, A-list celebrities and B-list singers all stared at the screen. All the online video platforms that were connected to the live broadcast signal were flooded with comments. All kinds of comments flooded the screen. Oh my God. Is there something wrong with my ears? 666666666. How did he sing? What kind of voice is this? It's not an ordinary tenor voice. It's so scary. How can there be such a voice? I'm covered in goosebumps. I'm so scared that I dropped my dried fish. Awesome. Important words must be repeated 3 times. This must be fake. I don't believe it. This voice is not scientific. It's obviously electronically synthesized. Is there such a strange person in the world? What a pure voice. It hits the soul directly. Shocking, too shocking. Mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the show, and then she knelt with me. Oh my God. Look who he is. Oh my God. Qin Zhe? This is Qin Zhe? Am I seeing things? Yes, he's my idol. I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Ah, honey, I love you. I love you. My husband is here. My husband is here. So handsome, so handsome. This old lady's maiden heart has melted. How can there be such a man? No, no, I won't marry anyone else but him. Qinzhe took a deep breath and put the microphone close to his mouth. Again. This thought came to everyone's mind at the same time. The next moment, it was not an ordinary tenor voice. A tenor could never sing with such a pure and sharp voice. Qinzhe did not have any lyrics from the beginning to the end, but his voice was already the most dazzling presence on the scene. This was the duet between Qinzhe and Qin Baobao. Qinzhe had originally prepared a duet between a man and a woman. It was up to Miss Chu whether she could use it or not, but this opera had to be sung. But her sister's throat could not handle it. She had practiced for more than half a month, but she really could not sing the high parts. Even if she forced herself to sing, it would not sound pure enough, and it would be mixed with a trace of cracking. That would ruin the song. This was a perfect performance. As Qinzhe's voice fell, the sound lingered, and the accompaniment quickly lowered and disappeared. The song ended. Qin Baobao did something unexpected. She turned around, tiptoed, and kissed her brother's lower lip. The scene froze like a princess kissing a prince in a fairy tale. The audience did not feel that it was out of place. Instead, they felt that it was perfect. A perfect ending and a perfect performance. It was full of artistic colors. Just like the ending of a fairy tale. Many years later, there were still people who remembered this scene. Chapter 125. There was a moment of silence, as if the audience was still immersed in the music, but also as if they couldn't bear to interrupt this heartwarming scene. Until Qinzhe and Qin Baobao bowed hand in hand and exited the stage. The entire live broadcast site was filled with cheers, shouts, screams, and waving hands. Countless people stood up and shouted with all their might. Some people shouted for Qin Baobao while others shouted for Qinzhe. From the west to the east of the huge venue, waves of cheers rose and fell. It didn't seem like a live broadcast but more like a grand concert. The scene was almost out of control. Director Peng's expression changed. He was both happy and worried. This was a live broadcast and it was the most prone to accidents. He had to find a way to calm the audience's emotions. Fortunately, Qin Baobao and Qinzhe had already exited the stage. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be overly excited audience members rushing out to ask for autographs, or female audience members shouting, "I want to give birth to your babies," or something like that. The staff made gestures in places that the camera couldn't see, but the audience simply ignored them. The enthusiastic atmosphere lasted for a few minutes before it finally subsided. Injia took the opportunity to go on stage. This was a shocking performance. It left a lasting aftertaste and made people's hearts ripple. Thank you to the singer Qin Baobao for bringing us Opera 2. Friends in front of the TV, please pick up your phones and vote for the singers. The voting channel will close in 10 minutes. Quick, vote for Qin Baobao. Of course I'll vote for her. The opera was too amazing, too amazing. Oh, I just voted for Wales. I'll call my family to vote. This is too shocking. Compared to Qinzhe, Wales is too weak. This younger brother is going to defy the heavens. He's overflowing with talent. The sibling pair kissing is so loving. Can you let go of your sister and come to me? No, let go of my goddess and let me do it. I feel that Qin Baobao might not be as popular as her younger brother, Nonsense. Qin Baobao is about to become a B-lister. After today she will be a genuine B-lister. Who knows, she might even be able to move up the ranks. Sob sob, I voted for Wales. Can I take back my vote? I want to vote for my husband. Isn't your husband Wales? Nonsense, Qinzhe is the one. Cut the crap, hurry up and vote. Those with votes cast their votes, while those without votes contacted their friends and family to vote. The scene was extremely lively. In the outside world, those who were watching the show on their computers or televisions were all shocked by the song. They couldn't understand how there could be such a sound. What kind of structure was his throat? He was simply inhuman. At home, Qin Ma and the old man were sitting in the living room watching a show. The old couple stared at the pair of children on the screen with their mouths agape. Were these really their children? Did we give birth to a pair of fake children? Grandpa Shen slapped his thigh angrily. It's one thing for sister to join the entertainment industry, but why is brother joining in as well? See if I don't beat them up later. Qin Ma's focus was clearly different. She frowned and said, Why did they kiss? What is this? You have to beat them up. Bao Bao too. Her voice sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. Grandpa Shin waved his hand and said, "Maybe it's the effect of the show. Didn't there used to be a celebrity who kissed his mother on the show?" Kissing on the show seemed more open and aboveboard. If they kissed in private, Grandpa Shin would definitely explode. That was why sister never kissed at home as a reward. Qin Ma said angrily, "That's different. How can sister and brother kiss? You have to chide them. They've never been proper since they were young. Sister doesn't act like an elder sister, and brother doesn't act like a younger brother either." Grandpa Shin said, "Look at how old-fashioned they are. Don't foreigners often kiss each other? It's very normal." Qin Ma wanted to say something but hesitated. She just felt that the siblings were old and had to be careful. Being too close wasn't necessarily a good thing. Grandpa Shin didn't think there was anything wrong with it because he didn't see the scene of the children sleeping together that day. Grandpa Shin suddenly said, "That phone of yours? Vote for them too." Qin Ma was stunned. "You still support them? Didn't you object to Bao Bao being an artist?" Grandpa Shin defended himself. "What's the use of me objecting? Didn't she still go? Since she's participating in the show, why not take the championship if she can?" Grandpa Shin muttered, "Ask Ace to come back tomorrow. I heard that he sold the copyright of his song for a lot of money." Qin Ma rolled her eyes. "You're even thinking about our son's money? I'll save that money for our son to use when he marries a wife in the future." "Bao Bao, don't spend all your brother's money for a wife." Grandpa Shin criticized, "They say that a loving mother will spoil her son. You've spoiled him too much." "I don't spoil Ace too much. I don't see him spoiling him too much. That's because I taught him well. Why didn't you educate your daughter?" "Hey, don't argue." The old couple also knew that although their sister was smart and promising, she also had a lot of bad habits. She was arrogant, lazy, and didn't know how to do housework. Qin Ma said, "Ask them to come back this weekend. Yanzi introduced me to a good young man. I think he's quite good. Let Bao Bao meet him." Grandpa Shin pondered and said, "Bao Bao's career has just started. It's not good." "Damn old man, you're a university professor. Do you have a brain? If you like him, hurry up and get married. Bao Bao can settle down and stop being an artist." Qin Ma sneered. "That's a good idea." Grandpa Shin nodded. Qin Ma couldn't wait to take out her phone. "I'll contact Yanzi now." Yanzi was Grandpa Shin's sister and Qin Zhe and his brother's aunt. "Later we're still watching the show," Grandpa Shin said. On TV the show had already entered the voting segment. On the big screen Qin Bao Bao's votes rose sharply. 500,000. 1 million. 2 million. At this time Qin Bao Bao's votes were ranked third. The first two were Huang Yuding and Wales. The voting channel was not closed. Their votes had been rising, but it was rising very slowly. Especially after Qin Bao Bao finished singing, their votes almost stopped. They were 3. 2 million and 3. 5 million respectively. However, Qin Bao Bao's votes were still rising crazily. 2. 6 million. 2. 8 million. 3. 1 million. 3. 2 million. At this time the voting channel was about to close. 10. 9. 8. 7. Votes 3. 3 million. 3. 4 million. 3. 45 million. 3. 2. 1. The voting channel closed. The big screen showed the final votes of all the singers. Qin Bao Bao 3. 7 million. Wales 3. 5 million. Huang Yuding 3. 2 million. Yin Jia went on stage and announced loudly, "The champion of the second season of I Am a Singer, Qin Bao Bao." At this moment, the whole venue was filled with cheers that almost overturned the dome. It was too wonderful. The finals were too shocking. Every singer was very strong, but Qin Bao Bao, who emerged from many competitors, was even stronger. It was the first time they heard such a voice that seemed to penetrate the soul. This kind of surprise and shock had surpassed the song itself. Opera, too, was enough to cause a sensation in the domestic music industry. The program team was overjoyed. This season's reputation was even better than the previous season. It could be foreseen that the topic of I Am a Singer would be on the headlines of major entertainment news. The ratings were even more anticipated. They wondered if they could break the record of variety shows. Backstage, Qin Zhe heard a ding in his mind. The system sent a notification. Successfully helped Qin Bao Bao become the champion of I Am a Singer. Mission accomplished. Reward, 500 points. The second season of I Am a Singer came to a perfect end. The audience left one after another. In a small private room, Qin Bao Bao sat in front of the dressing table, carefully applying makeup remover. Her sister was humming a little tune happily. Qin Zhe sat beside her, playing with his phone out of boredom. Qin Bao Bao suddenly said, "Ace, do you think Mom and Dad will watch the show? Do you still need to ask?" Their daughter participated in the finals. Although they said no, their bodies were honest. Qin Zhe curled his lips. Qin Bao Bao said worriedly, "Will they see sisters kiss as a reward?" Qin Zhe shrugged. "It's okay. Didn't you see Jianghu kissing his 17 or 18-year-old daughter on the internet recently? This is called a kiss of affection." Qin Bao Bao snorted. "Damn it. Kiss of affection." At this moment, a text message came in. "Jianghu, are you still at the TV station? I'll come to you." This girl was really annoying. Qin Zhe typed in the text message. "I'm not at the TV station." Before he could send it, there was a knock on the door. His sister kicked him with her foot. "Open the door." Maybe it was someone from the TV station. Qin Zhe thought. The door opened and a staff member led a group of young boys and girls in. "Miss Qin, they're looking for you," the staff member said and left immediately. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. "Looking for me? Master, you're amazing." Li Donglai was full of admiration and couldn't wait to give Qin Zhe a bear hug. Qin Zhe slapped him on the sofa. They all laughed and greeted, "Qin Gu." Qin Zhe nodded at them. He wasn't curious how these guys got in. They were a bunch of rich and powerful second-generation officials. Qin Bao Bao blinked and didn't understand the situation. Chen Qingyuan walked to Qin Zhe, raised her little face and called out softly, "Qin Gu." Her voice was soft and her face was slightly red. The girl's bright eyes were shining with admiration, shyness, nervousness and joy. It vividly showed a girl yearning for love. The young boys and girls had playful looks in their eyes. Chen Qingyuan liked Qin Zhe. It wasn't a secret in their circle. This girl didn't intend to hide her feelings at all. She would look for Pei Ziki or Li Donglai to ask about Qin Zhe. Li Donglai, who was slow to react, was stunned. He looked at Chen Qingyuan and then at Qin Zhe. He finally understood. Damn, so Chen Qingyuan likes Qin Gu. I found out. Suddenly he found Yi Ro looking at him with hidden bitterness. Li Donglai was confused. Qin Bao Bao narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, "It's over. This girl is obviously coveting my brother." Her face was rippling with amorous feelings. The only thing missing was the words, "I like you" written on it. Qin Zhe nodded and smiled at her, which could be considered as a greeting. He asked Li Donglai, "Didn't you start school? You're in the 3rd year of high school. Don't fool around." "I only came because I knew you would come." Li Donglai hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Chen Qingyuan immediately took over the topic. "Qin Gu, Ziki said you would come. I didn't believe it. You're really here. I didn't come in vain today." Qin Zhe couldn't stand this girl's valiant style of speech. He looked at Pei Ziki. "Did you find your piano teacher?" Pei Ziki glanced at him angrily. "I've been learning for half a month." Qin Bao Bao looked at Pei Ziki again and was slightly shocked. Damn, another fresh cabbage. Suddenly, he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. "Qingu, let's go eat barbecue. I know a good barbecue restaurant." Chen Qingyuan suggested. "Not going." Qingu refused. "You're a rich second generation. You don't want to eat seafood and abalone. You want to treat me to barbecue? Let's go. Treat it as a celebration for you winning the championship," Li Donglai said. Qin Zhe looked at Chen Qingyuan. The latter had a look of anticipation. Qin Zhe turned his head to look at his sister. She was today's main character. His sister had just won the championship. He couldn't leave her behind. Qin Bao Bao thought in her heart, "Is it finally my turn to go on stage? I've had enough of this cold seat." "Not going." Qin Bao Bao said, "I still have something to do at the TV station." Chen Qingyuan said, "Then we'll go after we're done." "I won't go even after I'm done. I'm tired today." Qin Bao Bao crossed her legs. She looked like a goddess. Chen Qingyuan said angrily, "Qin Gu, who is she to you? You're even singing for her." Qin Zhe looked at his sister. Qin Bao Bao also looked at her brother. Their eyes met and both of them trembled. The quick-witted brother saw his sister's expression and immediately guessed what she was planning. Without a trace of hesitation, he lunged towards his sister. The equally quick-witted sister also instantly understood her brother's thoughts. Her heart sank. "Not good, I have to be quick." In the end, the agile brother was one step faster. Qin Zhe's big hand covered his sister's face and pushed her onto the sofa. "She's my sister, Qin Bao Bao." Qin Zhe rushed to answer. Chapter 126. The older sister sat on the sofa with a bitter face, watching her younger brother chatting with a few kids. After a long while, Qin Zhe finally coaxed the group of high school students away. Chen Qingyuan looked disappointed. She walked to the door, turned around and said, "Qinggu, you look so handsome in a suit." Qingzai laughed. "Yeah, I think so too." Chen Qingyuan's heart was instantly filled with sweetness as he left. She turned around and closed the door. At this time, she heard the coquettish woman's voice from inside. "A suit doesn't suit you. Don't wear a suit in the future." Then Qingzai's voice came. "Really? I think so too." Chen Qingyuan was expressionless. She reached out and wiped Li Donglai's back. Li Donglai's face changed. "What? What did you wipe on me?" Chen Qingyuan said, "It's the trust between people." As soon as the crowd left, the elder sister aggressively rushed over. She rolled up her sleeves and pretended to hit someone. She tenderly reprimanded, "Day and night, I still let you go outside to attract bees and butterflies. Qingzai, how many girls did you flirt with outside?" "What girls? I didn't even flirt with you," Qingzai argued. Qin Baobao's face flushed instantly. She said anxiously, You, what nonsense are you talking about?" Qingzai was shocked. "Oh my god, you're talking about Sister Ziwei. Don't think too much." "Bah, who's thinking too much?" Qin Baobao stared at her younger brother for a few seconds and sighed. "My son has grown up and can't be stopped from looking for a wife." "Bah, whose mother are you? Where do you put our mother?" "I'm like a mother. I raised you up with all my might. I'm half a mother." "Go away, I'm the one who raised you up." "Bullshit. It stinks." The elder sister's verbal skills were not as good as her younger brother's. She was so angry that she used her face-scratching technique. Qingzai pressed his hand on her forehead and tilted his head back. He could not let her scratch his face. "I haven't settled the score with you just now. Idiot, even if you want to be a demon you have to look at the occasion. Some of them know about our relationship. What's the point of you calling me husband?" His expression just now was exactly the same as before. Fortunately, Qingzai reacted quickly. At that time, that little cabbage didn't know about their relationship. Qin Baobao could make a fuss, but Li Donglai and Pei Ziki knew about their relationship. Qin Baobao called out sweetly, "Hubby, is this the coquettish bitch you've been messing around with outside? Do you want my image or not? I don't care about my reputation. There's always a blind cabbage thinking about my pig," Qin Baobao said disdainfully. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Qingzai took out a cigarette and lit it. Just as he took a puff, Qin Baobao took it away and threw it into a mineral water bottle. With a puff it went out. "Smoke less, okay? You can smoke a pack every 3 days and slowly quit." Qin Baobao lectured her younger brother. "You never care about me," Qingzai said gloomily. "Can't we play properly? Isn't it natural for an elder sister to take care of her younger brother?" Qin Baobao put her hands on her hips and tried to show the majesty of an elder sister. Zijin said that she was often bullied by him because she did not have the image of an elder sister. Humph, it was all his fault for not being obedient. "Do you want to be beaten again?" Qingzai squinted. "Qingzai, can't you give me some face?" Qin Baobao stomped her feet angrily. After dealing with the follow-up matters, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Qin Baobao drove and Qingzai, as usual, held his sister's 8,000 yuan high heels. Qin Baobao went on stage in 10 centimeters high heels. It was impossible to drive in such shoes, and she could not even step on the brakes properly. The next day, the major news networks kept pushing the news of "I Am a Singer." "I Am a Singer" perfect ending. Opera 2 sensational audience. Godlike voice. The talented little heavenly king of the 90s. You see, shocking, she's the winner in the end. This time Baby Qin was famous. She was really famous. Although it was easy for celebrities to create hype nowadays, and it was easy to make a celebrity famous, it would also cause a phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Many years ago, when a group of big names dominated the entertainment industry, the era had long passed. Now, celebrities were like leeks. Before the old leeks were yellow, new leeks had already appeared. However, it was easy for celebrities to create hype, but difficult to maintain popularity. After being popular for a while, it would fade away. It was hard to say whether Qin Baobao would be a flash in the pan, but she was definitely the fastest rising celebrity. In just 2 short months, Qin Baobao had become one of the most popular female artists on the variety show. The most talked about new female celebrity in the entertainment circle. It was Saturday. Qin Baobao sat on the sofa like a duck, making a phone call. She was dealing with her agent, Li Yanhong, who was unable to contain her excitement. Qingzai was also making a phone call. It was a call from the top music charts. Wang Zijin sat quietly on the sofa watching TV series. This sister seemed to have this hobby. She usually wrote manuscripts, flipped through books and watched TV series. Qin Baobao put down the phone and rolled around on the spacious sofa excitedly. Feeling that it was not enough, she kicked her brother a few times with her long legs to vent her excitement. Qin Zai's phone fell to the ground and he looked at her angrily. Qin Baobao was so scared that she shrank back and leaned towards Wang Zijin. Qin Zai picked up the phone and hurriedly ended the call. You didn't sell the copyright of the opera? Wang Zijin took the opportunity to ask during the commercial break. Yes, but it's a share of the profits. It's only limited to the online copyright. Qin Zai answered. Then he pounced on his sister and grabbed the sole of her foot. Qin Baobao screamed and begged for mercy. At 10:30, Qin Baobao suggested that they go on a trip. Speaking of which, Wang Zijin had been in Shanghai for 2 months, but the three of them had not gone on a trip together. Qin Zai was a little tempted. He said in a low voice, "Won't you be recognized?" His sister could not be mentioned in the same breath. If she were to walk on the street, 5 out of 10 people would recognize her. Qin Baobao ran into the room barefooted and came out wearing a pair of sunglasses and a large brimmed hat. I have a magical weapon. I guarantee that even my own mother won't recognize me. Qin Zai looked at her. The sunglasses and the large brimmed hat covered her beautiful hair and enchanting face, only revealing her white chin and rosy lips. His mother really did not have the ability to recognize her daughter by her chin. He was relieved. Wang Zijin was not very willing to go. She still had a few episodes before the finale. She could not resist her best friend's insistence. She asked her to download it first. The siblings ignored her and started to discuss where they were going to play in a low voice. Qin Baobao said that they should go to Disneyland. They had not been there since it was built last year. Qin Zai rejected her. One of the reasons why Disneyland was controversial: there were too many people. This would increase the chances of Qin Baobao being recognized. He did not want to be stuck in Disneyland. Besides, he hated too many people. Waiting in line was endless. Qin Baobao said that they should go to the zoo. Qin Zai rejected her again. Qin Baobao said that they should go to Hangzhou West Lake. Qin Zai rejected her again. After a few times, his sister began to make trouble. She said that they should go to the Great Wall of Beijing and tour Xiangshan. Then she said that they should go to Mount Putuo to pray that her only son could marry a wife soon and have children for the Qin family. As soon as she finished, she said coquettishly, "Ace, why don't we go on a road trip to Tibet? My biggest wish is to travel all over the country with you." Qin Zai could not stand her. He slapped his sister's bouncy butt and said angrily, "Go away, go away." Qin Baobao covered her butt and pulled her best friend to her side. "Zijin, he hit my butt again. Help me scold him." Qin Zai opened the map and searched. Considering that they did not have much time on the weekend, it would be best to go somewhere closer by car. He proposed to go to an ancient town in the suburbs. There's an ancient town there, and there are drifting and fish ponds. We can fish there. Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. Let's go fishing. Qin Baobao objected. I've been there when I was a child. It's boring. I don't want to go. Qin Zai said, then let's vote. In the end, his sister was alone and passed with 2 votes. The ancient town was 60 kilometers away from Qin Zai's house. Today was the weekend and the road was congested. It took them an hour to drive to the highway toll gate. Qin Baobao parked the car in the parking lot and asked her brother to drive. Qin Zai said, "Damn, you want to die with me, right?" He had enough driving experience, but he did not dare to drive on the highway because of his lack of practical experience. Wang Zijin said, "Let me do it, let me do it." Qin Zai ran to sit in the front passenger seat. Qin Baobao grabbed him and pushed him back to the back seat. She said angrily, "Look at you. You're becoming a lapdog." She glared at Qin Zai with jealousy. Then she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. On the highway the car was fast and stable. Qin Baobao felt sleepy and fell asleep leaning on her brother. Qin Zai hugged his sister's waist and sniffed her fragrant perfume. From this angle, his sister's face was simply beautiful. She had a fair and tender face, thick and dense eyelashes, a round nose and a thin chin. He looked at her like this. He had looked at this face for more than 20 years and had never gotten tired of it. How many more years could he look at her like this? Chapter 127. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Zijin followed the GPS, turned into the turnstile and drove off the highway. After driving around for half an hour, they finally arrived at the ancient town. Qin Zai shook his sister awake. Qin Bao looked around in a daze. Qin Zai gently wiped away the suspicious tears at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps this action was not something he should do as a younger brother, so Qin Bao was a little shy. The ancient town was located in the center of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. It was near the international airport to the east and connected to Pingwang to the west. The golden waterway Chongqing River flowed through the town. The houses with white walls and black tiles were built near the river. It was a real family that slept in the water. Qin Zhe knew that Wang Zijin had never been here before. Half of it was based on his memory, and the other half was based on the information he found online. Although it can't be compared to Wuxia, this is the first ancient town in Shanghai. It has the characteristics of a Jiangnan water town. There are bridges and bluestone paths. I heard that it's going to rain today. I don't know if I'll be able to enjoy the beauty walking through the long alley with an oil paper umbrella. Wang Zijin smiled. Qin Bao waved her snow-white wrist and said, I'll do it. Ace has such a perverted idea. I can only reluctantly agree to it. Go away. Qin Zhe scolded. When I was in primary school, my parents brought us here a few times. It has changed a lot. At that time, the water was clearer, the houses were older, and the arches on the river were modeled with time. They walked on the ancient town's flat street. I remember that there were many cobblestone roads here. Now they're all replaced with stone slabs and cement. It's a pity. In the past, baby Qin had even fallen on the cobblestones and hurt her knees. She had cried her eyes out. I was beaten up by the old man. Wang Zijin burst out laughing. Why did he beat you? Qin Bao said unhappily, he chased me, that's why I fell. Qin Zhe recalled. I remember that you stole my snacks and ran away. In the end you fell flat on your face. Qin Bao was very naughty when she was young. She always bullied me. Wang Zijin sighed, so it's all retribution. Qin Bao glared at her best friend. Whose side are you on? Coincidentally, as they turned the corner, there was a stone bridge in front of them. The river was tranquil and restaurants were built along the river. They were all in a retro style with white walls and black tiles. Diners could enjoy the river scenery. Qin Bao said excitedly, Quick, take a picture. She stood on the bridge with one hand on her waist and the other making a peace sign. The background was the quiet flowing Chongqing River and ancient buildings in the style of Jiangnan water towns. Qin Zhe said, You don't even show your face, so there's no need to take photos. Come, Zijin, let's take a picture together. Qin Bao immediately took off his hat and sunglasses. Hey! The two of them called out to her. In the end, the three of them stood side by side. Qin Zhe's hands were long, so he was responsible for holding the phone and adjusting the angle. With a click, the picture froze. Qin Zhe stood in the middle. On his left was his sister Wang Zijin, and on his right was his sister Qin Bao. When Qin Zhe pressed the shutter, the mischievous sister chopped his head with a karate chop. Wang Zijin noticed her best friend's action and looked over with a half-smile. She looked very much like the funny brother in online emoticons. Only Qin Zhe's expression was normal. After that, Wang Zijin chased Qin Zhe and asked him to delete the photo. Qin Bao snatched the phone and ran away. She said that she wanted to send it to the high school group. At noon they had lunch at a restaurant near the river. Qin Bao generously asked for a small private room. As soon as her sister entered the private room, she took off her sunglasses and big-brimmed hat. Her face was flushed and she was dripping with sweat. It's so hot. I can't wait to dive into the Chongqing River. The waitress following behind suddenly called out. Qin Bao was shocked. She thought to herself, oh no, I've been recognized. The waitress excitedly pointed at Qin Zhe. I recognize you. You're Qin Zhe. You're so handsome. You're even more handsome than in the video. Can you give me an autograph? Qin Zhe said, no problem. Don't tell anyone. Then he signed. During the process of ordering, the waitress's eyes never left Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe wanted to order pork trotters. The taste of this dish is average. I suggest you eat river fish. It's freshly caught in the river. It's very fresh. The waitress suggested. Qin Zhe felt that stir-fried wild vegetables were not bad. The waitress immediately said, actually it's not wild vegetables. These days, wild vegetables are more delicate than domesticated ones. Everyone eats wild vegetables. They've long been sold out. Stir-fried preserved meat with garlic moss is not bad. It's cured meat made by the farmers in town. It tastes good. The waitress strongly recommended. Qin Zhe ordered 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 1 soup. The waitress reluctantly left the private room. Throughout the process of ordering, she did not notice Qin Bao. Qin Bao touched her face and then her head. What are you doing? Wang Zijin asked. Qin Bao said dejectedly, I'm seeing if I can get another hat and a pair of glasses. I'm a fake star. There's a terrible unspoken rule in Shanghai's restaurants. There are only a few dishes. All businessmen are unscrupulous. The taste was not bad, but in the eyes of Qin Zhe's two sisters, it was simply too low class. You can't expect a restaurant in a scenic area to be delicious. After the meal, Qin Zhe and the sisters strolled around the ancient town. Qin Baobao passed by an art shop and personally picked a pair of sunglasses for her brother. It was the kind of sunglasses used by military advisors during the Republic of China era. As a result, the number of people turning their heads was even better. Every time Qin Zhe walked past, there would be people looking at him curiously. Wang Zijin joked, "Yo, two big stars. I'm just a passerby." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Baobao said that she was tired. She hid in a Western restaurant to enjoy the air conditioning and ordered 3 desserts on her own initiative. This Western restaurant was elegantly decorated. The waitresses were all dressed in European and American style. The price was twice the price outside. Many tourists were sitting in the hall for afternoon tea. On a hot day, they came in to drink desserts and drinks when they were tired. There was also a piano in the middle of the hall. A waiter was playing it. If the tourists were interested, they could also play a song, but they had to pay a small fee. Qin Baobao bit the straw and took a big gulp. She stuck out her tongue and licked the sweet cream. She narrowed her eyes happily. "It's so comfortable. I finally feel alive." She turned her head to look at the blazing sun outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The bright sunlight reflected in her dark pupils. "I just want to hide under the air conditioning and be a salted fish. I don't want to go out and bask in the sun." Qin Zhe sneered, "Salted fish sister. Go away." Qin Baobao wanted to hit him, but Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were sitting opposite her. She couldn't hit them. "Baobao, how's work recently? I heard from A's that there's a girl named Su Lu who often makes trouble for you?" Wang Zijin said meaningfully. "Not often, but I can't compete with her for resources." Qin Baobao said, "I'm a kitten now. My claws and teeth are not sharp. When I become a big tiger in the future, I won't be afraid of her." Qin Zhe complained as usual, "A tigress?" She couldn't hit him, so she ignored him and dug a spoon of dessert. This is called enduring hardships. Qin Zhe's eyes wandered around, and he saw a young couple sitting diagonally across from them. They should be tourists from Shanghai like them. The young man and the girl whispered for a moment. The girl's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Then the young man stood up and walked to the central piano. He whispered a few words to the piano waiter and handed a 100 yuan note to the waiter. The waiter stood up and gave his seat to the young man. Some of the tourists around looked over while others chatted among themselves. The young couple looked at each other and smiled. The young man straightened his back and opened his shoulders. It was obvious from his standard posture that he had practiced. Qin Zhe was a little surprised. In this day and age, if you asked a child if they knew how to play the piano, the probability of them nodding was quite high. But if you asked an adult if they knew how to play the piano, 9 out of 10 people would shake their heads. Children nowadays were miserable. They had endless homework to do and endless interest classes to attend. Driven by parents' desire for their children to succeed, piano classes? Go. Painting classes? Go. Dance classes? Go. Swimming classes? Go. Go, go, go. They didn't care about the children's feelings at all. In the eyes of most parents, their children were like long-out yen. They were talented in everything and had to learn everything. It was also because the economic conditions were better now. Like Qin Zhe when he was young, he was abandoned by his parents because of his poor aptitude. Even so, he only learned for a year and a half. Because of economic reasons, he stopped. The light and melodious sound of the piano floated in the hall. It was like flowing water, like silver bells. The melody was excellent. To Qin Baobao, a tourist said, "This song is very nice. I've heard it many times." To Qin Baobao, a white-haired uncle was puzzled. It was composed by a female celebrity's younger brother. It was very famous a while ago. The daughter who accompanied her father explained, "It's quite nice, but it's a little soft." The uncle said, "It's about love." The daughter laughed. The uncle was stunned. Love? Composed for his sister? This young man's thinking is very dangerous. After the song was played, there was sparse applause. If you casually played the piano and the whole hall cheered, then that would be strange. But the goal of attracting attention was achieved. All the guests in the hall were paying attention to the couple. "This is Aza's song?" Wang Zijin said. Yes, yes. Qin Baobao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She emphasized, "It was composed for me." Wang Zijin automatically ignored the second half of the sentence and suggested, "A's also play a song?" She had never seen Qin Zhe play the piano except in videos. Qin Zhe asked, "What do you want to play?" Wang Zijin said, "Anything." He looked at his sister again. His sister also said, "Anything." Qin Zhe thought for a moment. "Then let's play that song." "Don't. Isn't that a slap to his face?" Qin Baobao said. "That's cool. Urban novels all like this kind of routine." Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao pursed her lips. "Cool your sister. When did he offend you? You want to slap his face? This is called forcing a routine." Qin Zhe said, "But if it's not a routine it'll feel too plain and boring. If the routine is too intense, the readers will feel like their intelligence is being insulted." Qin Baobao sighed. "That's why I say that acting cool is a skill." Qin Zhe looked at her. "You don't have to act cool. You were born with this skill. You're asking for a beating." Qin Baobao pounced on her brother and twisted his ear. Qin Zhe quickly dodged. Qin Zhe said, "Then how about a fairy tale?" "No." Wang Zijin said, "Baobao often sings fairy tales in the middle of the night. My ears are getting calluses. Why are you singing a fairy tale?" Qin Zhe looked at his sister. Qin Baobao said anxiously, "It's none of your business." "It's exaggerated, right?" Qin Zhe said again. "No," the two sisters said in unison. Qin Zhe looked at them. "Didn't you say anything? Fine, this is very feminine." He stood up and suddenly thought of something. "I'll be recognized if I go up like this." This was the suburbs of Shanghai, not another province. Someone might recognize him and implicate his sister, and the trip would become a fan meeting. Qin Baobao thought for a moment. "Put on the sunglasses I bought for you." She felt that it was not safe, so she put her woman's top hat on her brother's head and giggled. "This way even my own mother won't recognize you." Qin Zhe went over. "Can I use this piano?" The waiter looked up and stared at the strangely dressed customer. "Yes, 100 yuan per song." It was not common to see restaurants with built-in pianos. Some restaurants allowed diners to play the piano, while others did not. After all, if you played randomly the customers would be annoyed and leave. But Qin Zhe had never seen a restaurant that charged a fee. Considering that this was a scenic spot, it was understandable that all kinds of weird charges were charged. It was a grand piano. It was black and shiny and it was quite new. Grand pianos were suitable for large-scale performances or professionals. Most people used upright pianos at home. Qin Zhe had never played an upright piano before. Among the people he knew, only Pei Ziki had a piano, and it was a flashy grand piano. Qin Zhe sat upright in front of the piano. His back was straight and he was as strong as bamboo. Qin Baobao pointed at him and said, "My brother is handsome, right?" Wang Zijin, "Yes, yes, yes." The most handsome thing was not his face but his spirit. Although the system had helped him make some minor adjustments to his face, his foundation was still there. It would be a lie to say that he was handsome enough to shock people. He had upgraded from a good-looking little guy to a handsome guy in the traditional sense. Wang Zijin's family was not ordinary, and the number of handsome guys she had seen could not be counted with her hands and feet. Qin Zhe was actually above average among them. Qin Baobao wrinkled her nose. "Not for you." Wang Zijin was stunned and rolled her eyes. While they were talking, the sound of the piano floated. The melody was beautiful, soft and firm. "Invisible Wings." Qin Baobao immediately recognized her debut work. She curled her lips and said, "It's all right." Wang Zijin, "Yes, the melody is relatively simple." At this time, in the middle part of the rhythm, there was a glissando, and the bright melody suddenly became melodious and ethereal. "Huh." Qin Baobao was stunned. Chapter 128. Did it go wrong? Qin Baobao wondered. Ethereal with a hint of sadness, melodious with a touch of sadness. It was the song she had sung before, Legend. She thought her brother might have made a mistake and mixed up the two songs. Is that so? Wang Zijin had never heard of Legend. How embarrassing. Luckily I wore sunglasses. Qin Baobao covered her face. Did he play it wrong? It was Invisible Wings, right? The melody is very familiar. I remember that song's name. It was Invisible Wings just now. This is also Qin Baobao's song called Legend. He must have played it wrong. Forget it, let's just listen. He's not a professional anyway. Many tourists in the hall could tell. Qin Baobao's songs were popular all over the country. Qin Zhe played Invisible Wings. They thought it was quite nice and thought that this young man had some skills. There were many people who sang Invisible Wings, but not many who played the piano. Qin Zhe had no other thoughts. He lowered his head and focused on playing the piano. His hands danced on the black and white keys, hitting the keys steadily and forcefully. Everyone had already accepted that Invisible Wings had become legend. But as they listened, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Was legend so elegant? This melody, down. Blue and white porcelain. When did it become blue and white porcelain? Why didn't they recognize it? Why is he playing blue and white porcelain again? I just realized. Did he play it wrong again? How is this playing wrong? This is a skewer. It's so seamless. It doesn't feel abrupt at all. It's very smooth. Yeah, if I hadn't heard these songs, I would have thought it was the same song. This young man is quite good. The tourists whispered to each other. At first, Invisible Wings didn't catch their attention. They were just chatting. When they realized that the young man had played it wrong, they laughed and talked about it. But now they realized that it wasn't a mistake. It was a skewer. Wang Zijin sighed. He played it so well. Qin Bao Bao hid her surprise and snorted. He only knows how to be in the limelight. It was easy to flirt with girls if he was too eye-catching. The melody of the blue and white porcelain entered its final stage. It slipped away in melancholy and gradually fell into a slump. Everyone thought that this was the end of the piano series. Qin Zai's 10 fingers paused for a moment. Suddenly he stepped on the pedal and his 10 fingers danced on the keys. In the next moment, the impassioned sound of the zither exploded without any warning. From the bass to the treble, from the ending to the climax. For 3 consecutive songs, Qin Zai stepped on the soft pedal. The songs were either beautiful, ethereal, or classical. He played them with a relatively soft voice. It was obviously very abrupt, and the connection was not smooth at all, but it gave people a kind of pleasure and resonance from being suppressed to being raised. Music and speeches were powerful tools to evoke resonance. Exaggerated. A middle-aged man blurted out. This was one of Qin Bao Bao's most famous works, but it was different from the highly praised blue and white porcelain. Although Exaggerated was very popular, it was not suitable for Qin Bao Bao to sing. It was criticized by some fans who felt that Qin Bao Bao was still a little lacking. Most of the fans who liked this song had some social experience. Adolescent children and rich second generations who did not eat the food of mortals probably did not have a sense of immersion. How could they understand that kind of unwillingness without the experience of being in the dust? How could they have the ambition to like a sudden high song, without being a passerby for more than 10 years? There were very few people who had the protagonist template, just like the lyrics of the lyrics. In the world there are too many ordinary and ordinary roads. Which house do you live in? Resonance. Exaggerated was the song with the best resonance effect that Qin Bao Bao had ever sung. Many tourists hummed along with the melody. Qin Zai gradually immersed himself. His movements of hitting the keys became bigger and bigger. His body leaned left and right with the melody like a crazy performer. The notes climbed steadily, layer by layer. It ended at the craziest and most resounding part, just like the song ended with a roar. The song was finished. Qin Zai let out a long breath. Clap, clap, clap. There was a burst of applause and the tourists cheered. Wonderful. Too wonderful. Few people could connect several songs so perfectly without any sense of disharmony. The tourists just felt that the level was good and deserved applause. But if there were music professionals present, they would probably be stunned. This required good talent and understanding and proficiency of these songs. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky quickly became cloudy. The weather forecast said that there would be a rainstorm today. The summer rain clouds were thick and clear at a glance. It was rainy in winter and the sky was light gray. Qin Zai saw that the dark clouds in the sky were faint and would not come down for a while, so he said that the weather was good and they should go fishing. The 3 of them left the restaurant. When they went out, Qin Bao Bao pointed at Qin Zai's arm and turned to ask Wang Zijin, "Do you want to hug him?" Wang Zijin did not react and said subconsciously, "I don't want to hug him." Qin Bao Bao was immediately relieved and said happily, "That's good." She hugged Qin Zai's arm and jumped up and down. 2 kilometers away from the ancient town, there was a big fish pond for tourists to fish. The fee was based on a daily basis, 300 yuan per person per day. The fee was simply a scam. The water was drawn from the Chowqing River, so there must be a lot of fish. However, all businessmen were evil. The fish pond owner fed the fish until they were full, so it was not so easy to hook them. Moreover, there should be no precious fish in the pond, so no matter how many fish were caught, they would not feel distressed. After an hour, Wang Zijin caught 4 fish, Qin Zai caught 3, and Qin Bao Bao did not catch a single fish. It was not that no fish took the bait, but the key was that she did not know how to fish. She lifted the rod as soon as the buoy sank, and sometimes the fish just tested the bait under the water. Another reason was that she pulled too hard and forced the hook to be unhooked. Qin Bao Bao unhooked another fish. She angrily threw the fishing rod away, stamped her feet and cried, "Qin Zhe, the fish here are as annoying as you." Qin Zhe disdainfully said, "What does it have to do with me?" Don't answer her. Once you answer, she will pester you and use all kinds of skillful techniques to push the blame to you. Finally, she will throw the punishment of cleaning to you. The longest road I've ever walked in my life is my sister's trick. Qin Bao Bao saw that her brother did not take the bait, so she pouted and sat on the small bench, facing him sideways, sulking alone. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin chased each other. Although the fish they caught were all cheap, they came here to fish for fun. It did not matter what kind of fish they caught. The game was in a stalemate. Suddenly, with a splash, a stone fell into the water, scaring away the fish that Qin Zhe had just caught. The mischievous sister patted the mud on her hands, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Seeing that her brother was angry, she hurriedly shouted, "There's a problem with my fishing rod." Qin Zhe came over to take a look. "There's no problem." Qin Bao Bao quibbled, "There's a problem. I want to go drifting. I don't want to fish." "Then you lose. You have to sweep the floor when you go back." Qin Bao Bao pretended not to hear, twisted her body and quickly walked away. Chapter 129. A few minutes later, Qin Bao Bao walked around the fish pond and came back. She kicked the bucket, causing the fishes to jump in panic and splash water everywhere. His sister said in a sweet voice, "Ace, fishing is boring. Play drifting with me." Qin Zhe said, "It's quite interesting." His sister pinched Qin Zhe's arm and asked, "Is it interesting? Is it interesting?" "Not interesting, not interesting." Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. "Bao Bao, don't disturb us fishing. Go drift by yourself," Wang Zijin said unhappily. "Why are we fishing so many fishes?" "We can't eat all of them," Qin Bao Bao said. "Who wants to eat them?" "Pick a few good ones to take away and let the rest go," Wang Zijin said, amused. "Then there's even less need to fish. Let's go drift." "No, Ace is fishing with me. We don't have time to drift. Your brother is still my brother." Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. "Does it matter?" Wang Zijin squinted. The two best friends looked at each other and it was as if there were crackling electric arcs. After a long time, Wang Zijin took a deep breath and gathered qi in her dantian. She said, as if she was saying the Buddhist 9 syllables, "Where do watermelons grow?" Qin Bao Bao answered, "Watermelon vines. They grow on the ground." Wang Zijin asked again, "Where do peanuts grow?" Qin Bao Bao answered, "Peanuts? They grow underground." Wang Zijin asked again, "Where do strawberries grow?" This was a little difficult. Qin Bao Bao said uncertainly, "On trees?" Qin Zhe slapped his forehead. Wang Zijin said, "Once." Qin Bao Bao guessed, "Underground?" "Twice." "Could it be in the water?" "3 times." "You lost." Wang Zijin said proudly, "Strawberries grow on the ground." "Strawberries grow on the ground? How dirty would that be?" "I don't believe it." Qin Bao Bao was not convinced. "Every time you ask me, this time doesn't count. It should be me asking and you answering." "That's for next time. Don't even think about getting away with it." I. Qin Bao Bao lost the battle of wits. She looked at her brother with tears in her eyes. "Ace," Qin Zhe thought to himself, "you two really know how to play. Excuse me, are you idiots? Using such a method to determine the winner? Could it be any more boring?" It was normal for her sister to be unable to differentiate between the 5 grains. Qin Bao Bao was born and raised in Shanghai. She had never been to the countryside in her life. She had eaten a lot of fruits, but she was at a loss when she asked about their growth status. The school didn't teach this either. She didn't watch the news, and the news occasionally had agricultural information. Qin Zhe was touched by his sister's soft and cute appearance. He asked, "What are rapeseed used for?" Wang Zijin replied instantly, "To extract oil." "Where do sweet potatoes grow?" "In the soil." "What about sweet potatoes?" "In the soil." "Potatoes." This question stumped Wang Zijin. If sweet potatoes and sweet potatoes grew in the soil, where did potatoes grow? It couldn't be in the soil, right? That was too simple. It definitely wasn't. She couldn't fall into the trap. Speaking of which, what were potatoes? Wang Zijin's eyes flashed with wisdom. "On the trees." Qin Zhe shook his head. "On the ground." Qin Zhe shook his head again. Wang Zijin fought like a cornered beast. "Could it be in the water?" Qin Zhe sighed. "It's the 3rd time, Sister Ziwei." Qin Bao Bao put her hands on her waist and laughed complacently. Qin Zhe turned his head away, not wanting his two sisters to see his MDZZ exclamation. Damn, I really want to laugh. It's so uncomfortable to hold it in. Only then did he remember that Wang Zijin was the daughter of a rich family, not much better than Qin Baobao. No wonder they used such a stupid way to duel. It turned out that they were evenly matched. They both felt that this was a very difficult question. Mizizi. Wang Zijin was not convinced. Then where do you think it grows? In the soil. Qin Zhe said, potatoes are potatoes. Wang Zijin said, I don't believe you. She threw the fishing rod and took out her phone to Baidu. After a while, she said with a face full of dissatisfaction, how do you know so much? How do you know so much? Qin Zhe was shocked. After all, one from Fudan University and the other from Peking University. What's the use of having a high IQ? Qin Zhe had heard his grandfather say that when they were young, they would go to the countryside from time to pay tribute to the revolutionary seniors with their sweat and bear in mind the spirit of hard work. That was called labor class. Times were developing, but education was getting worse with each generation. Therefore, common sense had nothing to do with intelligence. Qin Zhe had seen a variety show about intelligence competition before. One of the contestants was a top student from a famous university. When he went on stage, he showed off his powerful memory and recited the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. It was amazing. In the end, he was stumped by a question from his opponent, who asked him how bats sleep. This guy had never seen bats since he was young and was at a loss for words. In the end, this guy said with a face full of shock, how could there be creatures in the world that sleep upside down? Wouldn't they have a brain hemorrhage? This was not scientific. To hell with science. Qin Baobao snorted. When he was young, he had to go to the countryside with his mother for a while every summer vacation. Qin Ma's ancestral home was in Zhe province. When she was young, she grew up in a small county in Zhe province. When she was in junior high school, she moved to Shanghai with her parents. The ancestral home was still there, but no one had lived there for many years. Qin Ma brought Qin Zhe to live in the home of one of her good friends. In his memory, that aunt was very gentle. When Qin Zhe was in junior high school, she died of an illness. Wang Zijin sat on a small stool and looked at Qin Zhe from the corner of her eyes. She said faintly, you are indeed siblings. It was easy to hear the hidden bitterness in her voice. Qin Zhe was stunned. Was Miss Wang angry or jealous? Either way, he was happy. There was a saying, when you start to care about someone, you will feel happy, angry, sad, and happy because of them. Qin Baobao lost the battle of wits. Although her brother helped to regain face, she lost in the end. So Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin continued to fish. Qin Baobao moved the small stool to her brother's side, took off a low-heeled sandal, and put her foot on Qin Zhe's leg. She looked around in boredom, sometimes picking up small stones to play with, and sometimes teasing her brother. Looking at his profile, she rolled her eyes. Qin Zhe ignored her, so she took out her phone to check Weibo. The people Qin Baobao followed on Weibo were all people she met after entering the entertainment industry, such as Huang Yuding, Li Rongxing, Hong Jingyao, Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan updated her Weibo half an hour ago. The concert in Beijing has ended successfully. Next stop, Jin City. Su Yunhan attached a photo of herself in the dressing room, and the hairstylist behind her was changing her hair. Fans commented below, let's go together. I'm in Beijing anyway, not far from Jin City. Wherever Yunhan goes, we'll accompany her. When will the concert tickets be sold? The goddess is so beautiful. She's beautiful even without makeup. I like your new look the most. 100 likes. When is the national tour? I'm looking forward to it. She clicked on Huang Yuding's Weibo, which had not been updated. Then she clicked on Li Rongxing's Weibo. This guy had recently been a judge in a variety show and often posted photos of his interactions with the student contestants. The number of fans' replies was also astonishing. Times were changing. In the past, the little fresh meats walked the path of pure idols. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they praised themselves high and mighty, and did not eat the food of the common populace. With the development of the internet, the number of platforms for celebrities and fans to interact with each other increased. Many celebrities often posted on Weibo, and it was good to post some photos of their daily life. If there were some funny and witty material, it might make the entertainment headlines. Popularity was the life of a celebrity. Although it was a small path to make one's presence known, works were the brilliant path. However, an excellent work could only be found by chance. Her brother's side profile was quite good. Qin Baobao took out her phone, turned on the camera function, adjusted the angle, and captured Qin Zhe's profile as he seriously fished, as well as her long legs. Then she clicked on Weibo, uploaded it, and captioned, "You only know how to fish, fish, fish." she updated her Weibo. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo followers had reached the tens of millions. She posted on Weibo and netizens immediately saw it. Killer side profile. Here we go again, Qin Bao Bao, you crazy brother boasting demon. I just want to say, send another dozen photos like this. My brother is handsome. No, my husband is handsome. Am I the only one who thinks this pose is very provocative? Qin Bao Bao, is it really okay for you to flirt with your brother like this? Hey, is this Yao Yao Zero? There's a pair of German orthopedic doctors here, and they're enough to threaten social peace. Police uncle, that's her crazy brother flirt demon. Hurry up and take her away. My brother is mine. The goddess's long legs are really tempting. They're straight, long, white and tender. To be honest, they make my heart beat. Where is this? People with big boobs, answer me. Where is this? Fish pond? Where is the goddess having fun? It's a little familiar. I think it's a tourist attraction in an ancient town near Shanghai. Yes. I went there last year. Oh my workplace is only 10 kilometers away. I'll drive there to take a look. Let's team up and block Qin Bao Bao. Let's go together. Let's go together. Qin Bao Bao happily replied. When she saw this, her beautiful face turned pale. Our location has been exposed. Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at her blankly. I took a photo and posted it on Weibo, and someone accidentally recognized this place. Everyone said that they would come and block me. This time, Qin Zhe was no longer calm. He used to watch the entertainment news, and there would always be a certain celebrity being blocked by fans at the airport, and thousands of fans would come to pick him up. The idol would call on the fans to calm down, and then hide in the airport, not daring to come out. He was happy to see this at that time, but now the tables had turned. If they were blocked in the fish pond, wouldn't they be pushed into the water by the fans? Sister Ziwei, stop fishing. Let's go. Qin Zhe picked up the fishing rod and prepared to leave. Let's go immediately. Maybe there are fans in the town, Qin Bao Bao said. The three of them picked a few of the biggest fish and set the rest free. They returned the fishing rod and other things and left in a hurry. When they returned to the town and blended into the sea of people, they were no longer nervous. They wanted to walk around the commercial street, but Wang Zijin suddenly received a phone call. She walked away and picked it up. After a while, she came back and said, I'm going to Hongqiao Airport. Qin Bao Bao said, I'll send you there. It's not far. Wang Zijin said, I'll take a taxi. Don't come. Qin Bao Bao frowned and whispered, What's wrong? Wang Zijin curled her lips. My second aunt is here. The siblings both knew about Wang Zijin's family and were on guard. Wang Zijin waved her hand. It's okay. She can't do anything to me. But my second aunt is stubborn and likes to vent her anger on others. I can't let her know that I live here. Bao Bao's career is just on the right track. Don't complicate things. Qin Bao Bao said, Okay, you go. Qin Zhe looked at his sister with dissatisfaction. After Wang Zijin left, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe continued to walk around the commercial street. When they saw interesting antique shops, they went in to have a look. Qin Bao Bao usually bought a few small things. I'm tired. Qin Bao Bao stood still and shamelessly asked her brother to carry her. You're sweating on such a hot day. Don't you feel sticky? Qin Zhe was unwilling to be his sister's two-legged mount. You carry me. Qin Bao Bao stomped her feet. Qin Zhe bent his knees slightly and looked helpless. Qin Bao Bao's pretty face immediately lit up with a bright and beautiful smile. She trotted a few steps and with a kick of her legs she fiercely pounced on her brother. Qin Zhe, who was caught off guard, was almost pounced on like a dog eating mud. Qin Bao Bao hurt her breasts. She rubbed her 36D and said angrily, You're a burden. Qin Zhe had a different view. How can you win people's hearts if you don't have big breasts? Chapter 130. Qin Bao wrapped her arms around her brother's neck and blew into his ear playfully. Qin Zhe shivered and had goosebumps all over his body. He scolded, Qin Bao, don't mess around. Believe it or not, I will throw you into the Chowqing River. Go ahead. You are willing to throw away such a beautiful sister. You are capable. Qin Bao took the opportunity to hit Qin Zhe with a chestnut. Qin Zhe was too lazy to bicker with her. Qin Bao threatened, If you don't throw her away, you are not a man. Qin Zhe's head fell back and hit his sister's forehead. She cried out in pain. Where did you get so much resentment? He said. Qin Bao puffed up her cheeks. I want to slander your sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe was suddenly interested. Go ahead. Qin Bao thought for a while and seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. Then she said, Do you know why your sister Ziwei came to our house? She doesn't have many close friends in Shanghai, so she sought refuge with you. Then why does she only have me as her best friend? Because sister is a little fairy. Of course little fairies are popular. Qin Zai's flattery skills were perfect. Bah, disgusting. Qin Baobao scolded, but in her heart she was very pleased. She snorted and said, your sister Ziwei may be gentle and generous, but in fact she is a black-bellied woman. What do you mean? Qin Zai said. In the first year of high school she had a flirtatious female classmate who was in a relationship with a big gangster in school. That classmate didn't like Zijin, so she bullied her everywhere. She threw her quilt on the ground and threw her toothbrush and towel in the toilet. Zijin didn't say anything. She just quietly bought new ones and bought new ones when they were thrown away. Everyone thought that she was easy to bully and was a softie. Just like that, half a semester passed. During a certain physical education class, a female classmate and her boyfriend kissed in a secluded corner, and their hands touched all over each other. Zijin finally got the chance to take a picture. That day he applied for leave from school and printed the photos in full color. Then he distributed them all over the school. Even the principal was alerted. So cool? Qin Zai was shocked. What happened after that? Just expel him. As long as you don't expose your relationship in high school, the teachers won't care. This is an unspoken rule. But if it was exposed it would be different. The school wanted to save face. If it was only discovered in private, the teacher could give him a warning. However, the entire school knew about it. What else could he do other than expel him? Wait to appear on the news? We're studying at a key high school. Or someone from the Ministry of Education. Even the school leaders are afraid. It's fine if you don't make a move, but if you do, you'll definitely kill. Qin Zai praised. He had also experienced school violence. Every student who had experienced school violence would leave behind a shadow that was difficult to erase for the rest of their lives. Qin Zai didn't think that Wang Zijin had gone overboard. He just wanted to return the favor. There's more. Qin Baobao continued to expose more information. He wanted to take revenge for his loss in the battle of wits just now. When she was in her second year of high school, a rich second-generation heir pestered her. His family had some connections with the school. When the rich second-generation heir saw Zijin, he felt that his life's partner had already appeared. He pestered her all day long. Unfortunately, he was heartless. He sent her roses, luxury goods, and all kinds of ways to win her over didn't work. Once he got angry, he wanted to force himself on her. So arrogant? Is his fatherly gang? Qin Zai was angry. That's why I said that Zijin was two-faced. She turned on the recording function on her phone and recorded all the filthy words of the rich second-generation heir, including the fact that his family had connections with the school. No matter what he did, he would be able to settle it. If he said it out loud, he would be punished. I just want to know how she escaped being forced on. Qin Zai was more concerned about this. That's not the point. Qin Baobao knocked his chin on the back of his brother's head. He directly submitted the recording to the Ministry of Education and complained to the school leaders. He even found lawyers, police, and reporters. A group of school leaders were blocked in the office and didn't dare to come out. Then the rich second-generation heir transferred schools and the principal was laid off. Oh my, it shocked a group of onlookers. She's the second generation of an official. Her family has a background. Qin Zai was afraid that his sister didn't know. Qin Baobao nodded. But who would say that they're the second generation of an official with great fanfare? At that time, I didn't know her family background. Regardless of whether it was her classmates or teachers, they all stayed away from her. She's too two-faced. Her methods are vicious and ruthless. If she was thrown into ancient times, she would definitely be an expert in domestic fights. For such a woman, not to mention her second aunt, even her own mother might not be able to handle her. Qin Baobao said. Not to mention her own mother, even her own father couldn't handle her and ran away from home. Qin Zai deeply felt the same. Suddenly he was stunned. That's why you let her go to the airport alone. Sister, I'm wrong. Qin Zai immediately apologized. Just now, he was worried that his second aunt would bring a group of servants and lackeys and forcibly kidnap Wang Zijin back home. He was familiar with Qin Baobao and Qin Baobao was also familiar with him. That dissatisfied look from before clearly hurt his sister's heart. No wonder her resentment was so strong. I'll bite you to death. Qin Baobao painstakingly washed away the insignificant stain on her bright and imposing image. She was too concerned about her image in her brother's heart. Bah, so salty. Qin Baobao bit Qin Zai's ear and quickly spat. This is not a loss. Qin Zai laughed. Wang Zijin didn't have any friends in Shanghai, and she probably didn't care too much about it. In terms of personality, she was such a person. There was a sense of calmness and indifference about him. It could also be said that she was too opinionated. It could be seen from the fact that she ran away from home. In terms of being smooth and slick, Qin Baobao was better than Wang Zijin. His sister had been very outstanding since she was young, not only in terms of IQ but also in terms of EQ. Qin Baobao could take care of every circle of her in an orderly manner. She could handle every circle of her classmates, family and friends. At home she was a good daughter and at school she was a good student. She was so good that the teacher couldn't even find a reason to visit her home. Including her coquettish and cute behavior in front of Qinzhe, it was actually part of her high EQ. The soft-hearted brother always took care of all the household chores under his sister's sugar-coated bullets. However, Qinzhe was a wretch and he enjoyed it very much. Even in the working circle she did well. Before she left, her previous boss even helped her get an interview spot. Although it was a small matter, would the boss care about an ordinary employee? His sister often said that large companies were annoying, and that there were schemes everywhere. There were often employees who criticized her in private and said bad things about her. However, she was able to stand firm in the position of the CEO's secretary, which was enough to prove her ability. You can't expect to be praised everywhere you go, and you can't expect everyone to be your ally. In Xingyi Entertainment, Qin Baobao was doing well. She didn't have any bad relationships with anyone, which was commendable. She only had a tacit understanding with Su Lu, but that was a fight for resources, and it was an unavoidable battle. In the eyes of parents, a daughter's only weakness was that she didn't have any life skills. This was the norm for delicate girls in big cities. Now she had another weakness, which was that she didn't want a boyfriend. However, Qinzhe felt that compared to Wang Zijin, his sister lost in terms of wisdom. He had never seen a sister who pretended to be pitiful in front of her younger brother every day. Fortunately, she was the older sister, and she had to consider her sister's prestige occasionally. If she was the younger sister, after walking in silence for a while, Qin Baobao rested her chin on her younger brother's shoulder. She tilted her head and stared at the face that was close to her. The angular outline, the handsome bridge of his nose, and the bright black eyes. There was an intoxicating masculine aura. Time passed so quickly. Back then he was still a little kid who followed behind her and called her sister. That punching bag that she could bully at will had grown into a man of indomitable spirit with the passage of time. Qin Baobao sighed faintly. Ace, when your birthday is over, you'll be 23 years old. A yearning heart is like a yearning heart. It's said that the sky wants to rain, and the mother wants to get married. There's no stopping it. I just want you to get married later and we can play around like we did when we were young. How happy would that be? In the future, when you swindle someone's fresh cabbage, you can start a family. As for me, I'll probably have my own family and children. Do you think we won't be so good in the future? I can't kiss you casually or your wife will be jealous. You can't hit my butt either, or your brother-in-law who knows which corner of the world will be jealous too. After that, we'll live our own lives with our own husbands, wives and children. We'll see each other during festivals, chat and continue to work hard for our lives and for our families. Qinzhe thought that this might be the best ending. She had her sister's family and he had his family. The pain of youth, the pain of first love, was the most meaningless. The 4 seasons passed and the years were peaceful. After a few years they might be able to talk about their playful childhood, their happy youth, and their conflicted present would become distant youths. They would be surrounded by their own children, chasing and playing. Qinzhe's heart ached for no reason, and he scolded, "What's there to be sad about? You have to get married and I have to get a wife. There's nothing I can do about it, but I raised you up with my own hands." Qinzhe rolled his eyes. This sentence again. Unexpectedly, his sister changed the topic. "I can't accept that the pig I raised was slaughtered. I was caught off guard when your car flipped over." Qinzhe pinched his sister's butt. Qin Baobao hugged his neck tightly. "Let's talk about the future in the future. Don't get married so early, okay?" Qinzhe was silent. She emphasized her tone with a hint of pleading. "Okay." Qinzhe still didn't speak and he stared blankly at the road under his feet. Qin Baobao's eyes reddened. "Mom asked me to go home for a blind date again tonight." "Oh," Qinzhe replied. Qin Baobao stared at the side of her brother's face, trying to see something in his eyes, but she couldn't. She said bitterly, "I'm going home now and I'll marry whoever I like." Qinzhe's footsteps paused for a moment, and then he took another step forward and replied with an indifferent, "Oh." Qin Baobao's tears flowed down immediately, and she leaned on his shoulder, sobbing. After walking for a long time they were already out of the ancient town, but she was still crying. This was a sister who would never stop crying. Qin Zhe said impatiently, "What's there to cry about? Mom arranged a blind date for you and I can't stop it. But if any bastard dares to pester you, I'll break his legs, no, his third leg too." Qin Bao Bao sniffled and nodded hard. "K. Still crying?" Qin Zhe glared at her. Qin Bao Bao chuckled and wiped away her tears with both hands and said in a nasal voice, "Impudent, do you still see me as your sister?" Chapter 131. Qin Zhe had never been in a serious relationship in his life. He had never even thought about getting married. It was too far away. Qin Bao Bao got into the little red horse. Her eyes were still red and she didn't dare to look at her brother. She thought about it and said, "Forget what happened just now." Qin Zhe had a blank look on his face. "What just happened?" Qin Bao Bao snorted and smiled. "At least you know what's good for you." Qin Zhe said, "I don't remember someone crying and begging me not to get married. I'll kill you." Qin Bao Bao was furious. She rushed over and strangled Qin Zhe's neck. The sound of fighting could be heard in the carriage. Qin Bao Bao leaned on her brother's chest. Her hands were twisted behind her back. She gasped for breath and didn't forget to hit her brother's chest with her head. She cursed in a low voice, "Bastard, bastard. I think it's because you're not young anymore. It's time to get married. As for me, it's still too early to get married." Qin Zhe freed a hand and pinched his sister's face. Strangely, Qin Bao Bao didn't struggle. A dejected look flashed in his eyes. "I won't get married. I'll be a single dog for life," Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao's face glowed. She said happily, "That's the best. What's so good about it? Didn't you say that I'm the only child in the family? It's not good for the Qin family to die. Why don't you press the coffin lid for Grandpa?" Pitter-patter. A bean-sized raindrop hit the window. Then the rain poured down. The sound of the rain filled the whole world. The rainwater flowed down the window, forming a layer of transparent water film. The rain fell violently, splashing the ground with a dense rain mist. "It's raining?" Qin Bao Bao raised her head with difficulty and looked out the window. "Yes." Qin Zhe let go of her hand and helped her up. The rain in summer was always rapid and fierce, giving people a sense of oppression for no reason, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city and threatening to destroy it. "I have a donkey but I never ride it." The phone rings and the brother and sister reach for their pockets at the same time. The two of them have bumped into each other every day, but it is still Qin Bao Bao's phone that is ringing. Qin Zhe has been a passerby for 22 years, so his phone is destined to be lonely. "Mom?" Qin Bao Bao picked up the phone and called out. "Are you back?" It was Qin Ma's voice. "I'm just about to come back," Qin Bao Bao said. "You don't have to come back," Qin Ma said helplessly. "Bao Bao, let me tell you, the blind date is over." "Yellow?" Qin Bao Bao's face lit up. She said angrily, "Why did it turn out like this? I was already dressed up and ready to go out. Why did he turn out like this? What does he mean? Does he look down on me? Do you know how serious I am about today's blind date?" Qin Zhe glanced at his sister's messy appearance. Her short-sleeved shirt was wrinkled, and her collar was crooked, revealing half of her snow-white shoulders and a patch of white on her chest. What kind of meticulous dressing is this? Qin Bao Bao was still complaining about how solemn she was and how much she looked forward to it. In the end, it turned out to be a failure. She was very disappointed and hurt. Qin Ma heard this and felt guilty. "Bao Bao, it's okay. There are many good men out there. Mom will keep an eye out for you. Come back next week." Qin Bao Bao's face turned pale. "Oh, Mom, I just want to say that you don't have to waste so much effort. It's so tiring." I want it. No, no, no." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. "Who asked you to be so stubborn?" After hanging up, Qin Bao Bao looked dejected as if she had lost the battle of the house. Qin Bao Bao meant, "Mom, you are so unreliable. You made me look forward to it for nothing. Please don't do such things in the future. The older, the wiser." Qin Ma pretended not to understand. She interpreted her daughter's meaning as, "My daughter likes blind dates very much. Today's matter is my fault for not doing my job well. I will reflect on myself and strive to do better." Off topic. It was a perfect deviation. "Don't you know whose belly you are? Do you think you can hide such petty thoughts from our mother?" Qin Zhe was disdainful. "Shut up." Qin Bao Bao snorted. Qin Zhe went to touch his sister's head, but she slapped his hand away. This was the correct way to kill someone, by touching their head. Originally, his sister did not resist her younger brother touching her head. But one day, after touching his sister's head, Qin Zhe laughed and said, "This is the famous, smiling and touching a dog's head on the internet. After being chased around the house and beaten by his sister, Qin Baobao did not like her younger brother touching her head. Instead, she smiled and touched her younger brother's head enthusiastically. About the blind date, the man went back on his word. He was an ordinary working-class man with a clean family background. He had a house in Shanghai and was 30 years old. Qin Zai's aunt introduced him to Qin Ma. Qin Ma saw him and thought, "Oh, he is quite handsome, owns a house and is also a local." She showed him Qin Baobao's photo. But when the man saw it, he was terrified. Who did not know the superstar Qin Baobao? He was just an ordinary person. He could not control her at all. He knew his place very well and tactfully rejected her. He left with excitement and disappointment. He estimated that he could boast to his family and friends for a few years. "How did Aunt have the time to introduce you to someone?" Qin Zai asked. "Her son is living in our house." Qin Baobao said. "What happened?" "He didn't do well in the middle school exams. Maybe he was delayed by playing games." Uncle was very disappointed and angry. But after thinking about it, he felt that his son must be sad. So he decided to take him out to play and relax. He asked his younger cousin to apply for an ID card. Qin Baobao's tone was full of gossip. "But that little bastard ignored him. He only knew how to play games like you." Uncle was furious and gave him a good beating. "He beat you even harder than Dad beat you. Aunt dotes on her son too much. So she sent him to her brother's place to avoid the trouble." A loving mother leads to a useless son. Qin Zai joked. "He doesn't want to come to our house either. The old man talks about principles all day long and feeds him poisonous chicken soup every day. You also know that a loving mother leads to a useless son." Qin Baobao gave him a funny brother expression. "A loving mother leads to a useless son," Qin Zai said. "Nonsense. You are the only son. Mom dotes on you the most. She dotes on you the most. When the old man beat me, she did not stop him." Useless son. Useless daughter. The siblings bickered every day. Regarding this topic, neither of them could convince the other. Mother Qin could be considered impartial. As for the old man who served his son with a stick every day, it could only be said that their education methods were different. Beating was a sign of affection, scolding was a sign of love. This sentence described parents. But compared to his obedient daughter, Qin Zai felt like he was a gift from a top-up. At the same time at home, the old man sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and opened a newspaper. Qin Ma hung up the phone and sighed. "That wretched girl must be very happy." The old man shook his head. "She's so worrisome. With her current status, it's not suitable for her to go on blind dates. If the paparazzi secretly take photos of her, her career will be ruined before she gets married." Qin Ma was about to refute when her phone rang. She glanced at the number and her expression changed. She subconsciously held the phone tightly as if to hide the phone and the ringtone. The old man looked up. "Why didn't you answer the phone?" Qin Ma forced a smile. "It's an unknown number. Maybe it's a sales call." She rejected the call. Qin Ma was in a daze for a while. She stood up and said, "I'm going to the market." The old man nodded and lowered his head to read the newspaper. Qin Ma carried the cloth bag that housewives used to buy groceries on her arm and went out with an umbrella. When the elevator went down to the first floor, she could no longer maintain her calm face. She was shocked and angry. The rain fell wildly and the sound of the storm filled the world. The raindrops as thick as a finger fell and the world was white. Qin Ma stared at the torrential rain in a daze. Then the phone rang again. It was the same number. Qin Ma held the phone tightly. After hesitating for a while, she chose to answer the phone. "Xiaolan, I'll be in Shanghai soon." A man's calm voice came from the phone. Qin Ma's heart sank. "What are you doing in Shanghai?" "I'm here to see you and the child," the man said. Qin Ma's voice suddenly became sharp. "See what child? Which one is your child? It has nothing to do with your family." The man was silent for a moment and sighed. "Can you let me see the child? I haven't seen the child for many years. After all, blood is thicker than water." Qin Ma sneered. "Blood is thicker than water? Why are you pretending to be affectionate and righteous? Do you regret what you said?" "It's too late," the man said in a deep voice. "Xiaolan," Qin Ma interrupted him angrily. "Enough. I'm warning you. Don't disturb my life again. The child has nothing to do with you. Her surname is Qin." The man said, "Let's not talk over the phone. Let's meet and talk, okay?" "It's not worth it," Qin Ma said angrily. "Go back to where you came from. I'll be at Hongqiao Station in 10 minutes. If you don't come, I'll go to your house. I remember the address." Qin Ma gritted her teeth. "Okay, I'll go now." Chapter 132. Hongqiao Airport. Wang Zijin got out of the taxi, passed through the airport security, and entered the departure hall on the second floor. She was wearing a printed plaid shirt with a small vest, a pair of light white cropped jeans and canvas shoes. She was dressed in a youthful and beautiful way. Her hair was tied into a bun that matched her oval face. All the male tourists who came and went couldn't help but glance at her. She received a text message. Waiting for the ferry. I'm on the departure floor on the second floor. Do you want to meet somewhere? No, let's go to the Starbucks here. Wang Zijin replied and put her phone in her pocket. Her peach blossom eyes, which Qin Zhe privately said were not inferior to his sister's phoenix eyes, were looking at the tourists aimlessly. It was raining heavily outside. Wang Zijin ordered 2 cups of coffee at the Starbucks and waited for her second aunt. She was not flustered or nervous about being questioned. She was never the kind of obedient girl that outsiders thought she was. Although she appeared dignified, elegant, and calm, everyone in the family knew what kind of person she was. When it came to playing tricks, her best friend, who only knew how to throw a tantrum and act cute in front of her younger brother, was a far cry from her. She was born in ancient times. Her family would definitely sigh and lament that she was not a man. The children who grew up in the same courtyard as her all knew that Wang Zijin was a spicy little radish. In this era, women could do a lot of things. They were not inferior to men at all. Her family was very satisfied with her. Her grandfather said that she was clever and quick-witted. Her father said that she was neutral and peaceful. But she was too opinionated. A big family like the Wang family preferred moderate and docile children. If they followed the path that their parents had arranged for them, they would naturally reach the peak of their lives. Their sharp and untamed qualities were suitable for leaders or pioneers who could cut their way through thorns and thorns. Not long after, she saw her second aunt coming over. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses. The smartly dressed assistant was dragging a small suitcase and following her step by step. Wang Zijin immediately pouted. Did she think that she was a celebrity? Why would she wear sunglasses? She was not Qin Bao. Her second aunt glanced at the Starbucks and walked straight past it. You didn't wait long, right? The woman took off her sunglasses. She was a mature woman in her 40s, wearing an expensive casual dress. Her eyebrows were somewhat similar to Wang Zijin's, but not as exquisite. His gaze was especially sharp, and when he looked at people there was a sense of majesty. Half an hour, Wang Zijin said and pushed the Starbucks to her second aunt. Where do you live now? Wang Lingyan took a sip of coffee and asked casually. Stay in a hotel, Wang Zijin said. You're full of lies, Wang Lingyan said angrily. I'm really staying in a hotel. After all, I've stayed in Shanghai for 2 years. There are still a lot of people who admire me. Wang Zijin smiled, giving off a, I'm just saying nonsense to fool you calm. Your father is very angry and wants you to go back quickly. Listen to your aunt. Don't be angry with your family, Wang Lingyan advised. Angry? I'm just here to have fun and get some fresh air. Of course, I'll go back when I'm done playing. Wang Zijin blinked. Wang Zijin did not follow her train of thought. Although she had never played games, she knew that it was fatal to be led by others. Wang Lingyan smiled bitterly. Her stomach full of words was stuffed back. This niece of hers had been difficult to deal with since she was young. Your grandfather is also very angry, Wang Zijin laughed. Second aunt, don't fool me, okay? Why is he angry? When I was young, I tore up my parents' marriage certificate, but he didn't let my father hit me. You're already so old and have your own opinions. However, I still have to advise you. Yes, it's not popular to use your parents' words as a matchmaker, but marriage is such a big thing. It can't be entirely based on your personality and preferences. You must abide by your elders' opinions. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. You're talking as if I'm going to find a poor scholar to marry off. That's the same as using your parents' words as a matchmaker. Second aunt, don't go off topic, okay? When it came to marriage, the elders' feelings had to be considered. Otherwise, where would the phrase meeting the parents come from? However, she did not accept a blind marriage. Actually, it was not a blind marriage. She was very familiar with the groom. They grew up together. How could they not be familiar with each other? When Wang Zijin slapped him, he would kneel down and call her sister. She was used to bullying him since she was young. Off topic? Wang Lingyan was stunned. It's a term used on the internet. It means to deviate from the main topic and change the concept, Wang Zijin said. She learned it from Qinze. Wang Lingyan looked at her. Zijin, you've changed? She felt that her niece was about to become an otaku. What's wrong with Mingqing? He's been sensible and hardworking since he was young. When the elders talk about him they always give him a thumbs up. He also grew up together with you, second aunt said bitterly. Wang Zijin waved her hand. It's because we're too close that I don't feel anything. He stole our family's money when he was 6. When he was 10 he smashed his grandfather's antique and framed his younger brother. When he was 15 he went around looking for an experienced driver to bring him a big sword. I have a lot of his dark history and he has a lot of mine. Second aunt, it's really impossible for us to be together. I've always treated him as an elder brother. She liked to get to know him slowly and get along with him slowly. Using Qin Zhe's words, love grows with time. However, she did not like the idea of a childhood sweetheart. For example, some men liked seductive wives or innocent schoolgirls. There were also men who liked black stockings, older sisters, uniforms, queens, lolicons and so on. Then what was she a fan of? A younger brother? Bah. Wang Zijin lightly slapped herself twice. She did not want to be infected by Qin Baobao. I've always treated him as an elder brother. Wang Lingyan thought that if Mingqing heard this, he would probably cry himself to death. You should go home first. Although it's free outside, it's not as warm as home. The food outside is also not hygienic. How can it compare to the special? Before Wang Lingyan could finish, Wang Zijin interrupted her and said, don't say the word special. You have to be harmonious. Besides, I eat quite well. It's better than what I eat at home. I won't be satisfied if I don't eat at least 2 big bowls of rice now, Wang Zijin said. My best friend is a foodie. The first to act will get everything. Wang Lingyan looked at her for a while and wondered, you've really gained weight. You've gained weight recently. Such words were undoubtedly a blow to any woman's heart. Wang Zijin's expression changed. Second aunt, did you bring a mirror? She came out to play today and did not bring her bag. Wang Lingyan dazedly took out a makeup mirror from her designer bag and handed it over. Wang Zijin looked at herself in the mirror. She did not know if it was because of her imagination, but she felt that she had indeed gained a lot of weight. Her oval-shaped face was rounder and her complexion was better. However, the word fat was unacceptable. Wang Zijin's face was sad. I told you that if you eat like this every day you'll definitely gain weight. I hate him to death. It's all Qin Baobao's fault. That foodie snatches food from me every day. But Qin Baobao is not fat at all. Qin Zhe is not fat either. I really envy foodies who don't gain weight. Wang Lingyan's ears perked up. Who is he? A chef. I recently found a very good restaurant. Second aunt, I'll take you there when I'm free. Wang Zijin talked nonsense without changing her expression. Wang Lingyan said with a faint smile, Zijin, do you think the family can't find out about your connections in Shanghai? Don't argue with me, okay? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. Second aunt, don't do anything unnecessary. You'll get angry. Forget it. I came to Shanghai this time to discuss a business deal and also to see you. Wang Lingyan did not want to continue arguing with this cunning niece. The aunt and niece said goodbye at the airport. Wang Zijin watched her get into the commercial car sent by the company's driver. Second aunt was testing her. She did not show any signs of changing her mind. She should be very disappointed. There was a reason for second aunt's painstaking persuasion. In the system where second uncle was in, Zhang Mingqing's father was the leader of the Zhang family. It was self-evident what this meant. Sometimes Wang Zijin hated that family. No matter what she did, she always put the family first, including her marriage. Her parents were in a political marriage. Although there was no internal strife, she did not want to be too careful. Over the years, her parents respected each other more. Although they were as loving as before at home, Wang Zijin knew that there was a woman in her father's heart. Although her mother did not cheat, she had been disappointed in this marriage for a long time. She looked at things more and more utilitarian. She was very satisfied with her current life. She was very satisfied with Qin Baobao, her best friend. As for Qin Zhe, she was very satisfied. The siblings were always fooling around, but the older sister relied on the younger brother a lot, and the younger brother doted on the older sister a lot. There was something wrong with this pair of siblings. Anyway, it was very heartwarming. Uncle Qin was more old-fashioned. When he beat people up, he was very ruthless. It was obvious that he valued his son very much. She heard from her best friend that the old man finally hoped for his son to be successful, but he was very frightened. He probably felt that his son's way of life was wrong. However, Qin Baobao said that the old man lost confidence in his way of education and started to doubt life. After all, the ugly duckling in the family flew out and returned as a white swan. The old man felt that he was the ugly duckling, so he taught an ugly duckling. Qin Ma was also very interesting. She was always worried that her daughter would not be able to get married. When she was at home, she was busy arranging blind dates. In recent years, it had become worse. It was said that it started after the siblings lived together. How good would it be if she grew up in such a family? "Hello Ace, are you home?" she called Qinze. "On the way back. Can you come to Hongqiao to pick me up?" Wang Zijin hesitated. "It's raining a bit heavily." "Okay." Wang Zijin hung up the phone with a gentle smile on her lips. Chapter 134. Extra spring came and it was mating season again. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Qinze was awakened by the murderous aura in his crotch. He irritably reached inside and scratched. The young man was 22 years old and had never tasted abalone in his life. But it didn't matter. He believed that day was not far away because not long ago he finally left the singles club and successfully hooked up with the beautiful Cabbage. He got up and dressed in one go. After washing in the bathroom, he knocked on the door next door. "It's 8 o'clock, get up quickly." He reminded his sister to get up as usual, then took out the key from the bag and went out to buy breakfast. When Qinze came home with soy milk, fried dough sticks and soup dumplings, his sister had already got up and washed. Cheerful singing came from the crack of the bathroom door. He lived with his sister Qin Baobao. His sister was 2 years older than him and had already worked. It was worth mentioning that his sister, who had been praised as beautiful since childhood, was also single. The single siblings left their parents and depended on each other in an 80-square-meter house. Qinze's expenses all year round were paid by his sister. "Sister, my living expenses are not enough. Give me another 200 yuan. Qinze chewed the bun and showed a flattering smile on his face. Qin Baobao's well-trimmed eyebrows slightly frowned. "Didn't I give you 500 yuan at the beginning of the month? It hasn't even been half a month and you're already out of money?" "Qin Baobao, calm down. What I'm going to say next may make your mentality explode and fall into the abyss of envy, jealousy and hatred." Qinze laughed and waved his hand. "I'm not who I used to be. From today on, please call me Qin. Has a girlfriend, Zhe." Qin Baobao's face quickly fell, and her expression gradually became ferocious. "You used my money to pick up girls? Bah, scum, I won't give you a cent. Ha, I knew you would be jealous." Qinze was proud. "Last time, didn't you say something like, if you have the ability, find a girlfriend back? Are you stupid? It's not like I can't find a girlfriend." Qin Baobao's face suddenly turned red. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "Why are you looking for a girlfriend so early? You're not allowed to look for a girlfriend before you graduate from college. You're not allowed to look for a girlfriend if you don't have a stable job. You're not allowed to look for a girlfriend if you don't have 5 million yuan in savings." "Bah, then I'll just be a single dog for the rest of my life." Qinze rolled his eyes. "Anyway, I won't give you a penny. Don't even think about using my money to pick up girls." Qin Baobao said loudly. "If you don't want to give it to me, then don't. I won't ask Mom for it. If she knew that I found a girlfriend, she would be very happy." "Who wants your money?" Qinze said disdainfully. "I." Qin Baobao choked and suddenly rushed to Qinze with bared fangs and brandished claws. She scratched his face and said angrily, "You black-hearted maggot. I'll scratch you to death, you heartless thing." His sister was always like this. She didn't have enough words, but she used force to make up for it. When she was flustered and exasperated, she would be like an angry cat. However, after entering puberty, her force was declining day by day. She was even worse than a middle-aged man. The siblings were exchanging punches at each other at the dining table. The battle was extremely intense. Qin Baobao's chest was heaving up and down and she was panting heavily. After barely holding on for a few minutes, she was quickly defeated. She didn't know how many times she had been bullied by her brother. She leaned against the chair and sniffled. Tears fell down. "Hey, you didn't hit anything, right?" Qinze stopped playing and said nervously, "Did your hand hurt?" "It's none of your business." Qin Baobao turned her head to one side and said with a sobbing voice, "I won't ask you for money, okay?" Qinze muttered. "It's not about money." Qin Baobao yelled at Qinze and turned back to the room. Not long after, she changed into a neat office lady suit and walked out in women's leather shoes. Her eyes were still red. She ignored Qinze and went straight to work. Qinze lived in a neighborhood not far from the University of Finance and Economics. He got off the subway when he was one stop away from the University of Finance and Economics. He ran to a famous breakfast shop nearby and bought the signature crab roe buns, pan-fried pork, soy milk, and tofu pudding for 4 people. He then returned to the subway station and went to the University of Finance and Economics. There were no professional classes in the morning, so Wang Dandan and her roommates were still asleep at this time. Since he had successfully hooked up with the Cabbage a week ago, It had become Qin Zhe's daily routine to deliver breakfast to the girls' dormitory before 9 o'clock. His living expenses were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now he had less than 300 yuan in his pocket. What could he do with 300 yuan? With the level of consumption in Shanghai, he could spend 300 yuan in 4 days. He sent a text message at the girls' dormitory door. A few minutes later, Wang Dandan, who was scantily dressed, ran down the stairs with her slender legs. She looked like she had just woken up and was washing up. Her forehead was pasted with bangs, and her delicate face was white and delicate. She was a cabbage with a 6+ rating. She put on makeup, she could get a 7. Qin Zhe felt that a 7 out of 10 was the minimum requirement for a girl with the beauty standards cultivated by his family member. Qin Zhe felt that 7 out of 10 was already the minimum requirement. Thank you. Wang Dandan took a big bag of breakfast and smiled sweetly at him. She pinched a crab roe bun and stuffed it into Qin Zhe's mouth. Here's your reward. Qin Zhe opened his mouth and swallowed it. He said vaguely, after class in the afternoon, let's go watch a movie. Okay. Wang Dandan nodded. Qin Zhe took advantage of the situation. Tomorrow is Saturday. I'll take you out for lunch. I found a very good Hong Kong restaurant. Wang Dandan nodded again and waved her hand. I'll go up first. Qin Zhe looked at her back and smiled. He had met this little cabbage at a dormitory party that was gradually becoming less and less popular. From junior high to university, he had never taken the initiative to pursue any girl. This time, it was Wang Dandan who had struck up a conversation with him after the party. After a while they became familiar with each other. Qin Zhe felt that it was good enough that he could find such a girl in his life. Wang Dandan returned to the dormitory with breakfast. There were 4 girls in the dormitory. 2 of them were still sleeping in bed and the other one woke up with her. She sat at the table and put on makeup in front of the mirror. Her roommate immediately came up to her and helped her spread the breakfast on the table. The other 2 who were sleeping also woke up, but they didn't get up. Now they couldn't bear the hunger and got up. It's good to have food to eat when you wake up every day. A girl climbed down. She had not washed her face or brushed her teeth. First she picked up a crab roe bun and stuffed it into her mouth. With a splurt oil spilled out. She hurriedly held it with one hand and pulled out a tissue with the other. These buns are really delicious. Another girl said, Dandan, your boyfriend is a local, right? His family has a big house of more than 100 square meters. Wang Dandan nodded. His father is Professor Qin from our department. Wow, are you serious? Professor Qin? Qin Jianzhang? A professor from our university can easily earn a few million yuan a year. Wow, he's a rich guy on the Dandan list. The girls sighed and said that rich people eat as much as they can. It's like robbing the rich to help the poor. Although the girls in university knew how to look at money, they hadn't really stepped into society. In a few years they would be more than envious. When they enter society and want to continue living in Shanghai, they will know how desperate the housing price is and how important it is to find a well-off local boyfriend. Wang Dandan smiled. That's why you shouldn't stare at Zhang Mingyu. He's a rich second generation. He won't like us. If you want to stay in Shanghai, find a local boyfriend or a well-off boyfriend who has the intention to develop in Shanghai. Those poor and talkative men are basically bottomless pits. Even if he has potential, when will he be able to afford a house? 10 or 20 years later. It'll be too late by then. One of the girls agreed. Yes. And when he's rich in the future, he might find a mistress. One of the girls who found a poor and talkative man curled her lips and said unhappily, Then your boyfriend will be loyal? Dandan, you should be more careful. I heard that people in Shanghai like to find a local boyfriend, regardless of gender. Don't accompany him through university and get kicked out after graduation. Wang Dandan smiled slightly. I know. Seeing her like this, the other 2 girls were relieved. They smiled and said, That guy looks honest. It'll be easy for Dandan to control him. That's right. I guarantee that he'll be obedient. There are many boys chasing after Dandan. Qin Zhe's ordinary but good-looking face popped up in Wang Dandan's mind. She smiled confidently. For girls who were obsessed with looks, Qin Zhe's appearance was at most passable. Girls who were beautiful themselves would not be willing to spend the rest of their lives with such a man. However, she felt that Qin Zhe's personality was not bad. Moreover, girls who had passed the age of fantasy would realize that material things were far more important than appearance. Not to mention other things, just a house in Shanghai that was worth tens of millions was enough to make 80% of men cower in fear. Moreover, his father was a university professor. Even if his son was not very successful, his life would be smooth sailing. Moreover, this man was easy to control. At least during the short period of their relationship, Wang Dandan always held the dominant position between the two of them. She could feel that Qin Zhe did not have any experience in love. Li Xianyu borrowed 200 yuan from each of his roommates and gathered 600 yuan. It was enough to treat little Cabbage to a meal on Saturday and play for a day. Since he could not get money from his sister, he decided to ask his mother for money. Although Qin Ma was a housewife, she was in charge of the family's finances. Although the family was not rich in recent years, they still had a decent standard of living. Although his sister was not willing to give his brother money to pick up girls, all mothers in the world were happy to spend money on their sons picking up girls. After watching a movie in the afternoon, his sister came back not long after. Usually, Qin Zhe was not willing to cook before the end of the month and before his sister's finances dried up. Today was no exception. However, his sister did not order takeout tonight. "Why didn't you order takeout?" Qin Zhe said, "I'm hungry." His sister, who had changed her mature and attractive office attire into a pleated skirt and a black slim-fit t-shirt, sat on the sofa boldly and looked at him with her small eyes. "I've eaten." "Huh. Then what about me?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "What does it have to do with me?" Qin Bao Bao looked at him with disdain. "Go find your girlfriend." Qin Zhe pursed his lips. "Stingy. I'll eat instant noodles myself. Tomorrow I'll bring my girlfriend to eat a big meal." "Humph. Tomorrow, a big meal." Qin Bao Bao immediately raised her eyebrows. Her small face was full of anger. However, after her bright eyes turned, she suddenly restrained her anger and smiled like a little fox. "Where do you have money?" Qin Zhe, "I have a lot of friends so I borrowed it." Qin Bao Bao said, "You're borrowing money to pick up girls. You're a fool." Qin Zhe said angrily, "It's none of your business." Qin Bao Bao immediately said, "How about this? Bring your sister along tomorrow. Treat it as my treat." Qin Zhe stared at her suspiciously, trying to find clues from that foxy face. "You're that kind?" Qin Bao Bao sighed and said, "When a brother grows up he can't be kept. Since you're looking for a girlfriend behind my back, of course I have to help you. What if you meet a flirtatious slut? I'm being kind but you still suspect me." "That's too much, sob sob sob." Qin Zhe looked at her silently. "Then, okay. She's a girl with her own opinions. Don't find fault with her." Qin Bao Bao pretended to be angry. "What do you mean? Do you think I'll ruin your relationship?" Qin Zhe, "That's not what I meant," Qin Bao Bao said, "Don't say it yet. If she knows that you're going with her, she'll be more cautious. Then I won't be able to see her sincerity. For example, if a girl really likes you, she'll dress up especially grand on her first date with you. She'll put on makeup and carry her favorite bag. Is that so?" "Yes." The next day, 10 a.m. Qin Zhe knocked on the door of the living room. "That's enough. Do you need an hour to put on makeup? We'll be late if we don't leave now." Hey, it's my first official date." His sister said that she was going to put on makeup and change into decent clothes. Then she locked herself in her room for an entire hour. Qin Zhe thought that she must be using this opportunity to stall for time so that he would be late for the date. She was trying to trip him up. Just as he was cursing in his heart, the door opened and his sister walked out of the room. His sister, who rarely put on makeup even when she went to work, meticulously put on exquisite makeup. She drew eyebrows and eyeliner which added charm to her bright eyes. She drew a faint nose shadow on the side of her handsome nose, giving her facial features the beauty of a Greek sculpture. Her small mouth was smeared with watery lipstick. Her dressing was also full of scheming. She was 1.72 meters tall in high heels and was about the same height as Qin Zhe. She wore a pair of light white denim shorts. Her two tight and fair legs fit perfectly when she stood up straight. Her upper body was a V-neck t-shirt that reached her waist. Between the jeans and the t-shirt, her fair waist was exposed. Her belly button was covered with shiny accessories, which made her look sexy and cute. Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. "Hey, how do you feel?" Qin Bao Bao turned around, her hair flying. She showed off her charm in front of her brother. Qin Zhe was speechless. He had an illusion that his sister was full of fighting spirit, like a female general who was about to go into battle. She had armed herself to the teeth and was ready to go. They arrived at the Hong Kong-style restaurant as promised. It was the weekend, so there were many diners. Fortunately, Qin Zhe had booked a table in advance. Qin Bao Bao was afraid that her meticulous makeup would be ruined by her sweat, so she held her brother's hand and said, "Let's go inside and wait." Qin Zhe said, "If it's too hot, you can go in by yourself. As your boyfriend, I should wait outside. That way it will show my sincerity. Romantic girls will be touched when they see it." At the very least it will be a bonus. Qin Bao Bao secretly curled her lips. She hated him in her heart, but she put on a dignified and virtuous smile and said, "Then of course I will wait with you." The appointed time was 11 o'clock, but Wang Dandan was 20 minutes late. Qin Zhe talked to the waiter in the first 10 minutes, and the waiter promised to reserve a table for them. 10 minutes later, Qin Bao Bao went in to order, and then the table was reserved. Qin Bao Bao bit her duck tongue and walked out of the restaurant under the astonished gazes of the men in the restaurant. She kicked Qin Zhe at the door and said, "Little pervert, what kind of girlfriend did you find? Why is she so arrogant when eating?" Qin Zhe was about to speak when he saw his little cabbage on the escalator. He said happily, "They're here." Qin Bao Bao followed his gaze. Wang Dandan also happened to see Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. She was dressed very modestly today. Coupled with her delicate appearance and temperament, she gave people the impression that she was a very quiet and well-behaved girl. She put on light makeup and was a little beautiful. After her attention was on Qin Bao Bao, her real boyfriend was automatically ignored. The woman beside him was really too outstanding. First of all, this woman was extremely tall and curvy. She had a bulging chest and two straight and round legs. Even a girl like Wang Dandan couldn't take her eyes off her. Secondly, her face, which was sharp and charming, gave Wang Dandan, who was also a girl, a great sense of oppression and threat. Perhaps she was very attractive to men, but she was definitely not attractive to the same sex. In the end, she noticed that the woman had quietly grabbed her boyfriend's arm the moment she appeared. Qin Zhe happily waved at the little cabbage. "Sorry I'm late." "It's okay." Qin Zhe didn't seem to care. Wang Dandan smiled reservedly, and her eyes stopped on Qin Bao Bao's face. "This sister is, oh she's..." Before Qin Zhe could finish, the sister beside him said coquettishly, "Hey hubby, is this the flirtatious slut you've been flirting with outside?" "Qin Zhe?" Wang Dandan's eyes widened. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and pouted. "She has no breasts and no butt. She's not that good. You don't want me because of her?" Qin Zhe, Sigma, degree winky face. "I knew it. I knew she wasn't that kind. What about helping to check? It's all bullshit." After acting coquettishly, the sister stopped talking and looked at Wang Dandan with disdain. The latter's face was livid as she glared at Qin Zhe. She was waiting for this man's explanation. She wanted to know what he meant. Did he ask her to come over just to show her his power? At the same time, she was also puzzled. Since when could a man like Qin Zhe hook up with a woman of the same level as him? But this time, Qin Zhe, who appeared to be gentle and indecisive in the process of love, even a little submissive, opened his mouth. His face was conflicted, but he did not say a word. Wang Dandan understood. She glared at the adulterous couple and turned to leave. In front of such a woman, she could not muster up any fighting spirit at all. She also did not think that Qin Zhe was worthy of her disregard of her image. Hey, she left just like that. Qin Bao Bao twirled her hair with her fingertips, looking valiant and spirited like a little hen that had just won a battle. But her tone was innocent. "I was just testing her for you." In the end, she turned around and left. "She clearly doesn't care about you." Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. "You're the eldest. Whatever you say." Qin Bao Bao said indifferently, "Go after her. Go after her and make things clear. Tell her that I'm just an older sister. Once you make things clear, she'll change her mind." Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at her silently. Qin Bao Bao snorted coldly. "If you're not going to go after her, then let's go in and eat. I'm starving. Anyway, I didn't order her food." She turned and walked into the restaurant. The corners of her mouth curled up into a happy arc. "P.S. I'll upload this to the VIP group tomorrow or the day after. Normally there should be 1 or 2 more chapters. After writing this chapter, I'll prepare a new book." Chapter 136. Qin Zhe turned on the radio and tuned to the traffic station. The radio was broadcasting a red rainstorm warning that the rainfall would reach more than 50 millimeters in 3 hours. The highway was a vast expanse of white, and the visibility was very low. The highway could be controlled at any time. Qin Zhe parked the car in the emergency parking space and turned on the double flash. The car lights flashed in the heavy rain, reminding the cars behind. "The view is not good. You drive." Qin Zhe turned to his sister in the passenger seat and said. The weather was clear, but he was still careful. Now it was raining heavily, so Qin Zhe did not dare to drive. Qin Bao Bao curled up in the seat and played with her mobile phone. Hearing this, she curled her lips and said, "What's the use of having you?" Qin Zhe said sincerely, Yes, I'm useless. Sister is the experienced driver, the racing god of Mount Akina. Little brother admits defeat." You speak in a strange way. Qin Bao Bao chopped her brother's head with a hand knife. She was angry and coquettish. Don't think that she didn't understand the meaning of Qin Zhe's words. It was raining heavily outside, so there was no way to get off the car and change seats. Qin Bao Bao bent over to the driver's seat and leaned on the steering wheel in a half-squatting and half-lying position. She urged her brother, "Go quickly. It's so tiring." Qin Zhe glanced at his sister's round buttocks. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but it was bigger and rounder. Speaking of women's buttocks, Qin Zhe learned from the eyes and standards of an experienced driver. His appreciation skills were at the highest level. A woman's buttocks should not only be big, but also be round and perky. That was the best. However, the bigger the buttocks, the better. It mainly depended on the body proportion. A petite girl's buttocks were too big. Qin Baobao was 1.72 meters tall and had to be matched with a round and perky butt. Only then would it not be a waste of her talent. Is it the result of diligent exercise after practicing dancing? Or is it beaten out by me? What are you doing? I said it's very tiring. Qin Baobao saw her brother not moving and impatiently urged him. Oh. Qin Zhe immediately propped himself up. However, due to the narrow space in the driver's seat, his lower abdomen bumped into Qin Baobao's, but when he straightened his body, his sister's head hit the windshield with a loud thud. Qin Bao was so angry that she cried, "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Are you trying to hurt me to death?" Mom. Qin Zhe reached out and slapped his sister's buttocks. Her buttocks rippled. Don't keep taking advantage of me and our mother. Do you believe that I won't tell Dad? In this terrible weather, the speed could only be controlled at around 60 kilometers per hour. The double flashing lights could not be turned off so that the cars behind could see them at all times. Fortunately, the highway was only about 30 kilometers long. After exiting the highway, the little red horse turned into the overpass leading to Hongqiao Airport. There were obviously more cars. Hongqiao was a place with a lot of tourists. Unlicensed taxi drivers were everywhere. When the weather was bad, taxi drivers would also take on unlicensed taxi drivers and rip off tourists. Hongqiao Railway Station, departure level. Qin Ma got out of the taxi and closed the door behind her. Thank you, sir. She watched the taxi rush into the rain. She did not enter the waiting hall. Instead, she opened a big umbrella and walked to the bus stop next to her. The railway station and the airport were next to each other. They were connected by a bus lane that was 100 meters long. It only took tourists 5 minutes to walk from the railway station to the airport. It was raining heavily and pedestrians were in a hurry. There were few people here. She dialed a number and told them where she was. Not long after, a man in a suit came out of Hongqiao railway station, followed by his assistant. The man looked around and fixed his eyes on Qin Ma in the distance. He whispered to his assistant to wait there and opened a big black umbrella. He walked over with steady steps. Qin Ma saw him in the crowd at a glance. She watched him walk towards her. He walked into the bus stop and then closed the big black umbrella. Xiaolan, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've changed a lot. The man smiled gently. It's best if we don't see each other for the rest of our lives. Qin Ma sneered. I came to Shanghai this time to talk about a business deal. I also want to see my child. The man said. Qin Ma did not speak. She just looked at him coldly. The man smiled bitterly. After so many years you're still so cautious. I don't want to disturb your life. I just want to see the child. Just one look. Qin Ma shook her head. Since you've already made a choice, why bother? The child is no longer your family's. Everyone had their own difficulties back then. Didn't you? The man hesitated. If it weren't for you back then, shut up. Qin Ma suddenly shouted. Her dignified and elegant face was a bit ferocious. Don't mention what happened back then. Let it rot in your stomach. No matter what you plan to do, I won't allow you to see the child. Absolutely not. She seemed to have been provoked. Her body trembled and her lips trembled. She glared at the man for a moment and cried. Arong, don't come to me again. Don't disturb my life. I beg you. The little red horse stopped from time to time and arrived at the departure level of Hongqiao Airport. His sister took out her phone to call Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe looked around in boredom. Suddenly he saw two figures at the bus stop next to Hongqiao railway station. Qin Zhe felt that the woman looked familiar. The rain was so heavy that the water formed a transparent film on the car window. Qin Zhe squinted and looked carefully. The next moment his pupils suddenly shrank. That woman was his mother. He could not be wrong. Qin Ma and a middle-aged man seemed to be arguing. They were talking about something emotionally. The passers-by with umbrellas around them looked sideways. Why was Mom here? Who was that man? Why was she arguing with someone? Was she being bullied? As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, before Qin Zichong could get out of the car, the man's action made him sit in the parking space, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The man wiped Qin Ma's tears with his sleeve. Then he pulled Qin Ma to the waiting hall of Hongqiao Airport. Qin Baobao put down the phone and followed her brother's gaze. She saw Qin Ma's side profile and was stunned. Is that our mom? Why is she here? The rain was a little heavy. His sister was not sure. Qin Zhe felt a sharp pain in his heart. Great fear and anger exploded in the bottom of his heart. He did not know the man, so he ruled out the possibility of him being a relative. If he was an ordinary friend, why would they be so intimate? What was the relationship between that man and Mom? Why were they meeting here? Mom, she betrayed Dad? Qin Baobao looked around and said, "It seems to be Mom. Why is she here? Help me find an umbrella. I'll go out and take a look." No, you're mistaken. Qin Zhe's voice was hollow and numb. T, my eyesight is too. 5. Qin Baobao threw herself into the groove of the back seat to look for an umbrella. I'm not mistaken. Let's go down and take a look. I said I'm mistaken, so I'm mistaken, Qin Zhe said sternly. Qin Baobao stared at him blankly. She was so scared that she did not dare to move. You're mistaken. Qin Zhe's face was ferocious. The veins on his forehead were bulging. He punched the car door and made a loud bang. He roared, "You're King mistaken, do you know?" Qin Baobao's charming face was dull. She stared at him blankly. Then her eyelashes trembled and tears flowed down her cheeks. Qin Zhe had never looked so ferocious in her life. He had never been so fierce to her, not even once. The car was silent. Outside, the sound of rain could be heard. Qin Baobao suppressed her sobs. She covered her mouth and sobbed. Her eyes reddened instantly. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She was frightened. A heavy and strange atmosphere filled the room between the siblings. Qin Zhe rubbed his face hard and leaned against the seat. His eyes were emotionless. I'm sorry. The words, I'm sorry, cut through the tense atmosphere like a knife. Qin Baobao burst into tears. She was sad and aggrieved. No matter how strong a woman was, she was still weak. They could bare their fangs and brandish their claws in front of you, arrogant and unreasonable, just like a cold and arrogant cat. But if you yelled at them, they would cry. At the end of the day, women needed to be protected. Wang Zijin held her head and ran in the heavy rain. She found the little red horse and got in. It's raining so hard. My shoes are wet, she choked on her words. Qin Baobao wiped her nose and sobbed. Her eyes were red. It was obvious that she had cried a lot. Qin Zhe, the suspected culprit, leaned against the seat and stared at the roof of the car in a daze. What's wrong? Wang Zijin probed carefully. Nothing. Qin Baobao looked up at her brother. After saying, I'm sorry, he didn't say anything else. He turned a deaf ear to her crying and didn't coax her as eagerly as before. Her heart ached. Tears flowed down her cheeks again. It was already 6 o'clock when they got home. The sky was gloomy. The heavy rain turned to moderate rain. Qin Zhe went into the bathroom without a word, leaving the two sisters looking at each other. Wang Zijin asked, What's wrong with him? Qin Baobao bit her lip. She looked aggrieved and nervous. Her eyes were still red. She didn't know what happened to Qin Zhe. Her brother, who had never been fierce to her, was so scary. Qin Baobao was scared, nervous and sad. She didn't even think of the possibility of Qin Ma. Usually her sensitive sister would have noticed it. But now her mind was in a mess. She cared too much about Qin Zhe. In the bathroom, Qin Zhe washed his face and looked at himself in the mirror. His face was pale and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. He wanted to rush home immediately and ask his mother who that man was. He told himself to calm down. He had endured it for so many years. Should he really say it? What about Dad? Would his parents divorce? Could he and his sister still live as happily as they were now? He was in a terrible mood. He didn't even dare to talk to his mother in private. Some things, once exposed, were difficult to go back to the way they were. Forget about it. Forget about it. Don't think about it. Qin Zhe walked out of the bathroom. His sister and Wang Zijin were not in the living room. The door was closed. He went back to his room, stood by the window and lit a cigarette. He looked at the rain outside the window in a daze. At this time, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky was dark. Cars came from afar and then drove away, splashing the mist. Qin Zhe's fingers burned. He was shocked to find that the cigarette burned his fingers. The door was pushed open. Wang Zijin came in with pajamas and put them at the foot of Qin Zai's bed. She whispered, "What's wrong with you guys? Bao Bao is crying in her room." "Nothing, nothing," Qin Zai said perfunctorily. "Something must be wrong." Wang Zijin pinched Qin Zai. She had learned Qin Bao's bad habit. "I've never seen your sister cry like this. Don't worry about it. I'll go take a look later." Seeing that he didn't want her to interfere, Wang Zijin sighed. "Talk nicely. Don't make your sister angry. Are you still siblings?" She hugged the pajamas, shook her head and sighed. Then she went to take a shower. Qin Zai waited for the sound of water to come from the bathroom. He walked to his sister's door, grabbed the handle and pushed it in. Chapter 137. The crystal chandelier in the room was bright, and there was a faint, indescribable scent. Was it the scent of shower gel? The scent of shampoo? Was it the perfume of her sister's? Or was it the scent of the sun from yesterday's quilt? Qin Bao Bao sat on the bed, sobbing and wiping away her tears. Unlike their usual bickering, this time they were really screwed. Qin Bao Bao had never been yelled at by her brother like this. She was more pretentious and liked to dwell on insignificant matters. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. Similar situations were probably when a young couple in love wanted a divorce, or when close friends had a falling out. Qin Bao Bao thought, "What's wrong with my brother? He looks so scary. Can we still be like before? After a crack appeared in our relationship, should we go our separate ways and gradually drift apart?" Just then Qin Zai came in. She looked up at him timidly and quickly turned her head away. Qin Zai felt a little guilty. He had lost control of his emotions at that time. No matter what, he could not yell at her. She did not know. Although his sister was heartless, she was devoted to him. One could imagine how wronged and sad she was at that time. She was so scared that she did not dare to speak. Although she did not feel that she had done anything wrong, she still felt like a wronged little girl who had done something wrong. She only dared to wipe her tears. "Sister," Qin Zai called out. He felt that his voice was a little hoarse. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip and ignored him. She thought to herself, "Are you finally coaxing me? What were you doing earlier? Don't expect me to forgive you. Let me sing you a song." To her surprise, Qin Zai did not play by the rules. He wanted to sing the moment he came in. "I'm not listening. Bastard chanting scriptures." Qin Bao Bao cried out with reddened eyes. Qin Zai ignored her. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window. He sang in a low voice, "The wind blows and the rain becomes flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. The sleep talk in your palm when you were young. Are you still holding it tightly?" Qin Bao Bao covered her ears. The clouds turn into summer. Tears evaporate with time. You and me on this road. Is anyone lost? We agreed not to separate. Always, always together. Even if it means going against time. Even if it means going against the whole world. Hearing this, Qin Bao Bao loosened her grip, her eyes sparkling. Qin Zai held his sister in his arms. Qin Bao Bao struggled symbolically for a moment and then gave in half-heartedly. "The wind blows the snowflakes and whitens our hair. You once said that you won't separate, that you'll always be together. Now I want to ask you, is it just a child's babble? I can't bear to bully the innocent years. I won't let you down in your absurd youth." After Qin Zai finished singing, he found his sister secretly wiping her tears. He said gloomily, "Why are you still crying? I won't be fierce to you in the future." "Shut up." Qin Bao Bao wiped her tears and said in a nasal voice, "What song is this? Didn't you ask me to shut up?" Qin Zai saw his sister raise her eyebrows and quickly said, "Time boils the rain." Quite a charming name. Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth. "If you're fierce to me again, I'll cut ties with you." I won't. You're so beautiful, I can't bear to be fierce to you." Qin Zai coaxed his sister as usual. "What if there's a next time? Make my D*ck 5 centimeters shorter." "That's so vicious. Do you have 5 centimeters? Qin Bao Bao was shocked. Qin Zai choked. He definitely couldn't show it to his sister, so he changed the topic. "Sister, I heard that Grandpa didn't agree to our parents' marriage back then?" "Yes." Qin Bao Bao nodded. "He seemed to think that our father was poor? Later, when he heard that our mother was pregnant, Grandpa had no choice but to agree to the marriage." As expected, Qin Zai became more and more certain of his guess. "What are you thinking about?" Qin Bao Bao asked. "No wonder Grandpa didn't like you since you were young." Qin Zai smiled. "Grandpa is a classic example of favoring boys over girls, okay? How can a granddaughter be more likable than a grandson?" Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. Qin was just thinking about the identity of that man. Now he had a better idea. Qin Baobao was too beautiful and lively, and he belonged to the type that was easy to look at. Even if the system had plastic surgery, he was still considered handsome. However, when he was together with his sister, they still didn't match. If his sister wasn't Grandpa's biological daughter, wouldn't it make sense? Then did Grandpa know about this matter? It was true that Grandpa was upright and magnanimous. However, based on Qin's understanding of his father, he wasn't someone who would be willing to take over. Could it be that he had been kept in the dark all this time? Did his mother really not feel guilty at all? However, after so many years of living together, he still couldn't find any clues. Perhaps there was something else that no one knew about. The sound of a lock came from the living room and the bathroom door opened. Qin Baobao immediately jumped out of her brother's arms and took out her pajamas from the closet. Her face was red. "I'm going to take a shower." The siblings had let bygones be bygones, but there was still a knot in their hearts. After taking a shower, Qin Baobao didn't talk much to Qin. Qin saw that his sister's hair wasn't dry, so he went to the bathroom and took a towel to cover her head. This trivial matter made Qin Baobao smile again, and the knot in her heart was completely untied. Qin Baobao said, "I haven't played games in a long time, and I'll play a few rounds with you." Qin didn't agree, so she wrinkled her nose and played by herself. His sister said that she played games to accompany her brother, but she was actually addicted to it. Qin Baobao was a player who played games by hand, so she didn't have a good view of the big picture. She often didn't lose online but in a team game. When they played games, Qin was the one who took the lead. Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. She could see that her best friend and brother had reconciled. This pair of siblings was the weirdest pair of siblings she had ever seen. They were actually siblings, but they also looked like siblings. After spending some time together, they even felt like husband and wife. Qin had gradually bid farewell to games and focused on the stock market. He saw the stock market as the place to make his first bucket of gold. He had a plan for the future, but it was very vague. In the past few days, Qin realized that his social experience was too shallow. Even if he made a windfall one day, he didn't know how to plan and how to invest. The stock market had ups and downs, and the bull market only lasted for 1 or 2 years. Moreover, he didn't earn money every day in the stock market, and he would occasionally lose money. Now that the bull market was here, it was still in its initial stage, and it would be more terrifying in the future. He had about 500,000 yuan on hand, which was a lot, but in the eyes of those financial institutions, it was nothing. Qin sat next to his sister and played computer games. He received an email. It was a reply from a large public company. "Dear Mr. Qin, hello. Thank you for submitting your resume to XXX. After careful consideration and evaluation, we feel that you are not suitable for this position for the time being, but we are still full of confidence and respect for you. We believe that you will find a more suitable stage for you, and we sincerely wish you the best." They didn't want him. The threshold for large companies was high. Although the University of Finance and Economics was good, it was not as popular as the freshmen from famous universities. He had been idle at home for 2 months, and after the golden period for freshman recruitment, he had recruited all the freshmen. He didn't want to go to a small company, and it was a waste of time. The situation was similar to his dilemma of finding a partner. He didn't like mediocre girls, and the beautiful goddess didn't like him. Qin couldn't help but stare at his sister, who was playing happily beside him. She was the one who abused his aesthetic standards. His sister felt her brother's fierce gaze and said in a helpless and wrong tone, "What?" "The resume I submitted was rejected," Qin said gloomily. His sister came over and took a look. "Ha ha ha." She laughed out loud. "You want to join this company? Forget it. Who asked you to be so weak? I had stayed up all night to tutor you, and you couldn't even get into Fudan University." Qin was angry. He grabbed her arm and raised his hand to hit her buttocks. Qin Baobao struggled to break free. With tears in her eyes, she hugged her computer and shrank to the other side of the sofa. "Don't always bully your sister." Wang Zijin reprimanded them indifferently. She was too lazy to care about them. In any case, this pair of siblings always ignored her words. On the left side of the single-seater sofa, Wang Zijin hugged her knees and watched a variety show. There were several stars singing awkward songs, and the bullet screen was floating. After watching I Am a Singer, all the music variety shows are trash. After listening to Qin Baobao songs, all the songs are trash. Opera 2 is really F***king shocking. Forget it, that high note is fake. It's electronically synthesized. Yes, it's impossible for a person to sing like that. Trash, you can't sing like that, but it doesn't mean that others can't. Then there was a never-ending debate between the Rational Party and the Fan Party. The Fan Party won a big victory. Wang Zijin looked up and said, "Ace, the song you sang in I Am a Singer has been questioned. Those people are really annoying." Qin Bao Bao played the game and didn't look up. "I knew it." Someone said it the next day. "Popular people have a lot of trouble." Yes, there are a lot of people online who want to sleep with you." Qin Zhe took the opportunity to take revenge on his sister. His sister hit him with the remote control. "Why didn't you go on a blind date today?" Wang Zijin asked. "It's over." Qin Bao Bao snorted. "Sister, you're such a talented and beautiful woman. People think they can't match up to you. You're a little fairy." Qin Zhe said sarcastically. "Anyway, sister is already the champion and the mission is completed. I can just continue to be a salted fish. Who cares about the rumors on the internet?" Qin Bao Bao ignored him and said in annoyance, "It's really annoying to my mom. She's afraid that I won't be able to get married. I told her not to go on blind dates, but she won't listen. I can't throw a tantrum at her. As a child, it's okay to have a little temper, but you can't be angry with your parents. You have to have a conscience." Qin Zhe exposed her. "You're talking as if you dare. Dad's ears are big." After being exposed again and again, Qin Bao Bao pointed at Qin Zhe and said angrily, look at him. So annoying." Chapter 138. Wang Zijin glared at him. Qin Zhe grinned. He already knew part of Wang Zijin's dark history, and she should be more concerned about it. Last time, Qin Bao vented her anger on him because of a problem with the TV. He and Qin Bao fought, and his sister was pressed on the sofa to beg for mercy. Since it was to no avail, she asked her best friend for help. Wang Zijin refused, and Qin Bao threatened to reveal her secret. At that time, Wang Zijin compromised. In the end, she was betrayed by her best friend. At first glance, Qin Bao and Wang Zijin had very different personalities, but they had a lot in common. For example, both of them were more indifferent. Qin Bao was also a goddess outside, but in front of her younger brother, she became a clown. Therefore, in terms of relationships, both of them were the type that developed feelings over time. Falling in love at first sight was not suitable for them. That was why they could become best friends. Thinking about it this way, his mother was worrying for nothing. She did not even understand her own daughter. The men she introduced did not fit Qin Bao's pattern of choosing a partner. Because of this personality, his sister was very resistant to being forced to be in a relationship with strangers. But it could also be that his mother was expanding her circle of friends and shopping around. It was not good for her brother to be the only male in her circle of friends. Qin Zhe was suddenly so shocked that a layer of sweat appeared on his back. After dinner, Qin Zhe went out to buy a pack of cigarettes. When he returned, he found that the messy dining table was still intact. Wang Zijin was lying on the sofa and watching TV. This sister was gentle and generous, but she did not have the awareness to do housework at all. It was probably nurtured by her family since she was young. His sister was sitting on the sofa with a sad and miserable look on her face. There was a book on her knees. "What are you doing?" Qin Zhe asked curiously. "Life is so difficult. There is really no attachment." Qin Bao Bao revealed a sad expression and pointed to the book on her knees. "Sister is very sad now, very melancholy, and wants to sleep immediately." Qin Zhe glanced at the book. The title of the book was The Year of Innocence. The quote on the cover read, "In the midst of faint sorrow, I slowly finished my journey." It was a young novel. Life is so difficult. Why read these messy books and add to your sadness? Qin Zhe said angrily, "It would be strange if you read this kind of book. It's Sister Ziwei's, right? You just don't want to wash the dishes." Qin Bao Bao immediately bared his teeth. He never read melancholy literature that forced people to write new words. Just as he said life was already so difficult. Why should he read these books? It was pointless. This was especially true for themes such as the pain of youth, the pain of growing up, the pain of first love, and so on. Other than making people cry, what else was there? If I have the time, I might as well read web novels. So refreshing and exciting. Su Hui, a high-end private clubhouse. Two women sat at a round table drinking tea. The one who made the tea was Nan Man Pei. She was wearing a bathrobe, her hair was tied up, and her face was beautiful. Facing the woman, her hair was draped over her shoulders. She leaned on a rattan chair and stared blankly at the light rain outside the window. In terms of facial features, she was 3 times more delicate than Nan Man Pei. Her temperament was cold and cheerless, and she had the charm of an orchid in an empty valley. Behind them, the entire wall was filled with shelves filled with a dazzling array of antiques. Of course they were all fakes. On the west wall there was a huge ink painting. How's work recently? Nan Man Pei poured her a cup of tea. Bad. An orchid in an empty valley sighed. Nan Man Pei smiled and said, these words sound gloomy. When you tricked me into investing, this was not what you said. Within a year your assets will increase tenfold. These bold words still ring in my ears. I was young and insensible. An orchid in an empty valley sighed again. My dad said that he would let me be at the helm of the investment company. But now that I've made some achievements, my ambitious but incompetent brother can't wait to intervene. My dad believes in the patriarchal system. He couldn't stand my brother's entanglement and forced him to intervene. He's even the vice president. I'm so angry. Nan Man Pei smiled and said, do you need my help? It's not good to have a falling out with the family. An orchid in an empty valley sighed. Then there's the establishment of a new company. There's a shortage of talent. I studied economics. I'm good at macroeconomics and management. I said that the stock market will be hot this year. There's at least a year to cut this capital. That's right. The stock market is indeed gradually warming up. But in terms of market manipulation, I'm not even as good as a rookie. The company's idiots, even the mathematical model has to be entrusted to a university professor. In 2 months, tens of millions of capital stock, not even a tenth of the profit can be earned. I want to cut the cake, not lick other people's leftover cream. The company is newly established. Talent is hard to come by, Nan Man Pei comforted. Didn't a group of graduates join last month? When those little rookies grow up, the stock market will be cold. An orchid in an empty valley complained, it's easy for you to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Nan Man Pei listened to her nagging and complaining, laughing without saying a word. At the beginning of the year, her friend tricked her into becoming a shareholder and formed a medium-sized investment company. She said that her father, Feng Ting Group, intended to shift its focus to capital operations and lacked a partner. Nan Man Pei symbolically invested 50 million, holding 20% of the shares. Talents were poached from various financial companies or securities companies. In fact, it wasn't as bad as she said. There were still talents. It's just that the company had been established for too short a time and its foundation was shallow. How could it suddenly rush to the sky? Her friend's requirements were too high. For Nan Man Pei, this was just one of her countless investments. It was good to be able to make money. Let's not talk about these annoying things. An orchid in an empty valley drank a mouthful of poo. Her bright eyes flashed with a smile. Have you encountered any interesting things or people recently? I heard that your ex-husband came to see you again? Nan Man Pei gently frowned. Let's not talk about him, okay? An orchid in an empty valley was not afraid of the queen's aura. She clicked her tongue and said, it's really a sentimental chin shimmy. With a new love, he still can't forget his wife. Pei Nan Man chuckled. A wife who went through hardships? Killing intent fluctuated. Change the topic. An orchid in an empty valley tactfully changed the topic. I want to hear about some mistakes in the officialdom. You should be clear about this. For example, your brother-in-law went to the district for inspection. There are a few interesting things, but I don't want to say it. I feel like I've become a comedian. Nan Man Pei hesitated. There is one person. Let's hear it. An orchid in an empty valley was listening attentively. A relatively interesting young man, Nan Man Pei said. I met him by chance. I felt that his skills were good, and he wasn't an unorthodox person. I originally wanted to hire him to work in my security company, but I didn't expect the young man to be so arrogant. Later, my nephew was in his 3rd year of high school. His academic performance was terrible, and he came into contact with my background. He only thought about fighting and killing all day long. If this goes on, sooner or later he will be wasted. His grandmother was quite dissatisfied with me occupying her 2 grandchildren, so I thought of him. He graduated from the University of Finance and Economics. His academic qualifications are passable, and he has a few skills. He is most suitable to be Dong Lai's tutor. You said that being a person is like investing in stocks. When you encounter a potential stock, there is no harm in investing. Who would have thought that it wasn't an ordinary potential stock? The first day he came to tutor, Dong Lai slapped a paper on the table and made a request. 40 minutes, 120 points or more. I watched coldly from the sidelines, mainly to test this guy's temperament. Guess what the result was? An orchid in an empty valley asked, you did it? More than just did it. Nan Man Pei chuckled, 20 minutes, 150 points. That godly? She was cold, but she couldn't help but widen her eyes and then suspiciously, you're lying. Senior year's paper, 20 minutes, full marks? She was also a top student. It wasn't that she didn't get full marks in math, but 20 minutes was a bit shocking. Nan Man Pei smiled and nodded. Knowing that she never exaggerated, an orchid in an empty valley sighed, amazing IQ. There is something more interesting. Qin Bao Bao should know. A new female singer, of course I know. His sister. Biological? Don't tell me you picked her up? Nan Man Pei said angrily. Hey, an orchid in an empty valley was taken aback. You mean Qin Zhe? Nan Man Pei nodded. An orchid in an empty valley laughed. A bit interesting. Women like to pay attention to the entertainment industry. She thought of something and asked with great interest, was the song opera 2 lip-synced? The internet said it was an electronically synthesized voice. Nan Man Pei said helplessly, I don't know. Chapter 139. At the beginning of September, Qin Zhe went to 2 financial institutions for interviews. One didn't hire him and the other was a little small, so he didn't join. Today he was still alone at home. After helping his 2 sisters wash their clothes, he sat on the sofa and smoked in boredom. Occasionally he would chat with his 3 roommates in the group. Ever since they found out that Qin Zhe had a beautiful sister, they couldn't stop talking about Qin Bao Bao. After Lu Ziqiang begged and Li Liang used the house rules to pressure him, Qin Zhe sent a picture of his sister sitting on the sofa and acting cute. The 3 guys shouted excitedly. Lu Ziqiang said, my goddess acting cute is my food. Qin Zhe enjoyed chatting with his roommates. He didn't feel that he was different from before and his mentality was inflated. His grandfather had a lot of principles and he remembered most of them. For example, his grandfather often said that a person's character was judged by his attitude towards himself when he was poor, and by his attitude towards his friends when he was rich. Although his grandfather never thought that his ugly duckling would be rich one day. His sister went to work today. It was said that the company arranged for her to film a variety show. Qin Bao Bao became famous overnight in Singer. Before the popularity of winning the championship died down, she should show her face more often. A good management company knew how to operate. Star Art Entertainment. Qin Bao Bao looked at a certain contract. After confirming that the contract was normal, she signed her name. Qin Zhe was always worried that his sister would be tricked outside. He felt that his sister was so beautiful that the salty men in the entertainment industry would want her. The main reason was that Qin Bao Bao didn't act as a proper sister in front of her younger brother. When she was free, she would act cute, argue with each other, and occasionally fight in real life. She didn't act like a sister at all. She made her younger brother think that his sister was a plump koi fish that would starve to death if he didn't feed her. Thus, he ignored the fact that his sister's IQ was higher than his. Qin Bao Bao was well aware of the ins and outs of the entertainment industry. Although she didn't do everything personally, she would personally go through the contracts and make sure there were no loopholes before signing them. Li Yanhong said excitedly, Bao Bao, this variety show is one of the branded shows in Zhejiang province. The ratings are pretty good. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 of them took the company car to Zhejiang Province Television Station. The new building of Zhejiang Satellite TV was built in 2005 and completed in 2008. It was the tallest building in the area. The glass walls reflected the dazzling sunlight. In the meeting room, Qin Bao Bao met with the program team's director and host. Director Qin? Qin Bao said with a smile. The director was a skinny middle-aged man with an amiable smile. Behind him stood a male and a female host. They were the hosts of this program. The man's name was Wang Jiu, and the woman's name was Chu Luhua. The 2 of them were about the same age, around 30 years old. They were all well-known hosts. Qin Bao Bao shook hands with them and said with a smile, I used to watch you guys on TV every day. Now I'm finally meeting you in person. Chu Luhua also smiled. Bao Bao, I'm your fan. Li Jiu teased, I'm also your younger brother's fan. Qin Bao Bao smiled and took it as a joke. Many artistes liked to tease her about her younger brother. The netizens also teased her that she was a female artiste who relied on her younger brother to get to the top. She was the only one in the entertainment industry. It was fine if she sang her younger brother's song, but even the champion was helped by her younger brother. The director was a busy man. He left after greeting her. Chu Luhua and Wang Jiu accompanied her. Our show will start recording at 7 p.m. There will be a dance performance when you appear. We'll inform you in advance. It's just the effect of the show. There's no need to be too professional. You can rehearse with the backup dancers later. Wang Jiu said, let's take a look at the script first. You can go through the questions we have to ask during the recording and think about how to answer them. Then there's the structure of our show. An assistant will tell you about it, Qin Bao Bao thought to herself, I finally have a chance to show off my dancing skills. I thought I practiced for nothing. This show was actually a celebrity symposium. The production team liked to invite some celebrities who had become popular recently. Firstly, the appearance fee was not fixed yet, so it could be negotiated. Secondly, with enough popularity to support it, the ratings would be guaranteed. This time, the production team invited 3 new celebrities. Qin Bao Bao was left for last. It was considered the finale. At 5 p.m., the audience entered through the security check. At 6 p.m., the show started recording. Qin Bao Bao waited until 7 p.m. before it was her turn to go on stage. Next, we're going to invite our friend. She's a singer who became famous with her excellent original songs. Chu Luhua deliberately paused. She has a younger brother who's known as a music genius. Before she could say anything, there was a loud cheer from the audience. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao. The audience's cheers. This was the effect they wanted. Chu Luhua and Wang Jiu said in unison, then let's welcome our Qin Bao Bao. The stage lights changed and rhythmic music sounded. The revolving door opened and the backup dancers in golden costumes filed out. Qin Bao Bao walked in the middle, surrounded by the backup dancers. When she reached the center of the stage, the backup dancers scattered. Qin Bao Bao twisted her waist and danced to the rhythm. She had the kind of sexy figure that was especially attractive when she twisted. It was suitable for a hot dance that showed off her figure. The audience, especially the men, had their eyes shining. This was Qin Bao Bao's first time dancing. She did not dance on the stage of singer, because dancing while singing was no longer popular. As a qualified singer, dancing was still a necessary skill that could be used at any time. After the dance, there was a warm applause. Qin Bao Bao turned to leave and the staff quickly removed the props. Not long after, Qin Bao Bao returned to the stage. She had changed her outfit and was wearing denim shorts with a black gown. The gown was the kind that reached her thighs and covered her denim shorts. It gave people the feeling that she was not wearing any pants, and only had a pair of long, straight legs. Qin Bao Bao's figure was a big highlight. To an experienced driver, her figure was far more attractive than her face. Bao Bao, this is your first time on our show. Chu Luhua said. That's right. Wang Jiu continued, she's prettier in real life than on TV. Please accept my love. He made a heart shape in front of his chest. Bao Bao only debuted this year, so you can be considered a pure newcomer. Chu Luhua opened the topic. I heard that you didn't graduate from a drama school, and you didn't receive any professional training before joining Star Art. To be able to get to where you are today, it must be very hard. It's quite hard. To be able to get to where I am today, I'm also very surprised. Qin Bao Bao replied. Usually, celebrities who become popular overnight will need a long time to adapt, or their family members will not be able to adapt. Wang Jiu interrupted. Of course. In the past, I could go out and play openly, but now, I don't even dare to go out without wearing sunglasses or a hat. Qin Bao Bao said. The audience laughed. Then, family members will also have this kind of trouble. Family members too? Chu Luhua laughed. Are they going to be recognized as Qin Bao Bao's parents as soon as they go out? Wang Jiu immediately said, Hey, the 2 elders in front of me, I know you're Qin Bao Bao's parents. Quick, give me your autographs. The audience laughed. No way. Qin Bao Bao also laughed. Actually, it's my parents who don't want me to be an artist. Yes, the older generation is more conservative, Chu Luhua replied. Actually, when I was in high school there were talent scouts who tried to poach me. Because of my family's objection, the matter was left unsettled. At that time, my father gave me a good beating. Really? Chu Luhua was shocked. How could he do that? Wang Jiu fully played the role of Qin Bao Bao's diehard fan. How could he bear to lay his hands on such a beautiful daughter? Uncle is too strict. If I had a daughter like this, I would dote on her so much that she'd melt in my mouth. Chu Luhua glanced at him and studied his face. Don't worry, you can't give birth to such a beautiful daughter. The audience laughed and applauded. What about now? Your parents should have accepted it, right? Did they beat you? Wang Jiu asked nervously. Qin Bao Bao nodded. They did. The audience was in an uproar. Qin Bao Bao changed the topic. My brother took the blame for me. Chapter 140. The audience was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. I feel sorry for Qin Zhe for 3 seconds. Ah, that's so funny. The sister gets beaten up? This brother must be a free gift. Chu Wani held back her laughter. Your brother is so pitiful. Is this how you guys get along since you were young? The sister gets into trouble and the brother takes the blame? The audience pricked up their ears. The selling point of this show was to talk about the love lives of celebrities and the ups and downs of their careers. Gossip about celebrities was always something that the public liked and paid attention to. Qin Bao Bao said, "That's not true. I've been obedient since I was young. He was often beaten up by my dad. If my dad snorted, he would reflexively stand at attention. We all know that smart children are especially naughty," Wang Jiu said. Qin Bao Bao thought to herself, "T, he got beaten up because he was too stupid." But she definitely couldn't say anything bad about her brother on the show, so she said, "Yes, my brother is the smartest." Previously, there was a rumor on the internet that said those songs of yours couldn't have been written by one person because they were really too amazing. Now, I'm very curious what kind of talented person could write so many good songs. Chu Wani said, "I'm your brother's fan. Can you briefly explain his writing process?" Qin Bao Bao bragged, "Most of the inspiration was given to him by me. He's been very talented since he was young. At the same time, I'm very grateful for the songs he wrote for me. My brother is the best." Bao Bao's career is smooth sailing. "How about your relationship?" Chu Wani asked. The audience was instantly interested, especially the male fans. They couldn't wait for their parents to give them another pair of ears. In celebrity gossip, what could compare to a relationship? "What nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Jiu said angrily. "My goddess has no love life. My goddess must be a single dog." "Ah no, a single aristocrat." Qin Bao Bao defended herself. "Because I live with my brother, I haven't thought about relationships for the time being." She answered very carefully. She definitely wouldn't say that she had a boyfriend. Indeed, she didn't. But she also wouldn't say that she had never been in a relationship. No one would believe her. Instead, they would think that she was pretentious and embarrassing. Wang Jiu asked, "Is it because you've always liked your younger brother?" Qin Bao Bao spat out a mouthful of blood. "Of course not. It is indeed inconvenient." The audience burst into laughter. "If it were me with such a talented and good-looking younger brother, it would be hard for me not to fall for him." Qin Bao Bao panicked. "Actually, my mother has been arranging for me to go on blind dates. It's just that she hasn't found a suitable partner yet." She thought to herself, "What kind of godly development is this? Are we going to discuss some taboo topic? Please end it quickly." Chu Ruowei was surprised by her reaction and changed the topic. "It's none of my business whether you have a boyfriend or not. I'm more concerned about whether my brother has a girlfriend or not." Qin Bao Bao said, "Where would he find it? He doesn't have it." She almost blurted out, "How can he find a girlfriend? Is it because he's an otaku?" Wang Jiu said, "I remember you once said on a show that your younger brother is an otaku." Qin Bao Bao thought to herself, "I did say that. Even if I did, I wouldn't admit it. It's probably because he practices piano and composes songs." Chu Ruowei said, "He has to look for inspiration everywhere. He often locks himself in his room for 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Bao Bao nodded and tried to salvage the situation. "He usually writes songs and plays the piano. That's why he always stays at home. My younger brother is amazing." Of course he didn't play the piano. Last time she said that her younger brother was an otaku and he was unhappy. She finally managed to smooth things over. "There must be some inconveniences when you two live together, right? Will there be friction between you two?" Chu Ruowei realized that as long as they talked about Qin Bao Bao's younger brother, the audience below seemed to be very interested. She tried her best to bring the topic in this direction. "Sometimes he is disobedient. When he was young, he listened to everything I said." "Will there be times when he will drive people crazy?" "That won't happen. He usually respects me. I'm his older sister. At home, whatever I say goes." Qin Bao Bao said confidently. "It's good to have such a younger brother." Chu Ruowei expressed her envy. "I also want to have a sister like Bao Bao." Wang Jiu said. There wasn't much time left for the program. Chu Ruowei said loudly, "Then let's enter the last interactive segment. The live audience will vote. We can decide to let our guests do one thing." Several options appeared on the big screen. Dance, sing, acrobatics, crosstalk, and so on. There was also a call the person closest to you. Dance, I want to see Qin Bao Bao dance. Sing, Qin Bao Bao sings well. Acrobatics is more interesting. Don't joke, how can a goddess perform acrobatics? Then crosstalk? Choose the last one, call the person closest to you. This is good, this is interesting. The results of the voting were out. The last interactive game had the highest number of votes. Call the person closest to you. It seems like you also want to know who Bao Bao's closest person is. Qin Bao Bao blinked and said wittily, "Of course it's my mom." Oh. Boos came from the audience. They said they wanted to see you talk to your parents. What's there to talk about? A female audience member in the audience shouted, "I want to talk to Qin Zhe on the phone." The audience's eyes lit up and they cheered, "Qin Zhe! Qin Zhe! Qin Zhe!" Wang Jiu suggested, "Good idea." "Bad idea." Qin Bao Bao wasn't too willing, but she had to cooperate with the program's request. "In any case, it's just a chat. Little brother can handle this. You don't need to call, just give me his number." Chu Ruowei suddenly changed the topic. Qin Bao Bao didn't mind and gave out Qin Zhe's number. Wang Jiu gave the number to the staff. "Now let's call the backstage." When Qin Zhe received the call, he was busy in the kitchen. It was 7:30 p.m. "I have a little donkey but I never ride it." The call came. "Who is this?" Qin Zhe answered. At the scene, Qin Zhe's voice spread through the loudspeaker. Chu Ruowei made a hushed gesture to signal the audience to keep quiet. She cleared her throat and said, "Hello, I'm Chu Ruowei, the host of Date with a New Star. Are you Mr. Qin Zhe? Was I won the second prize by the TV program? The prize is a laptop and 10,000 yuan in cash, but I have to pay a processing fee of 1,000 yuan?" On the other end of the phone he sneered. "Funny, this is a trick from hundreds of years ago." After that he hung up the phone. Chu Ruowei blinked and stood there blankly. She looked confused and pitiful. The whole place was silent. A female audience couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Then the whole place burst into laughter. The noise of laughter was like a wave. Aha, he hung up. Ouch, my stomach hurts from laughing. Scam call? 666-inch, there's nothing wrong with that. I've received this kind of call before. So funny. Look at the host's expression. I'm looking for psychological trauma. I like this segment the most because there's no script. It's very careful. Chu Ruowei had to signal the audience to be quiet again. "Staff, get ready. I'll call again when I count to 3. During this time, I asked the audience to calm down and keep quiet. After communicating through the phone again, Chu Ruowei went straight to the point. "Mr. Qin Zhe, I'm Chu Ruowei, the host of Date with a New Star. Qin Bao Bao is on our show." Qin Zhe was stunned. He knew that Qin Bao Bao was on a variety show. But why did she call him? Speaking of which, her opening sounded too much like a scam call. Qin Zhe said cautiously, "Is Qin Bao Bao beside you? I want to talk to her." "Don't worry, we won't ask you for anything. If you have anything you can hang up immediately, then I'll hang up." He was very straightforward. Don't. Our program team called you because there will be a call later. I want to let you know in advance." Chu Ruowei hurriedly stopped and finished speaking in one breath, afraid that he would hang up again. "Go ahead." The director also breathed a sigh of relief and said to the staff beside him, "There's no need to edit this part. Just put it up like this. Calling you is actually an advance rehearsal. Bao Bao will be on the show later. There will be a call like this. Let's talk first. I have a few questions to ask you. You can answer as usual so that everyone knows what's going on." Qin Zhe didn't know when the show started recording and when it ended. Otherwise he wouldn't have been scammed. He said, "Okay, ask away." Chu Ruowei thought for a moment. "Does Bao Bao have a boyfriend?" No. She still didn't have a boyfriend. Many of the audience members were surprised. They felt that a high-quality goddess like Qin Bao Bao couldn't have a boyfriend. Qin Bao Bao said she didn't, but they didn't believe her completely. Now Qin Zhe also said he didn't have one. Chu Ruowei asked. Bao Bao said that it's because you live together so it affects her finding a boyfriend. Do you have any objections? Qin Bao Bao was originally calm, but when she heard the question she knew that something was wrong. She and her brother had each other's backs for 20 years. Actually, my mother arranged for her to go on blind dates, but it didn't work out every time. What? She has a bad temper. I won't take the blame for this. In the audience, someone couldn't hold it in and laughed. Fortunately, the sound wasn't loud. Under Chu Ruowei's reminder, the laughter died down. "Mr. Qin, I heard that your family's sister is in the entertainment industry, right? But in the end, the person who got beaten up was you. How do you feel?"